Someone make it make sense.
Probably a couple.
What is up, party squirrels? Can y'all hear me now? You know, this is one of those opportunities to roll this one again because we are professionals here. Yay, I hope everybody comes back that was here a second ago. Okay, let's just redo what we were doing. Yay. Okay, so welcome everybody. I wanted to give a huge shout out to our channel members that I know of thus far. So that would be shout out to Franks, shout out to Sudi, and shout out to Iowa of Iowa Backyard Cam, who I always call Iowa. And there's Franks, there's Meg. Wonderful. Glad you guys can hear me. And speaking of which, with the members, today I did have the first members only video drop, as they say. Drop it like it's hot, drop it like it's hot, drop it like it's hot. Anyway, so that's what they say, right? Drop. So so that was today. And it is an introduction to orchids video. As you guys I'm sure are familiar with members only stuff, it can be kind of whatever, but we had talked about doing stuff related to orchids. But there will be all kinds of things. I'm sure it'll be kind of whatever you guys want. But anyway, that was the first one that I've done. That was like a members only video. So that did come out today as well. Also, another funny thing is that I was catching up on some timestamps earlier for when Katie took the stand. And I was just cracking myself up because like the most recent timestamp that I did right before I started the stream was timestamped as Beach Day with Five-Wall. It's just fucking hilarious, freaking Five-Wall, right? All right. So right there, that one, the one and only. Shout out to Kane. Has anyone heard from Twiz? I haven't heard from Twiz lately. Have you guys heard from Twiz? And also he's not here, which is odd. Not that people have to be here, but haven't heard from him. And so I hope he's okay. Twiz, are you listening? We love you. Oh, also Heather's not here yet, but I don't want to forget to mention, I added another command that's George related that she think will be really funny. Yeah. I heard from him this morning also, but haven't heard from him since then. Okay. Thanks, Kane. Thanks for letting me know. Appreciate that, because I was like starting to get a little bit worried. So yeah. Oh, what was I gonna say? Oh, right. So y'all don't let me forget, when Heather gets here, I have a George thing that she's gonna find funny. I mean, other people will probably find it funny too, but there's some things, Sorry, I'm just already laughing. I'm laughing preemptively for the funniness that will ensue. Okay, but we are here to watch Charlie take the stand. So I have to say, for any of you guys who haven't seen this, or even if you have, I will tell you guys, of all the times when defendants take the stand, let me know what you guys think if you have seen it. And as we go along, y'all can let me know too. But of all the times when defendants take the stands, and it's usually an absolute utter disaster, I would say, in my opinion, that Charlie does probably the best of anybody I can think of. Not good enough, right? But he does really well. I was shocked. I remember when I watched this live and I was like, wow. I mean, especially when you've got this double extortion theory, which is a really tough sell, to say the least. You got that, and then you've got a lot of bad facts, as they say, right? He did a really, I don't think anyone could have done a better job as a defendant rolling with those facts and rolling with that theory. I mean, he really, and it's really evident on cross when he really has a couple good moments there for him with Georgia Kappelman, where he gets stuff correct and kind of like, you know, scores a couple points there. So I'm just going to update my banner. So anyway, it's very interesting. He has, one thing you can say too, is he has his case memorized inside and out. He knows every detail. Like, it's really impressive, actually. Like, he must have just been sitting around memorizing shit, like, of his case. So, like in the discovery. So, so I'm just going to update my ticker here. Okay, so let's see what you guys are saying. So, okay, so without further ado, let's just jump right on in here. I mean, it's just one of those things, right? Look at him. I mean, you guys, is there ever a better, like, when we're watching these trials, right? When you hear that the defendant's going to take the stand and you're waiting for them to get called on direct, is that not one of the most anticipatory, exciting / whatever moments? Like that, like, even though I've already seen this is true with every trial, right? I've already seen this. I'm like, oh my God, he's about to take the stand, right? It's just like automatic. I'm like, oh my God. It's like, what the fuck's going to happen, right? I mean, any number, I mean, with every trial, right? And so we're at that crucial moment, you know, and if you're the defendant, my God, I would not want to be in their shoes. Let's just put it that way. Make sure your hair's looking good. Get your hair did. You know? Oh God. Oh boy. He looks like he's aged about 10 years since the first day of trial. Don't blame him. So the court sound is not on yet there. Yikes. 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 Remember, he was 100% positive he was going to be acquitted. Oh God, I would not want to be him. Dude, I'm nervous for him. I feel that way for everyone.
Members of the jury, everyone may be seated.
Word up. Word up, Meg.
My assistant has told me that you all are making good progress on the snacks that we've provided to you.
Snacks.
It's been a long trial, so you are entitled.
Honestly, it's really not. This is only day 6, but you know.
Is the defense ready to call its next witness?
Oh my God.
Yes, Your Honor. We call Charlie Adelson.
He's a tall dude. Well, actually, I guess also Dan is kind of on the shorter side. But, oh, so.
Please raise your right hand.
Under,
Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth?
I do, sir.
You may take your seat.
oh, here
Please
we
speak
go.
loudly and clearly.
Charlie.
Before they also, again, I will say, I did not really expect him necessarily to take the stand when I was watching this trial. And as I've said, I did not expect Donna to want to take the stand in her trial. However, all that has changed since the whole thing with her bond hearing. I now expect her to take, I think she's going to take the stand. I think she wants to take the stand. I don't even know. I don't know. They have that right, you know?
Let's start with the most important question. Did you cause the death of Professor Dan Markell?
Absolutely no.
Did you hire anyone to kill him?
No.
I don't know that I've watched this maybe since it happened. That's a very interesting way to start this. But Charlie's answer was absolutely no. I don't know that I caught that the first time I heard it. Absolutely no. Instead of absolutely not.
Charlie, let's start with the most important question. Did you cause the death of Professor Dan Markell?
Absolutely no.
Did you hire anyone to kill him?
No.
Did you put any letters in any diaper bags of Katie Magbanoa to have Professor Markel killed?
No.
Before we get there, let's spend some time on your background. How old are you?
I'm 47 years old.
Did he?
Where were you raised?
Is Dan Rashbaum, is he trying to take one out of the old poot or Jim Griffin playbook? Because if you guys remember in Murdaugh, right, when he got on the stand, right off the bat, right, Jim Griffin was like, "Did you blow your son's brains out or whatever?" You know, just right up, right. It was like, "Oh, we're not messing around here," you know, and it was like, you know, shocking. But for that trial, it was like nothing would surprise you at that juncture. Anyway, you know, it's interesting because, of course, Murdaugh happened before this trial, and it's like, it's just an interesting approach. That's all. That's what I'm saying.
Raised.
I was raised in Coral Springs, Florida.
When were you arrested in this case?
I was arrested April 21st, 2022.
And by the way, are you? How do you feel right now?
I'm really nervous.
Why are you nervous?
Meg, I'm not sure what you're referencing here. I know who Andy Baldwin is. Who's Nick M? Did I get the response? Is this a court filing? I'm not sure what you're referencing. Kane, are you referencing Murdaugh, the high-level trial with all the players and attorneys involved? Yeah, I can talk Murdaugh for years. So, right, okay, right, okay, Nick M. Okay, it's so funny. I always think of McClelland. Okay, no, I didn't see that. Right. Yes, right. Yeah, it's so funny. Nick M. didn't register. McClelland, yes, got it. I haven't seen that. But we can totally cover that. I'm assuming that's something that just came out. I can totally look for. Yeah. Yeah, like I said, like just came out tonight. Oh, okay. And we can totally cover that. I mean, we could even cover that after we get done with Charlie. If you want to like Discord it to me, because that will be easier since I'm going to be since I'm streaming versus me going and looking for it. If you have it and you want to Discord it to me, or just put it in the Squirrel Crew thread. But yeah, but then we could totally cover that if that was a request for sure. Yeah, totally. Kane, I'm glad that you watched Murdaugh. Not everybody's seen it, and I'm glad that you have seen it because it is amazing. What a trial! What a trial! Yeah, it was very high level. And the thing is like in South Carolina, they just completely play by their own rules. I freaking love it. I mean, I'm just reminiscing now. I'm like, I'm gonna try not to go off too far onto it because of like, again, I could talk about Murdaugh forever, but like just thinking about like the first day of trial and everyone's like, what is happening? Like, where are we? Where are we? Dude, I freaking loved it. And there was just so much, yeah, it was very high level, but there was so much South Carolina flavor to it, you know, and very unique low country of South Carolina specific customs. And just Judge Newman was amazing. And just, I mean, unless like maybe sometimes the best way to represent some of this is with just a couple little like sound clips, such as.
Hey, he's got a bird in his mouth.
This is a chicken.
It's a guinea.
I mean, it was the best. I love that trial. We will watch it gavel to gavel again at some point. We need to do like a yearly anniversary and watch it like once a year just to maintain our sanity, my sanity especially. Oh, you watched it with me mostly? You're saying, Kane? So Frank's is fading. Okay. So maybe you need an appetizer like Meg. Okay. So, well, that's awesome if you're saying you were watching it. I would imagine that was on replay. But okay, we'll get back to Charlie here.
My whole life depends on it.
His life depends on it, guys.
Where have you been living since you were arrested a year and a half ago?
Leon County Jail.
Growing up, what was your family like?
It was pretty normal. I was the middle of 3 children. My dad was a dentist. My mom was a school teacher.
Apprentice.
Played a lot of sports. Pretty normal upbringing.
Do you have a brother and a sister?
I have an older brother and a younger sister.
How close were you with your siblings growing up?
My brother, I wasn't real close with. My sister, I wasn't really that close with either, probably until I got into high school. And we were probably closer in age and had more in common. And then I got closer to her as the years went on.
Your family growing up, would you describe it? How would you describe it financially?
I'd say it was upper middle class. And then in 92, my dad lost a lot of money. And then wasn't upper middle class after that. And then my dad worked hard and he worked until he was 78. He retired.
Where did you go to high school?
I went to public school in Coral Springs. I attended Terravella High School.
Was school easy for you?
Not really. I mean, I had to work really hard to get good grades, and I really didn't get good grades until I went to college.
Where did you go to college?
I went to UCF in Orlando.
And after graduating from college, what did you do next?
I went to dental school.
Where did you go to dental school?
I went to dental school at Nova Southeastern in Fort Lauderdale.
After dental school, what did you do?
I did a residency in periodontics, and I did that at Nova Southeastern also.
Briefly, what is periodontics?
Periodontics is the surgery of the gums and bone, and it's 3 more years after dental school.
During your residency, did you work?
I did. I'd moonlight and I'd work nights and weekends as a general dentist.
When your residency ended,
It's just a weird
was your financial
concept,
situation?
right? Who moonlights as
I
a
had
dentist?
about $200,000 in student loans.
Interesting.
now after graduating from your residency, what did you decide you were going to do?
I started basically moonlighting when I was in dental school, and then when I got out, I really didn't have money to start a business.
There's Ruth Markel.
So I started working for just individual dentists, where I'd come in and do the surgery for them in-house, so they wouldn't have to send the work out, but the patients could still be seen by a specialist. So I'd travel from office to office.
When you started, and I think, when did you graduate your residency?
Graduated my residency in 2006.
When you started, how many
Here's the-
offices
Here's
did
the
you?
thing about this whole traveling periodontist thing. Well, I understand what he's saying, because for any of you guys who have ever been in a situation where you've gone in for something with your teeth and then they're like, oh, you basically need like an emergency surgery type situation, right? And it's like the earliest they can get you in, even in like an emergency situation, is like, you know, whatever days. Like, because they can't do the surgery, right? I understand the need for it. I totally understand the need for it. It's just the reason it's just odd is because I've never heard of this happening, right? Like, it seems like something that it should be normal, but like it's not normal. So anyway,
You traveled to?
When I first started, it was just the first office that I was moonlighting in when I was in my residency. And then through an assistant that worked there, she introduced me to a couple offices, and then those offices introduced me to more people, and it grew from there. By the end of the first year, I was probably working in, I would say, 6 or 8 offices.
By the time frame of 2014, when Professor Markel was murdered, how many offices were you working in, approximately?
Between 30 and 35 offices I would come in.
that's crazy.
to.
That's crazy.
When you graduated, where did you live?
When I graduated Perio, I lived in an apartment across the street from school, and then I bought my house. I still lived in 16 years, like 20 years later after that,
And then house is where?
on Whale Harbor. I moved in there in 2006.
Now, during this time frame of 2014, can you describe for the jury how far you would travel? In other words, how far were the offices apart from one another?
I never turned any work down, so I had an office as far south as Cutler Ridge, which is a little bit north of Homestead. It's a good hour and a half south of Fort Lauderdale. And then my furthest office I went to north was in East Port St. Lucie, which is a good hour and 45 minutes north of Fort Lauderdale.
Port St. Lucie is probably about halfway between Miami and Orlando. Is that fair to say, or closer to Orlando?
I'd say it's probably closer to Orlando. Yeah.
Now, your typical work week, what did it look like?
I would work in usually 2 offices a day. I would start around 8 or 9 o'clock, work in one office till about 1 o'clock, and then I'd go to another office and I'd piggyback it. I'd try to be in another office that was in the same vicinity as the first office, and I'd usually start there around 1:30. I'd have it where it's only a 5 or 10 minute drive to the second office. I'd I would tell them I could stay as late as you need. And then when people had emergencies, which when you work in 30 offices, there's always someone that has an issue.
This is just
I would
crazy.
come into their office. I would just say, just have an assistant stay. And when I got done with that second office, if it was 8 o'clock, 8:30, I would still go in and I'd work in the third office. So it was almost 2 offices on most days. And I would say 20% and 30% of the time there was a third office.
How many days a week did you work? And again, we're talking about the 2014 time frame.
I was working 6 days a week. And then I was still working 6 days a week.
Now,
Sometimes every once in a while there'd be a big case and my whole week was booked up and the patient needed something and it was hours and I didn't have time. So an office would open up on Sunday and I would go in on Sunday to do the work.
for the most part, in your job working in these offices, what form of payment were you paid mostly in? Was it cash or some other form of payment?
The offices would always pay me an office check.
Now, were you ever paid in cash from these offices?
I wasn't paid from the offices that I work for in cash, but if I was doing a work on like one of the assistants in the office or a friend of the dentist, and the dentist didn't want any money to come to him, and I was doing it as a favor, I would say, just go ahead and pay me in cash for the materials. And then the assistant and the materials were expensive. Sometimes they were hundreds.
And now this is where it gets weird for me, right? Because now he's got to try to explain why he has all this cash, right? And if you guys recall from Jeff Lacoste, like, you know, from the first time he met Charlie and they were in the hot tub and all that, he said it was pretty clear that there was some other stuff going on that was illegal, right? With Charlie, financial stuff. We don't really know much about that. You know, there's not been charges brought forth on that or anything like that, but different types of maybe fraud or tax related issues. But basically, this sounds weird to me. Because like, how many times, like, okay, like for example, if somebody needs like just a regular like dental cleaning, you know, like they do like your regular cleaning type thing, that's something that would be done regularly, right? But like surgery, it's not like people regularly need dental surgery. And when you think about a dental office, right, how many assistants are there to where they are regularly needing surgery? Like, this doesn't make sense. And it sounds like, even if it were true to any extent that it is, it sounds like it's maybe a way to get out of having to pay taxes in terms of like for the whoever's office it is that he's working. I don't know. This sounds like not above board to me in a number of ways, if it's even true.
So it was $1,000. And then but the dentist didn't want to take any of the money from that person.
Yeah.
So he was like, I'm removing myself from the situation. So the person would pay me the cash for the materials for the work that I did on them. And that was really just when I was doing favors, and it was sporadic. Sometimes.
I mean, who's like, I'm going to do a favor for you here. How about a dental surgery? How about a jaw surgery? Like what?
More than other, depends on the month.
By the way, backtracking a little bit, growing up, what profession was your dad in?
My dad was a general dentist.
And did your mom work growing up when you grew up?
She had 3 kids, and she still worked as a substitute teacher, where she would come in sporadically, but she wasn't working full time after she had the 3 of us.
Did there come a time where she worked in your dad's dental practice?
Yeah, I would say probably after the kids went to college, or probably towards the end of high school, college. My mom came in and was.
We have a new command, by the way.
Desk work and helping my dad out.
And
Dan Rashbaum is puzzle.
What other roles did she have in the office?
She did the bookkeeping. She helped me with all my financial stuff as far as like paying insurances, making stuff with anything that was due at a certain time, licenses. She paid salaries at the office, and then also did front desk with Erica.
There it is.
All right. Let's talk about the Adelson Institute. When you became this traveling periodontist, were one of the places that you traveled to your dad's dental practice?
Yes.
How often did you work at the Adelson Institute?
I would work at my dad's office. I would say every 4 to 6 weeks, and I would piggyback it. There was another office that I worked at every 2 weeks that was in the same plaza as my dad's. So I would finish there usually about 4 o'clock, and then I'd go into my office, and then I'd start working there by 4:15, and I'd stay as late as I needed to, 10, 11 o'clock.
Do you remember what the full name of the practice was called?
Well, originally, or when we changed it to?
Well, let's start with what you changed it to.
Okay. Well, when I graduated my residency in periodontics, I thought since I was joining my dad's practice and it was now going to have a periodontist there, I thought we'd rename the practice and give it a fancy name. So we called it we copyrighted the Adelson Institute for Implants and Aesthetic Dentistry.
Okay. Now, growing up, did it have that?
I mean, I think that goes even a step further than a fancy name, right? When I hear institute, I think like it's a school.
Name?
No.
It was just a plain old dental practice, right?
Yeah,
I know, his
my
blinking's a
dad and
lot.
his 3 employees.
A lot of blinking.
How many people worked at the Adelson Institute?
There was Erica Johnson, Clarissa. Erica was the front desk. Clarissa was my dad's assistant since 1979 until he retired 2 years ago. And then Amy was the hygienist. And then my mom when she would be there.
And your mom controlled the checkbook?
Yeah, she handled that stuff.
Who did all the billing for the practice?
My mom and Erica did the billing.
How many dentists were in the practice?
Just one dentist, just my dad.
Crazy.
Did there come a time when you bought the practice from your dad?
Yeah, my dad was going to sell the practice, and I thought it would be a good idea for me to buy it, and I thought maybe I'd run it and it would be something that I would always have. But I didn't like the idea of it being sold, so I bought it from my dad when he wanted to slow down in 2012.
During the time period of 2014, who owned the practice?
In 2014, I was the owner of the practice.
Okay. Now, during the time frame of the wires in 2016, who owned the practice?
I had sold it back to my dad in 2015.
Why did you sell it back to your dad?
Because I didn't have any time to run it. And even though I bought it, nothing had changed. My dad was still the same dentist that was there. My mom was still the same person doing the books. And they were...
Yeah, this is another one of those things where I'm just like, I don't understand this. Like, you can't just buy and sell, like, to my knowledge, right? I mean, I'm no business person or whatever, accountant, but like, you buy it, buying a business, like, officially, even if it's from a family member, right, is like a whole thing, right? Thinking about the paperwork. I mean, imagine like how it is with like a house, right, or a car. It's like to buy a business from somebody in 2014 and then like sell it back in 2015. I don't know. This whole thing is weird as well for me. I don't quite understand why, if Harvey was willing to still run it, why did he sell it in the first place? It's just
spending all their time running it. And I was so busy with my traveling periodontics, I didn't have time to dedicate to it, and it really wasn't financially, it wasn't feasible, and there wasn't a benefit.
I want to talk about cash a little bit. Do you like to collect cash?
I always have, yes.
Collect cash.
It probably goes back to when I was a kid. I mean, I get $1 a week allowance, and I would save it up, and I just like the feeling of looking at it. I'd rather look at it than put it in the bank. So whenever I had cash, I always saved it up.
Well, okay. Sorry, hang on. What? I understand he has to try to explain the thing with the cash, but like, that's not very plausible, right? I mean, okay.
Now, were there several ways that you accumulated cash?
Yes, it was.
Did you have a real estate business or some real estate in 2014?
14, yes.
Okay. And
it's like I've just got a whole, I collect cash. So I've got a whole room. All it is $1 bills stacked to the ceiling. Like, that sounds like a good idea, right?
Would you accumulate?
You staple them, it cuts the fluff down, you know?
Cash through this business?
There was some cash that came in through that, yes.
Did you rent out dock space behind your house?
Yeah, I rented out my dock space behind my house since 2006, and it's been rented ever since.
And
how would you be paid for that dock space?
The guy would come down once a year, and he would pay me in cash for the year.
I mean, it's just like, if you want to, you may as well have a big sign that's like, hey, come and rob me. You know what I mean? Like what? Like, yeah, I've been collecting cash my entire life since I was a kid. And by the way, I do all this work where I get paid in cash. Like, how much cash are you, like, he's trying to explain why he would have so much cash on hand. But at the same time, it's like, have you not been like murdered and robbed for your money. Like at this point, I mean,
Were there other ways that you would accumulate cash over the years?
From whenever I did work on someone as a favor and they were just paying me for materials.
Side note, real quick, we've watched we've watched a lot pertaining to this trial, the related trials, and we've watched Katie on the stand just recently. We've watched all of Katie's proffers. But when you look at Katie, June, Chinda, basically anybody, right? Literally every single person has testified about Charlie and his cash habits said they never saw piles or mountains or stacks of cash, basically ever, unless it was Katie when she finally admits to having been paid in cash. So like they never saw cash sitting around and whatnot, right? And they all mentioned that they knew there was a safe, but they never saw money inside the safe. So anyway,
paid in cash on that. And probably the biggest source of cash through the years is every time I went out, every chance I could, I used my credit card to build up the airline miles, and I'd always pay the tab, and whoever was there would just give me the cash, and it added up over the years. I've done that 20 years.
And once you had this cash, what would you do with it?
How are you
Had
paying the credit card bill though if all of your income is in cash and you're keeping the cash?
$1, I would staple it, and it was a packet. So it was really, I stapled it because I was just being saved. I wasn't spending it. I was always using my credit card, so the cash built up.
Yeah, how are you paying your credit card? How are you paying your credit card bills? And I'm not going to segue into bills like usual, but it's a good question though. How are you paying your bills then?
I put it in my safe.
I'm going to go back to your business a little bit. When you started your business, did you make a lot of money the first couple of years?
No. I mean, it took off pretty quick, but it wasn't where it was in 13, 14, or 15.
By 2011, approximately, how much money were you making?
I was probably making $350 a year.
And what did your income look like in the 2014 range?
14, I made I think around 850 to 900,000.
Christ.
What were your best years financially?
13, 14, and 15.
Have you ever been married?
No.
In the time frame of 2013-14, did you have any kids?
Back then, I didn't have my son.
During this 2013-2014
So bad for Roman
time frame,
victim in this case.
how would you succinctly describe your lifestyle?
Work came first. I worked my whole life to get to where I was. So I wasn't turning any work down, and I was single. So I worked. I'd go to the gym late at night, and I'd probably go out one night a week, usually on a Saturday night is when I'd go out.
Now, do you have any children now?
I've got one son.
How old?
5.
I want to talk to you about your relationship with your parents as an
Really
adult.
sad.
Fair to say you're close with your mom and dad?
Yes.
As an adult, how often would you talk with your mom and dad?
I would talk to my mom a lot more often, just because my dad was always working. But I talk to my mom every day.
Yep, we know.
Once a day or multiple times?
Multiple times, I would
At least
say.
once a day, but
Yeah.
most likely probably
Yeah.
twice a day, because there was always usually one thing
Your
was a
mom's
personal
boy,
thing,
it's
and one
okay.
thing was something having to do with the office or
Dad,
scheduling or something
Why
like
do you
that.
not murder people?
During the 2014 timeframe when you owned the office, did your mom work for you?
You could say that.
Did she control the books?
She wrote the checks. Yeah, they had the checkbook at the house.
Now, was there any particular time that
It's a
you
lot
would
of
talk to
info.
your mom more often than other times?
Yeah, in the morning driving into work, I'd call my mom, and usually on the way home from work, I'd call them. Just depends on how long the drive was, really.
How involved was your mom in your life?
Sorry.
Business-wise, very involved, because she was running the office. Personal-wise, I mean, I would tell them things and keep them up to date with stuff and my life, but it was my life. I mean, I did whatever I wanted to do.
We're going to get to this later, but how involved was your mom in your sister's life?
I think she was more involved. I think my sister involved my mom maybe more, and it just depends on different issues.
There's a song for everything, right?
I want to talk a little bit about your sister, Wendi.
Oh boy.
As adults,
Bible.
before she married Professor Markel, how often would you talk with her?
I'd call my sister, I'd say about every 10 days or so I'd call her, but she was busy and she wasn't real good with the phone. So I would call her.
What? How did I miss this before? Wait, she wasn't. Hold on. First of all, I believe it. Let's listen again. Hold on. What?
I'd call my sister, say about every 10 days or so I'd call her, but she was busy and she wasn't real good with the phone. So
she wasn't really good with the phone. I hate to say this, but I believe it. Fievel struggled using the phone. Oh man. Oh yeah. When you consider, how much difficulty she has like driving and like doesn't quite understand what a shortcut is and just general struggles with things, it makes sense. Yep.
And I would call her and she would always take a day or two to call me back. I spoke to her half the time when I called. Half the time she didn't pick up.
How often would you see her, again, pre-marriage? How often would you see your sister?
Not a lot. In 1995, I left to go to college. In 97, she left to go to college up in Boston. So it was pretty much, I would say, holidays, like every 3-4 months, Thanksgiving, Christmas time, sometimes during the summer. So maybe 3-4 times a year I see her.
There came a time when
there's not a whole lot you can say that's consistent or truthful about things that him and Wendi say. But what I will say is this. One thing that is consistent between what both of them have said every time we hear from them is that part about how often they would see each other when she first got married, which is that they would see each other at holidays. So I just want to point that out. That part seems accurate. So.
Wendi started dating Professor Markel, right?
Yes.
Do you remember when you first met him?
I do. I think he was in town, and I remember all of us going out to lunch. I think we went to a deli.
What did you think of him?
I thought he was a nice guy. I mean, he kind of seemed like all my other sister's boyfriends she's had in the past. I've never really had much in common with them. And she kind of seemed like the rest of them. But that was pretty much it.
Now, after they got married, what was your relationship like with Professor Markel?
It was the same as before they got married. I mean, we texted each other on our birthdays. I don't think we ever really called each other or hung out. I mean, I would just see him when he came over to the house with my sister.
And how often would you see him and your sister?
I would say twice a year, maybe, or roughly around there, maybe 3 times a year.
In the years that Professor Markel and your sister were married and living in Tallahassee, how often did you come to Tallahassee?
I'd only been to Tallahassee.
Yeah.
I was there twice, I believe, when her children were born. And then once when I was working in Alabama, I had a research fellowship, and I was passing through Tallahassee. I spent the night with them, and I saw them that time too.
So I'm just going to say real quick for anyone who's maybe not as familiar with this case or with Florida, because we have squirrel friends watching from all over the world. So Tallahassee is up north in Florida, and it's about an 8-hour drive from South Florida to Tallahassee. So South Florida is where, Charlie's living along with Wendi's parents, and it's where Wendi's from. But Wendi and Dan Markel, right, are living in Tallahassee, where Florida State University is. So it's, again, about 8-hour drive. And again, just in case anyone's not quite as familiar, it's like a whole thing with Tallahassee. Like the Adelsons freaking hate Tallahassee, and Wendi actually even wrote a book that's basically about how much she hates Tallahassee. Now she changes the names around, but she writes, and it comes up in the trials actually, about how much she hates Tallahassee. They just absolutely despise Tallahassee. And of course, then there's a bit of irony there that like when each subsequent Adelson is arrested and waiting for their trial, they're housed in custody in Tallahassee, which is right now where Donna Adelson is, in Tallahassee. So yeah.
Professor Markel and your sister were married. Did you still communicate with your sister about the same amount of time?
It may have been a little less, because I remember when she had kids, I mean, she had even less time. So I probably spoke to her. I'd call her, and then probably more times than not, she didn't pick up the phone. And then I'd get a call back a couple days later. So it was pretty similar. Did
there come a time when you became aware that Wendi and Professor Markel were having marital issues?
Yes.
What did you learn?
took my sister out to dinner when she had come to town, and we went to the Melting Pot. And I remember her telling me that they were having issues and it was pretty serious.
Melting Pot
Did
fondue
she
restaurant.
tell you that they were going through marriage counseling?
Yeah, that's when I found out. And I guess that's what I was going to say is like, if you tried to work things out. And that's when I found out that they had been in counseling for 6 months. I didn't know about it before.
Now, what were some of the issues, if you remember, that she told you they were having?
He was becoming very, very religious. There was becoming issues with diet and how she was cooking in the house. She wasn't really respectful he wasn't really respectful of her career. He would belittle her.
According to Wendi,
he obviously seemed like he lost his eye for her, and she seemed like she lost his eye for him, and she wasn't happy.
Now, did she complain about violence or danger or anything like that?
Never.
Did she complain that he was not a good father?
No, he was very attentive to his sons.
Hey, MCAT, do you remember? Oh my God, what's his name? MCAT. So the gentleman, okay, do you see my mouse? This gentleman, Lewis, oh my gosh, do you remember his last name? I just recognize this gentleman right here who's behind the dude in the light blue shirt. He is a brilliant attorney, comes on STS as a guest a lot. And he was a dear friend and colleague, I believe, of Dan Markel. I think like a lot of people, he was one of Dan Markel's students and then became like a colleague and opened his own firm. And now I believe, if memory serves, hold on, I don't remember his name as I keep talking. He is now, I think, partners at the firm with Stephen Webster. But if anyone, not just MCAT, I just know MCAT knows this case really well. Anyone who's watching, if you guys remember his last name, I think his first name is Lewis. And I hate that I can't remember his last name, but he's an awesome dude. And I love hearing from him when he comes on STS and gives commentary on this case. He's a really, really, really smart dude. So anyway, shout out to Lewis, and hopefully I'll remember his last name.
Did you learn at some point that your sister was going to file for divorce?
I did.
And when you heard that she was going to file for divorce, how did you feel?
I felt bad for her. I mean, she was sad. I mean, no one goes to get married to get divorced. But she seemed like she spent 6 months in therapy with him. And it didn't change anything, how she felt. And he didn't change how he was. And I said, listen, the kids need to grow up in a happy household. Like, they can't have fighting. You can't have a miserable mom who's unhappy. You need to have, the kids are better off growing up in two separate households where there's positive environment instead of negative.
Did your sister seem angry to you?
No, she seems sad.
No, not Tim Jansen. Yeah, no, I'm not talking about Tim Jansen. Maybe you couldn't see where my mouse was, MCAT. I appreciate where that. Yeah, no, it's not. I wasn't talking about Tim Jansen. Although Tim Jansen is one of my favorite people ever. I'm talking about the dude who, well, maybe you'll see where my arrow was, because I don't think I could see Tim Jansen in that shot from the gallery. The dude, again, he's like right, it's not Tim Jansen. No. Lewis, I want to say Baptiste. Let me see if I can look it up.
How involved were you with the divorce proceedings?
I wasn't really involved with the divorce proceedings on the day-to-day stuff. I would definitely hear stories, most of which would come from my mom when I'd be driving to work in the morning.
It's so funny. My instinct wanted to tell me it was Baptiste, but then I was like, why am I? That's something. So this is just a distinctive name. I'm like, why am I thinking that? But if that's not correct, then what the heck? No, it's Louis Baptiste. I just looked it up. Yep. He went to Florida State University and he's partners. It's so Stephen Webster, right, who testifies at all the trials. Webster and Baptiste is their law firm. They're partners in law. It's a really beautiful story, right? Considering like Louis Baptiste was one of Dan's students, and then Webster was Dan Markel's divorce attorney. And anyway, but Louis Baptiste, again, gives commentary and comes on STS a lot, oftentimes with Stephen Webster. And every time he comes on, I'm just really, really impressed. He's just a really great legal mind, and he's got a lot of wonderful things to say. It has a lot of heart as well. So yeah.
We're driving home.
I'll put his name in the
chat. Hear the latest update of what's going on. But I would say probably 20% came from Wendi and 80% came from my mom.
How did Wendi seem to you during the period when they were going through the divorce proceedings?
Extremely stressed, very stressed out.
How did your mom seem?
She was upset because my sister was stressed. And it was almost like a telephone game. Like my sister would vent to my mom, and my mom would be venting to me.
Yes. Now that is accurate. That is accurate. Well, we've done a lot of talking and analyzing of the family dynamic, the Donna emails, the jail phone calls, and this is exactly, I think this is accurate. I think this is the entire thing, right? Wendi would vent to Donna, Donna would vent to Charlie. And that's that right there. Therein lies the entire heart of what was going on here.
In general, was your perception that the litigation was very litigious?
Yeah, I did learn that. I mean, he was fighting over bicycles and all kinds of nonsense, and it seemed not to end.
Now, were there some big issues like relocation that were issues as well?
Yes.
Let's talk about relocation. Did there come a time that you learned that your sister filed a motion to try to relocate to South Florida?
I did.
And do you know why she wanted to relocate to South Florida?
Primarily, it was because she had no family in Tallahassee, and she had 2 young kids.
Okay.
My parents lived in South Florida. Yeah. I lived in Fort Lauderdale.
Absolutely.
And she wanted to be closer to family, and she had a better, more secure job for her career in South Florida.
How did you feel about the idea of your sister and the boys moving to South Florida?
I thought it would be great. I mean, I hadn't lived in the same town as her since 1995. So I thought it'd be great to have her in town.
How important was it to you?
I mean, it wasn't real important to the point where like I thought about it all the time, but I mean, if I thought about it, I'd be happy to have her back home.
How important was it to your mom?
Oh, to them, it was very important. They wanted her to come back.
Yes.
She had no family in Tallahassee.
At least
And what was your understanding of what Professor Markell thought about this relocation effort?
I knew he was against it, and he wanted her to stay in Tallahassee with him.
Did you learn at some point that the petition was denied?
Well, he wanted to, I don't think he cared about fucking Wendi. Sorry. Like, I don't mean having sex with Wendi. I don't think he wanted Wendi to stay there. I think he wanted the boys. Like, that was the whole thing, right? Because if Wendi, it was the custody. It was all about the custody, right? Because they had joint custody, and there was a big problem with their whole custody arrangement if Wendi were to move away. So it's not like he wanted to see Wendi. He wanted to see the kids.
Relocation.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And when it was denied, how did your mom feel about it?
My mom they were very disappointed. They were unhappy.
How about your sister?
She wasn't that disappointed, I guess, because she's a lawyer and she knows, what's the probability of something like this happening. And she said it was a long shot. She said she wasn't really expecting it, but it was worth it just to take a shot to see if it would happen.
Were you angry?
No, I mean, it didn't change anything in my life.
And that's really the other thing, right? Like this entire thing. And that's where you have to think about it, right? Like, whatever happened or didn't happen, right? In terms of like Dan Markell, literally wouldn't change anything in Charlie's life, except for the only thing that would change is the amount of venting you would have to hear from his mom, right? Like it didn't help him any, right? For this. In other words, he had nothing to gain from it either way. And that's, if anything, again, that is something that is worth highlighting if you're his defense attorney, right? Because, you could almost try to highlight it like this is completely senseless. Like, why would anyone throw their life away when it has nothing to do with them, right? Great question. Now, of course, I have my own thoughts to that, obviously, but the thing is it's like, well, like that is actually true. Like it really didn't involve him at all. And that's the thing that's so crazy, right?
Now, we've seen some emails.
Right. Yeah.
Regarding converting the boys to Christianity. We've seen.
It was just funny because the way that Charlie answered it, and I'm not saying that he did this on purpose. I'm just saying that he said he didn't want Wendi to leave or whatever. And I'm like, no, it's not Wendi. It's the kids.
Some pretty out there emails from your mom. Do you recall seeing those emails in this trial?
Oh, they're out there. All right.
And do you recall whether you saw those emails when they were written, back when they were written?
Yeah, I would get forwarded to me all kinds of stuff, for sure.
Did you come up with any of those ideas?
No.
Now, On some of those emails, we'll see that you respond, "I like it." Why did you respond that way?
Well, my sister tried being really nice to Danny. It got her nowhere, and he was being really litigious, and he was looking to give her a hard time. And I thought that it was a way that she would go ahead and give him a hard time back and kind of push his buttons the way he was trying to push her buttons. So basically, if he's being a jerk to you, just be a jerk back and see if maybe he'll stop. So I didn't think any of those
Worst
things.
advice of all time. What the fuck is anybody thinking with that? Like, really? What even are you? You can't be human to think that's a good idea, in my opinion. It's insane.
Actually ever going to follow through with, but I thought that it would really push his buttons. So I thought, why not give it a shot?
Now, I want to talk about the $1 million offer. Did you ever become aware of efforts by your family, including yourself,
Yes.
to offer Professor Markel money to allow your sister to relocate?
I did, yes.
And do you recall who came up with that idea?
It was my parents.
What were the terms of the offer? How much was it for?
The offer was for $1 million to have him move down south to South Florida with my sister and the boys, and that would afford him enough money that he could easily commute to his job in Tallahassee for the days that he worked, just the way senators in South Florida commute to Tallahassee all the time. And that was the idea behind it.
Now, how were you involved in this idea?
Not super involved, but I definitely said to my parents, I said, I will help, and I will pay a third of that $1 million. And when Wendi one day starts making real money, and she's able to, I want to be paid back.
At this point in time, were you making more money than your parents?
I was, yes.
Did you or your family ever speak with an attorney about the legality of this offer?
I didn't, but I know they wanted to run it by an attorney. I think they used Gary Cohn to run it by.
Do you know if the offer was ever made?
As I sit here today, I know that the offer was never made. But back when the offer I thought was made, I thought it was made and I thought it was turned down.
Did you, Charlie, you like to talk a lot, right?
Yeah, I didn't realize how much I talk until I listened to all those tapes, and evidently I do. I mean, I knew I liked to talk, but didn't realize how much.
When you got involved in this $1 million offer, would you talk about it with others?
Yes.
How would it come up?
It would come up when people would say, doesn't your sister want to move back home? How's she doing? And I said, yeah, no, she definitely wants to move back home. We tried everything we could. Like, we even offered $1 million to Dan to see if he would move down with her. And it didn't work. Like, he turned it down.
Now, did you ever talk with Catherine Magbanoa? And we'll talk a lot about her in a little bit. But did you ever talk with Catherine Magbanoa about that $1 million offer?
Yes, I did.
And what do you remember telling her?
The same thing I told everybody else. It came up when she was asking me about, doesn't your sister want to move back home? And I said, yeah. I said, tried everything we could. We even offered Danny $1 million to move back to South Florida, and it didn't work. It's the same thing I said to her as what I said to a bunch of people.
How did she respond?
She was like, wow, that's a lot of money. She's like, you got to take out a loan for that? And I said, no, I got cash. I can pay for it.
Now let's talk about gifts to your sister during her divorce. In general, did you provide any financial assistance to Wendi during the divorce?
No, she never asked, and I never gave her any money.
Did you pay for her lawyers?
Never.
Now, did you give her any gifts? And let's just start with the broad question, and then we'll break it down. Did you give her any gifts?
Yes, I've given her gifts during the divorce.
Okay. Do you recall giving her a TV?
Yes.
How did that come about?
Oh boy.
Well, when she was moving out of the marital home, and she was starting, from scratch in a new house, she didn't take up any. It only took her belongings. I said to my mom, I said, what does Wendi need? Like, what does she need for the new place? And she said, actually, she's leaving the TV set. She needs a TV set for the house. So I said, all right, fine. I said, go to the store up there, go to Best Buy and pick out a really nice TV set, and I'll pay for it. I said, buy it and I'll give you the money.
Now, do you recall making a joke That
Side
bi-
note, it was not a really nice TV, and that's why it would have been cheaper to replace the TV versus fix the screen.
Buying her a TV was cheaper than hiring a hitman, something to that effect.
Yeah, it was. Want me to say what?
Yeah, tell me what the joke was.
What happened was, like, when I gave her the TV set as a divorce present, the stupidest thing I ever said in my life. And I said, I was going to get you a hitman, but the TV set was a lot cheaper, so I went with the TV set instead. And I said it as a complete joke, and it was stupid.
Think about the joke.
I do that a lot.
Did you
The
make
thing about that joke is that it doesn't even make any sense because she was already divorced. Why would you need a hitman? Anyway, it doesn't even make sense.
that joke to others?
Yes.
Did you make that joke many times throughout 2013 and 2014?
I made that joke when she was having problems and she was fighting and she was upset. I recycled the joke, and it was stupid.
Did you ever say that joke to Catherine Magbanua?
Yes, I did.
Just to be clear, did you ever look into hiring a hitman?
No, never.
Remember, the
Were
jury.
you aware that the divorce proceedings settled in July of 2013?
Remember, at this point in the trial, the jury has already heard from both Katie Magbanua and Jeff Lacasse. And Jeff Lacasse, and they've also heard from Wendi already, right? And Jeff Lacasse told the story about how Wendi mentioned to him that Charlie had looked into hiring a hitman. Of course, Wendi denies that.
Yeah, I believe it ended in summer of 13.
Now, how did your sister react to the settlement?
I think she found it as like a sense of relief. It seemed like she had closure. She knew what she was going to be doing and where she was going to be living, and I think she was just looking. I think she was happy, happy in the sense that she was able to put it behind her.
What was the custody arrangement? Do you know what the custody arrangement was?
I know it was 50-50.
After the settlement, how were things with Professor Markel and your sister?
I think they were calm for a little bit, and then it got litigious. There'd be little brief periods of calm, and then I think he was kept trying to bring her back into court, and it started becoming litigious again.
What was your understanding of this mostly based on?
Things that I hear from my mom, probably 20% from my sister, 80% from my mom.
Was your mom upset?
She would get upset when my sister would tell her about Danny pushing her buttons and filing all these things in court and giving her a hard time.
What about you?
You have
During
read
the
the
period
email.
of all this litigation, what were your feelings about Professor Markel?
I thought he was being a jerk. I mean, hearing stories that he's showing up at her work and bad-mouthing her to other colleagues and saying horrible things about her, I thought he was just being a jerk to her.
All of which were true, I'm sure.
Now, would you think about this all day long, in the morning and at night? I mean, how important was this to your life?
It wasn't. I mean, I would only think about it when I'd be listening to a story, and I'd be driving in the car talking to my mom. She would relay. The
Yeah, I
latest that my
believe
sister
that's
told
her,
her
right?
that
Again, it
she'd
doesn't
be
really
telling
matter
me,
to him.
and that's when I would think about it. But I mean, I never for a second was at work thinking about it or doing
Right.
activities that I enjoyed thinking about it. When I wake up in the morning, I never thought about it.
But Wendi did.
Were you
and so did
panicked at all about it? Were you concerned that your sister was going to be disbarred? Anything like that? Was that a big issue for you?
No, I mean that was a nonsense threat.
When you would learn about things, though, would you talk about what was going on to others?
Yeah, I did talk a lot.
Why would you, considering your sister's divorce wasn't, and her
Mrs.
issues with
Pisces,
Professor Markel
welcome.
weren't
I
a
believe
huge
you're
part of your
new
life,
here. Welcome,
as you
welcome.
testified, why would you be talking about it to others?
When I talked a lot,
How would it come up?
and it would come up when I'd be sitting at the dinner table and I'd hear this crazy story that my mom told me from earlier that day, and I guess it's more interesting than talking about teeth. So I would sit there and I'd share things with my girlfriend or friends, and I'd relay stories.
I spelled Pisces wrong.
By the way, during this time period, and now I'm talking about late 13, second half of 13 and 14, were you still speaking with your sister about the same amount or more?
I would say it's probably about the same, but every 10 days or so we talk.
Did you travel to Tallahassee to check on her after she filed for divorce? How many times did you come to Tallahassee during this time period?
Never. I think the last time I came to Tallahassee was 2011 or 2010.
Now, what was your understanding of how Wendi felt about the idea of staying in Tallahassee as time went on?
I think she understood that's what her life was going to be. I mean, she loved her job up here. She was getting excited about things. She was dating people. She was embarking on her new life in Tallahassee.
What was her, did there come a time when she won an award, and what do you remember about that?
I remember, I was real proud of her. She wrote a book, and the book was selected by Florida State.
There
to
it
be
is.
mandatory reading for all incoming freshmen. And she was chosen to be the speaker to the incoming class. And that was to take place in August. And I know she was super excited about it. We're all planning to come up there and be there for her.
Okay, I want to shift gears and talk a little bit about Catherine Magbanua. May I have one moment, Your Honor?
Take your time.
So MCAT, I think you might be a little bit behind in the stream. Are you referring to Meg P from like earlier? If you're behind in the stream, you're probably not hearing this. So let me put this in the chat.
Okay, let's talk a little bit about Catherine Magbanua. How did you first meet Catherine Magbanua?
I met Katie in the summer of 2013. She started working the front desk of a dental office that I worked at.
And what was that dental office? Where was it?
The name of the office was Sophie Dental, and it was in South Beach.
What did she do for the dental office?
She was the front desk and office manager for the office.
How often would you work in that office?
I was there, say, every 3 weeks. I was there for half a day every 3 weeks.
Was that office a big generator of income for you?
It was one of my better offices, yeah.
Now, you said you met her in July 2013. When did you first go out with her?
We first went out, it would have been first week of October, around October 10th.
And who initially pursued who?
I pursued her.
Why did you ask her out?
Katie was really cute. She was friendly. She went to she actually graduated from UCF, also different time, but she graduated from there. She was a really smart girl. I mean, she was extremely smart and witty, and that's why I pursued her.
Once you went out with her, did you learn that she had 2 kids?
I did.
Now, initially, did you learn anything about her ex-husband?
No, the only thing I knew is that she'd been with somebody for about 10 years, and that she was now single.
After you dated her a couple times, what did you like about her?
Well, and aside from the initial things,
Hi,
that attracted
Cece.
me to
Welcome
her,
back.
was she had a very busy life also, and my life was so busy it was hard for me to be in a relationship where someone wanted to go have dinner at 5 o'clock and hang out with me a couple days a week. So she was working full time, had 2 kids, so she was fine seeing me once or twice a week, and we both had very little time.
Now, you said that your first date was sometime in early October 2013.
Yeah, it wasn't even a real date. We just went and had dinner. There's a restaurant in the building, and we finished late. I said, "You want to grab dinner?" We ate at the building.
Did you ask her just 2 weeks later if she could find someone to kill Professor Markel?
No, not at all.
Did you have a Halloween party with her or go trick-or-treating with her, and after the party say, hey, do you know anyone who can take care of my ex-brother-in-law for me?
No, absolutely not.
Now, back to the relationship. Over time, did it become more serious?
Over time, in the beginning, it's always like you're just trying to see who each other is. And then as time went on, she wanted to get more serious. I'd say probably by the springtime, by probably around March, she started asking me.
Now, did you consider her to be your girlfriend, though?
She was my girlfriend, yeah.
Did you consider yourself to be exclusive?
After the first 3 months ago, yeah, for sure.
Did you ever see a possibility of marriage with her?
No, I didn't.
During the time that you dated her, how often, and let's be clear, we're talking about now the beginning of 2014.
Right.
So let's keep it far away from July. During the time that you dated her, how often would you communicate with her?
We talked every day.
When would you talk to her?
I'd call her when I was in the car driving to work. We text throughout the day, and then I'd always talk to her at nighttime.
Where was she living at the time?
She was living in North Miami.
And again, you were living in the same place in Fort Lauderdale?
Same house in Fort Lauderdale.
How often would you see her?
I would see her once a week. Sometimes every once in a while it would be twice, but I would say more often once than twice.
And when you saw her, what would you typically do?
We'd go to dinner, hang out, watch a movie, hang out at my house.
Did you have any relationship with her children?
No, I met her children on one occasion, maybe twice, but definitely no more than twice.
Did she go to family events with you?
She did meet my family a couple times, yeah.
She met your sister how many times, if you recall?
2 times.
And how many times do you think she might have met your parents?
I would say probably maybe around 8 times, 8 or 9 times.
Was she a patient of your dad's?
Yes, she was.
We're going to get into this in more detail later, but let's be clear right now. Did Catherine Magbanua ever work for your dad or for you at the Adelson Institute?
No, never.
Now, I think you alluded to this a little bit earlier, but as time went on in 2014, did she want to be more serious?
Yeah.
And what did you think about that?
I liked it the way it was. I mean, it was good in the beginning. My life, I wasn't looking to change it. I was still in that workaholic mode. But she started asking me, what are we? What are we doing?
At the time that you met her, and I want to talk a little bit about your knowledge of Sigfredo Garcia now. At the time that you met her, to your knowledge, she was single, right?
Yes.
And I think you testified that initially you didn't learn anything about her ex.
Nothing other than she was completely single. She was done with him.
I want to show you defense exhibit. It's not in evidence.
There's the Elmo.
I'm showing you what's marked for identification purposes as defense exhibit 34. Please take a look at it. Are these text messages between you and Catherine Magbanua on November 27th at 2:13?
Yes, they are.
Judge, I'd move in defense exhibit 34 at this time.
Response?
Hearsay, Your Honor.
Please
Come on.
approach.
So they're having a little sidebar. Sidebar. It's a sidebar. I'm gonna zoom through the sidebar.
Examination.
Okay. So it's overruled. Objection was overruled. For real. Yes.
These text messages, are they a true and correct reflection of your messages on November 27th,
Molesting his
2013?
tabs
Yes, they are.
was
Judge, I'd move in
beautiful.
exhibit 34 at this time.
Any further objection?
No, Your Honor.
You know,
They are admitted at this time.
that's a good question.
You may.
MCAT is asking if Charlie's baby mom is in the courtroom. That's a good question. I don't know. And honestly, I don't know. I don't even know what she looks like. I believe her name is Janelle, but I wouldn't even recognize her if I would say probably not there. I wouldn't want to be there if I were her, but I don't know. Good question. Free. Okay, where did I get Janelle from? Jesus. Free.
Now,
Thank you.
You see the timing is in military time, so it says November 27th at 13:42. We can agree that's 1:42.
Yes.
Katie says, my ex knows about you. I'm pretty sure I know how he knew because he even knows your name. You see that?
Yes, I do.
And you say, do I know him from my past? You see that?
Yes, I do.
What are you asking Katie here?
I have no idea who her ex is. And she's saying he knows me. So I'm saying, do I know him?
And that's in late November 2013, right?
Yes.
That's after 1 month almost after Halloween, correct?
Yes.
Now,
Mrs. Pisces, by the way, I love your YouTube.
as time went on, did you learn more about her ex?
In the springtime, I did.
In February, was there an incident with Katie and her ex that you recall?
Jet ski day.
I remember her coming over my house, and she was pretty upset. She had a mark on her neck. They got into an altercation, and he ripped a necklace that he'd given her off her neck, and she was crying and she was all upset.
How did you react?
She could tell I was upset. I mean, someone just roughed her up, and she could tell I was upset. And she said, "Don't do anything." She goes, "He will kill you. He will kick your ass. You don't stand a chance."
I don't
Now,
remember Katie testifying.
why did you continue to date her
at
after
any
this?
of the things?
I didn't take that as a threat to me. I just took it as she's got a crazy
For
ex-boyfriend
sure.
that wants her back, and she's got 2 kids with him, and it wasn't a threat. I didn't feel like he was threatening me. She just was like, it's
Absolutely
a
uncapped.
part of her life that I wasn't going to hold against her.
I want to show you a couple other texts related to your relationship with Miss Magbanua in January, February, and March of 14. And these will be defendants exhibits 35, 36, and 37. The February text, 37.
Jesus.
That's 36. Are they accurate reflections of your text messages?
They are, yes.
I would move these exhibits into evidence now, Your Honor.
Any objection?
Hearsay, Your Honor. Story evidence.
Hearsay.
You can show me a copy of the exhibits.
Yes, Your Honor.
Hearsay.
May I approach?
Okay, they're approaching again for another sidebar.
Attorneys can briefly approach.
So let's talk about Defense Exhibit 35.
Sure.
Text from January 19, 2014.
So this is January 2014. So
And
the
this
homicide was
exchange-
July 2014.
what is Miss Magbanua asking you about?
She asked me if I wanted things to be different, and she was saying how much she missed me.
And did you want things to be different at this point in time?
No, I wanted things to stay the way they were from when we just started dating.
Now, if you turn to Defense Exhibit 36, text messages from February 5th, 2014.
Mhm.
What is she asking you? What does she start by asking you about? And you don't have to read it. Just tell the jury generally what she's asking you about. What is she concerned about?
She's asking if I'm talking to a bunch of other girls.
And what do you tell her in response generally?
I say, no, I'm not.
And again, in this text message, she's asking you.
That, and also, by the way, MK, I just wanted to follow up with here. So as far as to like them not coming to the trial, if Donna does take the stand in her own trial, which it looks like she probably will, given what we saw at the bond hearing, then they can ask her about, like, this could come up on cross exam. They could ask her, like, you know, I guess ostensibly it could come up on direct, but it would definitely come up on cross as to, you know, them not coming to Charlie's trial. So just wanted to note that.
You, whether she's telling you that she wants more, right?
Yeah.
And how do you respond?
I ask her, are you thinking about getting back with your ex?
And then what do you say after that?
Mhm.
Oh, yeah. I say, you're the coolest and most fun girl, that I'm always happy when I'm around. And then I said, I know it's not easy, and I think we're doing a good job at not rushing things. So
And what were you trying to tell Miss Magbanua in this text message?
I was trying to say, I like you and I have a good time hanging out with you, but I don't want to rush things.
Now, moving to text messages in March of
It
2014.
even came up in the bond hearing. They brought that up too.
Miss Magbanua texts you, you mentioned me to your mom, and you say yes, and she says, I love you. Oh, baby. Why was this a big deal to her?
I guess when I had spoken to her, I brought up that I'd mentioned her to my mom, and she thought I was making things more serious. So I think she got excited over that.
Okay, you can put those aside.
Judge, I'm going to object regarding Defense Exhibit 37 and ask for best evidence that it be published to the jury.
I'll sustain on best evidence grounds. Please publish Defense 37. Members of the jury get to reach your own conclusions as to the context of the statements.
Okay, let's publish it to the jury and see if it says what I said. March 24th at 12:17. Do you see she texts you and says, you mentioned me to your mom?
Yes.
Do you see that you respond, yes?
Yes, I do.
Do you see that she responds, that made me so happy?
Yeah, she took it the wrong way.
Any other clarification, Your Honor?
I mean, what a weird thing to say, though, right? Because why else would you mention her? Are you saying, is Charlie saying, yeah, I mentioned you to my mom because we were talking about this plan to kill Dan Markel? Like, weird.
Is it fair to say that she was excited that you had mentioned her to your mom?
Yeah, she was happy. She got overly excited. I wasn't expecting that.
It literally, the text message says that. It speaks for itself.
Now, in the early summer of 2014, what were you telling your friends about your relationship with Catherine Magbanua?
Objection, relevance.
Sustain. Please lay a foundation if you can.
Was your relationship coming to an end in the summer of 2014?
Yes, she wanted more, and I didn't want anything more.
And were you communicating that to friends?
Yes, I was.
I want to talk to you about a dinner on March 11th, 2014, a Yardbird dinner. One moment, Your Honor.
Take your time.
Do you recall going to that dinner?
Yes, I do.
Do you remember who was the dinner with?
I met Katie down in Miami on Lincoln Road, and my sister was in town, and I was already working down there. I remember I was in my scrubs, and my sister came and she brought the guy that she just started dating, who was Jeff Lacoste.
Do you recall where you sat?
Yeah, we sat outside the restaurant. There was a few tables set up on the sidewalk, and it was the four of us sitting there.
Did you know that you were being watched?
No, not at all.
Did you know that Sigfredo Garcia was thinking about killing you that night?
No, not at all.
Now, this is March 11th, 2014, right?
Yes.
During the dinner, do you recall discussions about ex-husbands between your sister and Catherine Magbanua?
Yes, I do.
Do you recall who initiated those discussions?
No, I don't.
Do you recall making a bad joke again at that dinner?
Yes.
And that's the same joke that we've already discussed.
Yeah, I did.
Now, after the dinner, who came back to your house?
My sister and Jeff Lacoste came back to my house.
What about Catherine Magbanua?
No, she went home to be with her kids.
And was it a normal night when your sister and Jeff Lacoste came back?
Yeah, but it's the first time I've ever had, I think, my sister and her boyfriend sleep over at my house. So but it was
Hot
normal.
tub night, right?
Did you ever have any conversations other than some text messages that Jeff Lacoste sent you with him after that night?
No, I never spoke to him again.
Did you know anything about a first attempted murder of Professor Markel in early June?
No.
Now, there's been a lot of talk about birthdays and your dad's birthday and a birthday present. And you may remember some text messages that the state showed during their case regarding wanting to talk to your. Give me 1 second. Messages where you're texting with your mom and she tells you that she can't talk right now, that she'll call you when she's alone. She's driving back and she's at a stop in Gainesville, and to erase the text message.
Yeah.
Do you recall what that is all about?
It was about my dad's birthday.
Who was your mom with at that stop at Gainesville?
She was with my dad, so she didn't want to talk in front of him
And why didn't she want to talk in front of him?
because it was a surprise. Originally, we were thinking about doing a cruise.
What was a surprise? That you were going to kill Professor Markel, or that you were going to have a surprise birthday party for your dad?
No, it was going to be his 70th birthday party.
And do you recall in that text message talking about a caterer?
Yes.
Now, you had discussed this caterer as far back as April and May with your mom, correct?
Yes.
And those are reflected in text messages as well, correct?
Yes, they are.
On June 5th, do you recall your mom texting you and asking you, don't forget to get information on the caterer?
Yes.
Now, what did you get your dad for his birthday gift?
I paid for the catering for the party.
And what type of catering was it?
It was a chef came to the party and they cooked paella and seafood, and then we had a bunch of desserts also and salads.
I'm showing you what's marked for identification purposes only as Defendant's Exhibit 43.
Paella, desserts, and salads.
2nd, 2014, and June 7th, 2014. May I approach, Your Honor?
Okay.
Can you look through this and see if this is an accurate reflection of all your text messages during that period? Judge, I would move in Defense Exhibit 43 at this point in time.
Dude, I'm just
You might
saying,
need to review the exhibit. State, do you have any?
if somebody was like, are these all of the text messages that you sent and they gave me like a week time frame from like years ago, how the fuck is anyone supposed to be like, yep, this is every single one of my text messages? Like, that's insane.
Objections?
Yes, Your Honor. Hearsay and relevance.
Okay.
Please bring me a copy of the exhibit.
Now, if these text messages are not being offered for the truth of the matter asserted, then they're not by definition hearsay. He's going to take a look.
Momentarily.
Okay, okay. So let's see what happens. Do they put anything on the record here? Oh, they take a break. Okay, let's jump ahead. I love it when they put things on the record during these trials, but not this. They don't tend to do that in this trial.
I'm prepared to rule on the composite exhibit.
Oh.
As a
Never mind.
composite, I am
This is on
going
the
to
record.
sustain the objections on the grounds of both hearsay and relevance,
Ah,
and also on 403 grounds,
oh,
as it may create confusion of the issues themselves. If there are isolated portions that you wish to offer on grounds of relevance, that are relevant, I should say, and also you have a hearsay exception 4, I can reconsider that. Are there any statements that you wish to pull out of the composite and offer separately?
I'll stand on the record, Your Honor. I believe they all go to his state of mind, as I suggested to you, showing what he was
Interesting.
thinking on these relevant time periods. And without seeing them in the collection, you don't see a state of mind. So I'll stay on the record, but you're taking away a defense of his, which is his state of mind, and the jury should be able to see that. I'll ask questions about it. But
You certainly can examine as to generally what was going on during the time period. Again, part of this as well goes to the subject matter, which we discussed at sidebar. I don't want the jury to take away from what could even possibly be relevant in the composite to then also make that a prejudicial aspect of the deliberation in any way. You understand what I'm saying?
I do. We're happy to redact those sections, but if that would change your ruling. But
Well,
he just
even with
said
the
you could bring in
redactions, I think
certain-
we still have to get back into specifically the 403 aspect of it and also the hearsay. But the court's ruling is what it is concerning that matter. You may examine, though, concerning the subject generally of the messages.
Judge, just for the record, I planned on doing the same thing.
He's like, where'd that thing go?
Oh, I have it. Oh, maybe not. No. What date was it? July 14th. Judge, I planned on doing the same thing for July 14 through 19. I won't do it, considering I assume it's the same ruling, but my
Why would you
my
make that
same,
assumption?
arguments apply to that.
Very well, Ms. Kabelman, do you have similar objections for the entire composite
Right.
block of text messages?
Yes, sir.
All right, again, if there are portions that you wish to extract from the composite that you believe that are both relevant and are not hearsay, I will
What this is,
certainly
what this
consider
is
those,
about
but
is
as a
he's got this composite because it's all of the text messages or whatever for those different time frames, right? And so, in other words, while the judge is giving Mr. Rashbaum an opportunity to admit just certain text messages out of that composite, the composite being the whole group, right? Dan Rashbaum is like, no, we want the entire thing in for context. So that's what they're talking about.
composite exhibit, I am going to find that they would otherwise be not relevant or hearsay or create 403 issues with confusion of the issues at trial.
Judge, I understand your ruling. May I
Go
make
ahead.
just one additional argument for the record?
Go ahead.
For the record. In
outside
the
of our
state's
security.
case in chief, they were allowed to put in phone calls showing arrows that they have no idea anything said on those calls. They're essentially the same thing as putting in text messages like this, except you actually see the content, right?
The chain of the traffic versus what is actually said.
They put in every call. Okay, they put in every call between these participants on those particular days, which, by the way, correspond mostly to the days that I'm offering these text messages for. They put them in for their own purposes. I think I should be allowed, under a 403 analysis, what's good for the goose is good for the gander, to put in the text messages to show the pattern or a lack of pattern of anything. And that's what these text messages show.
I'll clarify something really quick. A 403 analysis is not what's good for the goose is good for the gander.
But I could just ask the question, but I
relevance
would like the
ability.
record to reflect that under a 403 analysis, it was allowed for them. It's not being allowed for us.
That is not how that
I
works.
wouldn't exactly say it boils down to being that simple, but your
Right.
objection is noted specifically as to what the state was permitted to demonstrate in their case in chief goes to either demonstrating motive or direct evidence of what they believe show the elements of the charges. As to these composite exhibits, and again, I don't want to get very deep into what the subject matter is. There are messages that either go to embarrassing of the other witnesses or litigants in this matter, matters that are wholly irrelevant, or matters that do not demonstrate in any way the theory of defense as the court understands it. If there are portions, again, that are specifically relevant to negating either the motive or any of the elements of the charges and are not hearsay, as argued by the defense, I will consider those separately, but as a composite on the whole, the 403 issues, the relevance, and hearsay issues, I believe, compel me to deny their admission.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Let's bring back in the jurors and we'll continue.
So I really want to hear, or I really wish we could know what was in the text messages, just for the T aspect of it, given what the judge just said. Embarrassing. Now I want to know.
The state's objection to the exhibit is sustained. You may continue with your examination.
Thank you, Your Honor. You had an opportunity to review your text messages from June 2nd to June 7th, 2014.
Yes, I have.
Anything in those text messages out of the ordinary?
No.
They're text messages about what types of subjects?
Work, personal life, just
Anything about a first attempted murder in Tallahassee?
No, not at all.
Anything about any sort of violence?
No, not at all.
Anything about any sort of panic?
No, not at all.
I want to talk briefly about July 1, 2014. And just kind of to give you a roadmap. In March, you had dinner with your sister, correct?
Yes, at Yardbird.
And we've learned that at that dinner, Sigfredo Garcia thought about killing you.
Yeah, he was stalking me with Luis Rivera.
And we've learned through this trial that a first attempted murder on Professor Markel's life happened, give or take, 6 weeks later.
Yes.
Now let's talk about July 1, which is about 3 or 4 weeks after that. By the way, up until July 1, had you ever talked to, texted with, met Sigfredo Garcia?
No, not at all.
What happened on July 1?
July 1, I was going to take Katie jet skiing, and I had the jet ski attached to the car, and I drove to her place in Miami, and I went to pick her up, and
So now we're at
I remember it so well. I got flowers right before I picked her up. I bought flowers from the guy selling them in the middle of the street.
Flowers and jet.
And I picked Katie up, and we started driving out of her complex, and we got about 100, 200 feet, and this blue car comes flying out of nowhere, flies in front of us, and slams on the brakes. And I've got a car, and I'm towing a 1,200-pound jet ski behind it. And she starts screaming, "That's T, that's T, that's T." And I'm like, I almost rear-ended this car. And this guy gets out of the car, and he comes over,
Good night,
he's screaming
thanks for being here.
every kind of 4-letter word at me, threatening me. His face was real red. My windows were up. And the guy was going crazy. And, I'm kind of a little bit boxed in because the front of my car was almost against the rear of his car. So I couldn't drive past it. And I had a big jet ski and a trailer behind my car. So I ended up putting the car in reverse, doing like a little bit of a 3-point turn, a little bit, swinging the car around. He then got in his car, chased alongside of us. And you can't, if you're towing a jet ski with a car, you can't go real fast. You don't have much acceleration. He was right alongside of us, rolled his window down, was screaming all this stuff at us. And when we got to the light, it was just turning yellow, and I gunned it. I remember making a left-hand turn. And I said to Katie, I go, "That guy's fucking nuts." And she goes, "Nuts?" She goes, "He's really calmed down." I go, "What do you mean he's calmed down?" And she goes, "The old T I know would have broken your window and dragged you out into the street and beaten your ass."
Now, that evening, by the way, let's talk about, you say T. Did you know Sigfredo Garcia under another nickname as well?
Yeah, well, she referred to him as T or Tuto, okay, or Sigfredo.
Now,
Alfredo.
That evening, did your father call you?
Yeah.
And what did your father say to you when he called you, Harvey? What did Harvey say to you when he called you?
he was worried about me
Why?
because he got a threatening message on his voicemail. And the guy was saying, something effective. Next time I see you, it's going to be mano a mano. Don't fuck with me. You don't know who I am, something like that. And then hung the phone up.
Okay. Again, this was July 1, correct?
Yeah.
And this is now 17 days before Professor Markel was murdered, correct?
It was.
So we have Sigfredo Garcia thinking about killing you in March before the first attempt, right?
Yeah.
And now we have him threatening you and trying to run you off the road just 17 days before the actual murder occurred, right?
Yes.
You're aware that the state's theory is that you are co-conspirators with Sigfredo Garcia?
That's their theory.
And let's go to July 5th. Your dad's birthday party. By the way, what was served at the birthday party?
We had the paella and the chef there cooking it.
Okay. And how many people approximately attended the party?
It was in their apartment. They probably had, let's say, roughly about 30.
Okay. Did you invite Catherine McBanawa to the party?
No, I didn't.
The party was in your apartment, which was where?
It was in South Beach. It was in South Bay at the Continuum.
Now, what time did the party end?
It went from probably 7-ish to probably about 11:30, 12 o'clock.
How far is the Continuum in South Beach from your house in Fort Lauderdale?
It's every bit of 45 minutes, depending on traffic.
Every bit of 45 minutes. That's a funny answer.
That evening, where did you sleep?
I slept over at Katie's house
Why did you sleep over at Katie's house?
because my brother was in town for my dad's 70th birthday party with his wife and their kids.
Interesting. Robert was there. Huh. Well, we will hear from him at Donna's trial. So,
And then my sister was in town, and the whole family was doing stuff the next day, and it was going to be at my parents' house, at their apartment. So I didn't want to drive all the way back to Fort Lauderdale and then all the way back to Miami.
Does Katie live closer to South Beach than your home in Fort Lauderdale?
Yeah, she's probably 50.
that's interesting to me because I was under the impression that he disowned the family earlier than this. I'm surprised to hear that. If that's true, we'll find out again. We'll hear from him.
15 minutes away.
Donna's trial.
15 minutes.
And did you go back to your parents' apartment the next day on July 6th?
Yeah, I slept at Katie's place. It was one of only 2 times I probably ever slept there. And then I went back to my parents' place for lunch the next day.
Did Katie come with you?
No, she did not.
Now, I want to draw your attention to June 16th and a late night work with your assistant, Erica.
Yeah.
Do you recall that?
I do.
I know you're not going to know specific times, but how late did you work with Erica that evening?
We worked till about 10 o'clock at night.
And what did you do after work?
We'd worked through dinner, so we were both hungry. So me and Erica went to go eat dinner.
And what time did you get home, approximately?
I got home about 11:45.
When you got home, did you speak with Catherine McBanawa?
I did. We texted or I called her.
And during that conversation on the 16th, but it's really the morning of the 17th, I think, because midnight.
Yeah, it was after midnight.
Midnight.
What happened on that call?
Katie was questioning where I was and who I was with, and saying it was suspicious because I think I ended up calling her probably about 12:30 that night because I came home, changed, took a shower, and then when I finally called her, it was like 12:30. So she thought I was cheating on her.
And was it a heated discussion?
Yeah, I mean, I worked hard all day. I didn't do anything wrong. I went out to dinner with Erica, and she was just questioning on who I was with and what I was doing, and she was unhappy with me.
Towards the end of the discussion, what did you agree to do with Katie the next day?
I told her I actually my morning off is canceled. I don't start work until 1:45 tomorrow. I said, if you want, come up here and we'll grab lunch.
And did you have lunch with Miss McBanawa the next day?
Yes, I did.
What happened when you had lunch with Catherine McBanawa on the 17th?
She started all over again with questioning me about the night before, and then she wanted to make plans with me to do dinner on Friday night. And she got very upset at me, And she was just like weirdly adamant, like, this Friday night, I want to do dinner with you. Like, why are you saying you don't know? Like, you don't know, you're fine to go do dinner with Erica and not call me till 12:30. And just didn't stop. And we got into a fight at lunch.
So let's take that a little bit slower. So you meet with her on the 17th, and on the 17th, your testimony is that she was adamant that she wanted to have dinner with you on the 18th. Is that right?
Yeah.
And where did she want to have dinner with you?
She wanted to make dinner plans and go down to Miami.
Was that odd?
I mean, it was Friday night. She was my girlfriend. So from that perspective, it wasn't odd. What was odd is that she was so adamant. And when I pushed back on it, there was no push. She was like, started questioning me even more.
Now, where were you going to work on the 18th?
I was working in Jupiter.
Okay. So we're in Tallahassee. So let's just make sure everyone knows where Jupiter is compared to Miami, where Catherine McVanable is, where she wanted you to have dinner. How far is Jupiter from Miami?
I would say with no traffic, it's probably 2 hours and 15 minutes, maybe 2:30.
And so, and I might have said the wrong month. We're in July. It's July, not June. July 17th, correct?
Yeah, that's right.
Okay. So, why did you want to go all the way back down to Miami? And what did you tell Catherine McVanable?
Telling Katie I'm going to be in the car for at least an hour and a half driving up to Jupiter. My back kills me when I'm in the car for that long. I got to drive back another hour and a half home. I got 2 offices I'm working in. I got 10 hours of surgery I'm doing. I'm like, I don't even know what time I'm getting out. And she was just like, oh, so it's just going to be another late night and you don't want to see your girlfriend on a Friday night?
And how did the lunch end?
I told her that, I said, you're acting like a bitch. I didn't call her a bitch, but I said she was acting like a bitch.
And did you leave the restaurant?
Yeah, we had some words, and I put some money down on the table and both walked out. And I'm like, I got to get to work. I can't deal with this now.
Did you contact her, or did she try to contact you during
that
the
would have
day?
been really awkward for the server. Like if you're like waiting on them at their lunch or whatever, and then they're like having a fight at the restaurant.
On the 17th, July 17th.
She called me while I was at work around 6:30, but I was still working and I didn't pick up the call.
When did you speak to her again?
I was pretty pissed at her. So I didn't call her until after 12 that night. After I came home, I went to the gym, took a shower. I called her after 12.
And when you called her after 12 that evening, did you apologize?
We eventually smooth things over a little bit. Like I
you
felt
should
bad for saying that to her.
apologize.
She was still mad at me and still wanting to see me. So I did smooth things over, but not entirely.
Now, the next day, you have several text communications with Miss Judge. May we briefly approach?
Oh, okay. Approach.
Now we're on the 18th, July 18th.
Day of the homicide.
Did you speak with your sister
Right.
that morning?
I did.
What do you recall talking to your sister about?
I
Hello,
called her in the car
Bible.
on the way up to work. And I ended up talking to her. She's told me that she was having the TV set repaired. I thought she had told me that Lincoln had thrown something at it and broke the screen. So she was getting a TV fixed. And then I was also, the reason I called her was because I was in a fight with Katie and I wanted to get her opinion,
Text, as we know, they were like, nah, it's cheaper to just get a new TV.
something. So I spoke to her and told her what I said to Katie, and she gave me sisterly advice like she usually does.
And again, that morning, you're in the car for quite some time.
About an hour and a half.
Where were the two? You were working at 1 or 2 offices that day.
I was working in 2 offices, but they're across the street from each other in Jupiter.
Okay. And during the call up to Jupiter, did you make several phone calls?
Yeah, that's my morning routine, and I was in the car for an hour and a half, so I was on the phone a bunch.
Now, there's several times where there is a phone call made, and then immediately after there's another call, and they're short calls, and then immediately after there's another call. Do you know why that was the case?
Yeah, because there's a stretch of highway between West Palm and up in Jupiter where you'll get drop calls constantly. So you'll call somebody, and then you can't hear the person, or it doesn't go through, and they start talking, you hang up and call them again. So the calls drop constantly up there.
Okay. Do you recall having some text message communication with a friend named Mike and also Catherine McBanawa about dinner that night?
Yes, I do.
And without getting into too many specifics, what was the general issue?
Mike had wanted me to get dinner with him because his house is kind of close to Jupiter, and sometimes when I'm up that way, I'll see him. Katie was still upset about the other day and feeling like I give more time to other people and questioning why it's a Friday night and I don't want to spend it with her. I eventually just texted with Katie and I apologized for calling her a bitch and telling her I said she was acting like one. I didn't call her one, but evidently to some people there's no difference. I shouldn't have said it, so I ended up apologizing and
reiterating
making plans with her.
So you chose to make dinner plans with
Heather's
Katie
here.
that night, correct?
Yeah.
And where are the dinner?
Have you heard from Twiz recently? Because I haven't heard from him since this morning, and seems like other people haven't either. But glad that Heather's back. Also, I was earlier in the stream. I said, note to self: remember when Heather gets here to tell her I've got a new command. So I'm doing that now. So this command from a live stream, it was some Adelson live stream where we came up with this: a house is a house, a mouse, a mouse. I was doing something. I think I was doing timestamps. And anyway, Heather said something funny about George when I was doing timestamps in some live stream. And anyway, what popped into my head was another thing. So we have another new command here. And it is going to pop up in a second. The George is a George, of course, of course. So we have a house is a house, a mouse, and a George is a George, of course, of course. Yay! I knew. Love that.
Plans were going to actually happen. Did you get that far in making specific plans?
No, but I said I just want to do something casual in Fort Lauderdale. I don't want to get all dressed up and head to Miami.
Okay. Now, the second office you're working in for a little period of time, right? That evening. In other words, let me
Yeah.
Let me rephrase
You had a
that.
bunch of surgeries in that second office, right?
Yeah, they're usually packed.
And do you recall from a text message that around a little after 6, you were about to start a big procedure?
Yes, I do.
Now,
Why?
at some point in time, you hear from your mom. How do you hear from your mom?
I had a missed call from her, 1 or 2 missed calls, and then she texted me, "Call us ASAP."
And why did you miss the calls? What were you doing?
I was in surgery.
After she texted you, call her ASAP, what did you do?
I stopped what I was doing. I could see the text messages on the phone as they come in, so I knew it was important. I stopped what I was doing, and I called her right back.
When you called her back, what did she tell you?
She told me that Wendi had just called her and that Dan had been shot and that it was serious and that her and my dad are going to be going up to Tallahassee to be with her.
How did you react?
I was shocked. I said, "Is
Were you
he
though?
okay? Is he going to be okay? Are the boys okay? Or Wendy's okay? Like what happened?"
And what did your mom tell you?
She said she didn't know any details, that it was really serious, and that Wendy's with the police right now and they're questioning her.
Now, after you got off the phone with your mom, what did you do?
I went back to work.
And did you have some communications with people after that through text messages about how you were feeling?
I did.
And generally speaking, how were you feeling?
I wasn't feeling great. I was pretty upset about what I just heard.
Now, around what time, if you remember, did you leave the office?
Probably about between 8:20 and 8:30.
Okay. And again, it's a pretty far drive, correct? Even at that time of night.
Yeah, there's no traffic at that time, so I could speed a little bit. But
On your
All of that.
car ride home, did you make phone calls?
yes, I did.
And in particular, and we'll do it one at a time, did you speak with Catherine McBanawa?
Yes, I did.
And what did you tell Catherine McBanawa on your ride home?
I told her that my ex-brother-in-law had been shot, and it's serious. And I just told her I really didn't feel like going out tonight, and just hang out at the house if you still want to come over. She said, "No, I'm still coming to see you."
How did she seem?
Seemed normal. I mean, she seemed concerned, but nothing out of the ordinary.
Now, are you aware that after that phone call, Catherine McBanawa had to frantically go around and try to get a babysitter for her kids?
No, not at all.
Now, Did you speak with your mom on the way home to your house?
Yeah, I called my parents also from the car.
And what did you find out from your parents?
That they were getting ready to leave, and that they were heading up to they were going to head up to Tallahassee, and that they were going to probably stop up in Orlando because it's late, and they wouldn't get up there till. So they're going to spend the night in Orlando and then go up to Tallahassee.
Now, you've seen text messages in this case where there's some indication your mom says outside your house, and 20 minutes later, after that text message, you say 10 minutes. Do you recall those text messages?
Yes, I do.
Okay. Did you see your parents that evening?
No, not at all.
Okay. When your mom says outside your house, does that mean to you that she was actually at your house?
No, it meant that she was passing by my house outside it on the vicinity, seeing if I was home.
On the phone call that you had with your mom on the way home, did you discuss anything about your parents stopping at your house?
Yeah, I said, text me when you're close. If I'm home, stop by and see me, because my house is a football field length away from the exit of the turnpike.
And when they were close, were you anywhere near your house?
No, and I missed their text. I didn't get home for 40 minutes after that text came through.
When you got home, what did you do?
When I got home, I changed, took a shower. Changed, and I played phone tag with Katie to see where she was at. I think I talked to her after I got out of the shower, and she was going to be heading over to hang out with me.
Meg, did you send the document for Adelphi? I don't see it.
You have a text with your friend Mike that said you went to the gym. Do you have a gym? Did you go to the gym?
No.
Do you know if you worked out in your house that night?
I don't know. If I've got some workout equipment in the house, so I may very well have, but I didn't go to the gym that night.
Your friend Mike wanted to have dinner with you that night, right?
Yeah.
Now, when you get to the house, you said you called Katie after your shower. Why did you call her?
To see if she was still planning on coming over, and what time she was going to be there, because it was already like 10:15.
And did she come to your house that night?
Okay.
Yeah, she said she was going to be leaving shortly, and I think I even said either text me or call me when you're on your way.
Did she actually come to your house that evening?
Yes, she did.
Okay. Around what time did she arrive?
She got there about 11 o'clock.
What happened when she arrived?
When she arrived to my house, she came in through the garage, entered into the kitchen from the side door like she always does, and she just looked panicked and upset. I mean, she walked straight in and gives me this big, tight hug and asked me, like, "Are you okay?" And I said, "Yeah, just a horrible day." But she looked more upset than I've ever seen her. I'm like, "Are you okay?" She's like, "No, I'm not." I'm like, "What's wrong?" She's like, "Just come sit down. I need to talk to you."
Where did you go?
We walked into the living room.
And what happened when you got to the living room?
We sat down on the couch, and she started to talk to me. And she said, "Listen, this is all my fault, but I had no idea anything was going to happen, but this is totally my fault. I spoke in too much detail about your family's personal problems, about your sister, Dan Markell, and the $1 million offer."
What did you say?
I'm like, "What are you talking about?" And she's like, "My friend killed Dan. He wants to be paid $350,000.
How did you react?
I was like, "What did you just say?" And she's like, "My friend killed Dan. He wants you to pay $350,000.
What happened next?
I stood up and I started cursing it. I'm like, "What the fuck? Are you kidding?" And she's like, "No." I'm like, who did this? Who's your friend that did this?" And she's like, "I don't want to say. I can't say." And I said, who was it? She just kept saying, "I'm not going to tell you." And I was like, was it Sigfredo? And she's like, "No, I'm not telling you." And I just walked in my bedroom, sat down on the edge of my bed.
What happened when you got in the bedroom?
She came into the bedroom, followed after me. She sat down next to me. She started telling me, like, "I'm so sorry. This is all my fault, but I didn't know any of this was going to happen." And I'm like, "Katie, I'm not going to be part of this shit. Like, I'm not going to be part of paying for a murder. This is insane." And she's like, "Look, if you don't pay in 48 hours, they will kill you." And I said, "Katie, I feel like I'm getting extorted now."
How did she respond to that?
She got really mad at me. She got angry. And she's like, "Look, I'm not extorting you." She's like, "I got dragged into this the same way you got dragged into this." She's like, "It's my fault for running my mouth the way I did, but I'm not extorting you. Like, I'm trying to help you."
Oh,
So she's like, she goes, what are you going to do? You're going to go to the police? She goes, you go to the police, they'll kill you.
Did she tell you that they would just kill you, or they would also kill other people?
She said, he'd come after you, he'd come after the
And
family.
the
Like,
thing is, like, he's doing a really good. I mean, this is a crazy theory. He's doing a really good job of delivering it, if you will. And again, honestly, I think he, of all the defendants who take the stand, I think he does maybe the best job of anybody. I don't know how he's able to even do this. It's just that the story is not plausible, but he's doing a great job of telling it.
Charlie, you don't have a choice. Just pay the money. You said you had the cash. You said you were going to pay a third. Like, just do it. Like, I'm trying to help you out.
What did you do then?
I said, Katie, I don't have $350,000 in cash. And she's like, you said you did. And I was like, no, I cash is, and I can write a check for $350,000.
Like,
I don't need to take out a loan.
He's telling it really, really fucking well, right? I mean, honestly, it's crazy because his blink rate has actually decreased. It's funny because, like, when he first got on the stand and it's doing all the basics, right? Where'd you go to school and all that stuff? He seems way less nervous now than he did then, which is what's crazy, right?
Loan. And she's like, well, you have a ton of money in your safe. And I said, Katie, I don't have that much in my safe. I do have a lot. And I said, come take a look.
And now that's a problem, right? Because we just heard about how he collects money and he's been collecting money his whole life. Shouldn't he have like billions of dollars?
Walked over to my safe. I opened it up. And I'm like, here, take a look. I took it out in piles and put it on the dresser next to us. And I said, go ahead and count. That's not $350,000.
And did she count it?
Yes, she did.
How much money did she count?
138,000.
So it wasn't 100,000. It was 138,000.
Correct.
What did she do with $138,000?
She put it in she had a big purse. She put it in her purse. And she asked me, she goes, how can you get the rest? And I'm like, hey, it's all cash I've saved up from forever. And she said, can you go to your parents and get it? And I was like, if I go to my parents, my dad will go to the cops in a second. Like, there's no way I'm going to be able to stop my dad from going to the police. Like, I could never say anything to him.
What happened next?
She asked me, she said, well, can you pay like $3,000 a month? And,
classic.
And I said, yeah, I can do that.
Now, at this point in time, did you have any idea that she was part of the extortion?
No. She kept saying it was all her fault, and that she didn't know any of this was going to happen.
You know,
And she was
it's
upset.
really a triple extortion because when you add in Donna's whole thing about being extorted in jail for the prison food, I mean, that's like, of course, right? Donna comes in, I mean, and that's what she's saying. It's like they're extorting her for the commissary shit. So it's really like a triple extortion.
What did she do next?
She took her purse, her keys, and her phone, and she's like, "I'm going to go call my friend and see if this works for him, and I'm going to try to help you out." And she walked out of the house, and my bedroom was right next to the front door. She walked out of my bedroom outside of the front door, and closed the door behind her.
When she went out of the house, what did you do?
I just paced around my house, and I remember sitting in the living room. I got a wood coffee table, and I was just sitting on the coffee table, just in shock, thinking, "What the fuck just happened?"
On the coffee table? What?
What happened when she came back in the house?
She came in the house, and she was being the good guy and telling me that she's going to look out after me, and she's so sorry this happened. It's the same thing she was saying beforehand, and that she was going to make sure that nobody pays me a visit. And she's like, "I spoke to him. You can pay $3,000 a month, or you can pay the rest off." She goes, "But the $3,000 a month you're paying doesn't go towards the balance."
What did you do after she told you that?
I just said fine, and I walked downstairs into the kitchen, and I was shaking, and I took a bar of Xanax.
Where did you go?
And I walked outside from the kitchen through the sliders into the backyard. I closed the sliding glass door behind me. I think she got the picture. I wanted to be alone, and I just sat outside behind my house for a while.
Now, when you came back into the house, what was she like?
Durable.
She was just apologizing, just telling me that her friend's crazy and she's so sorry, and she ran her mouth too much about everything, about the $1 million offer. And
It's just
she was telling
not
me that she was going to protect me.
plausible.
Did she take a Xanax as well?
I don't know if she did. She may have, but I didn't give her one.
Did she spend the night that night?
She did sleep over that night.
Now, why didn't you kick her out?
I was in a state of shock, and I didn't think she had anything to do with it. I didn't even want to believe that she had anything to do with it.
When you came back in the house, what happened to you?
She just told you she did.
The Xanax was really starting to set in. It's probably about a half hour I was outside. I remember going into the bedroom and sitting down. I sent a text to my parents to see if they were up in Orlando yet or where they were. And then I laid down in bed and I passed out pretty soon after that.
The next morning, when did she leave?
She left about 8:30 in the morning.
And how was she in the morning? How was she acting?
She was apologizing and telling me how sorry she is. And she was blaming herself and saying it's all my fault for running my mouth and telling my friend about this. And she was just telling me that she was going to protect me and that I wasn't going to get a visit from anybody.
What did she tell you anything in particular before she left the house?
Yeah, she told me, whatever you do, she said, please don't tell anybody about what happened. Like, don't tell anybody about this. Never talk about this. Never talk about it on the phone.
Don't
She
talk
said,
about
never
it
call
on
me
the
up and start
trial.
talking about this.
Oh wait, oops.
And the last thing she said to me is like, can we just pretend like this never even happened?
She leaves the house.
Can we just pretend?
And
Oh my God.
we're going to get into specifics, but that day, July 19th, where do you go?
I don't leave the house. I was home all day.
What were you thinking and what were you doing when you were home?
What
on the
about while you
19th?
were working?
I was sleeping a bunch. I think I took probably some more Xanax, just trying to relax. And I was just real upset.
That morning, did you speak with your parents and with Wendi Adelson?
I did. I talked to my parents that morning.
And what did you find out?
I found out that Dana died
And why did you call Wendi Adelson?
because that was the first call I called after my parents told me that, to see how she was, see how the boys were.
Now, you're home alone the entire day of the 19th. Did you think about going to the police?
I thought about it, but I thought I'm going to get killed if I go to the police. It's not going to bring Dan back. It just seemed like a bad idea.
Oh my
Over the
God.
days following, did you continue to go back and forth about whether to go to the police or not?
Every time I thought about it, I thought through what could happen to me, what would be the benefit versus the pros versus the cons.
The benefit would be
And why didn't you
would
go
be
to the
that now when you're standing trial, you could say, look, I did go to the police and I told them all this at the time versus you're telling the story now after the fact, you know, like it would make it seem a little bit more legitimate, wouldn't it? If you had done it.
I thought if I went to the police that they'd kill me.
Now, there are some text messages into evidence on the 19th. Text messages between you and Catherine Magbanua. I think there's 3 of them. Do you recall those text messages?
Great question.
Yeah, we texted during the day.
And they're text messages about the weather and pool and Catherine Magbanua going to the pool. Do you recall that?
Yeah.
What are those text messages about?
I was trying to show her that I was trying to pretend like this didn't even happen. Like, I think one of the texts said, I'm going to the gym. I didn't go to the gym that day. My phone will show I never left my house.
Unless you left your phone at the house.
Now, you say that she said that you could pay it all at once, or you could pay $3,000 a month. That's what her friend would accept, right?
Yes.
Did you think about paying it all at once?
I thought about it. I thought, if I'll do it and it'll get these people out of my life forever. But then I thought, this is extortion. One thing I know about extortion is it never ends. So if I paid it all at once, I thought it may be more of a reason that they come kill me. Or if I pay it all off, they're going to come back and ask for more money.
What? I don't under-
In the days following the extortion. Did
I
your
don't think
sleeping
Holly
habits change?
understands how extortion works.
Yes.
What did you start doing?
I slept with a gun in my nightstand ever since then. And I started carrying my gun on me also.
I'm showing you it's marked for identification purposes only as Defendant's Exhibit 51 and Defendant's Exhibit 52. Can I approach, Your Honor?
You may.
I know, right?
Take a look at those. Do you recognize those items?
I do.
Judge, I would move Defendant's Exhibit 51 and 52. Well, before I move in 52. The 52 are some text messages. Are those text messages that you recognize that you kept in your ordinary course of dealings with text messages?
Yes, they are.
I would move in at this time 51 and 52.
Any objection from the state?
I have not reviewed these.
Please let Ms. Kappelman look at 51 and 52. Defense 51 and 52 are admitted at this time.
Now, on within 11 days after your extortion, did you do anything in particular to your house and to the Adelson Institute?
Yes, I did.
What did you do?
A few days after it happened, I called up a camera guy, and I got a whole system set of cameras installed in my house and in my office, and in my office, like pointing out to the parking lot also.
Judge, may I public? I'm showing you what's marked as. Actually, let me show you the original. Is this a check for the cameras?
Yes, it is.
And how much did you pay for the camera system?
I paid $2,140.
And what date was the check made out for?
7/30/2014.
And in the memo line, what does it say?
It says camera.
I'm showing you some text messages from a couple days earlier. And these are text messages between you and your parents and you and camera Adriel. Who's camera Adriel?
Adriel is the name of the guy who installed the camera, so I just put his name in my phone as camera, so it's easy to look up. Camera Adriel.
And here are you indicating that you put cameras in your house as well as the Adelson Institute.
I like
Yeah, that's why there's two DVRs. There was one for the house and there was one for the office, and it's 23 cameras in total.
Why did you think
Wow.
it was so important to put all of a sudden a camera system up?
It was I was worried about my safety. I fully expected these people to come back and possibly try to kill me. So I just wanted to beef up my security system in the house and the office.
Okay, I want to switch gears a teeny bit. What was your sister like in the weeks following the murder?
She was a wreck. I mean, she looked horrible. She didn't leave the house. She wasn't eating.
She always looks
Before we go
horrible.
into that subject, I want to bring up one other thing about the cameras. Are there text messages earlier in the year where your parents are asking you to put up cameras at the Adelson Institute?
We talked about it, and I actually had a camera system at my house, but it was older, it was antiquated, and it didn't work really good. It was from like 2008, so the technology was 6-7 years old.
Those text messages earlier in the year to put up a camera system at the office, had you ever acted upon that?
No, we talked about it, but I never got around to it.
It's not until within a week or so after you're extorted that you act upon that, correct?
Yeah, I called the camera guy about 3 or 4 days after I got extorted, and it took him like a week to get the cameras and to set up an appointment to install it.
Let me ask you another question. And we're going to get to your mom learning what happened. But before we get there,
It's interesting because
after you
has
were
anyone else noticed how, because of this theory, whenever they're referencing the day of the murder, instead of saying, like, for example, that was a great example just now, instead of saying like 3 or 4 days after the murder, right? They've changed now the crime being from a murder to him being extorted. So that every time now that they are referencing Dan being murdered, they're talking about that day. But instead of referencing it that way, they're referencing it the day that I got extorted, as if he's the victim, right?
extorted, did you tell anyone
Crazy.
about what happened to you?
No, I told nobody.
Why not?
Katie
Great point,
told me
Heather.
before she
Great
left my
point.
house that morning. She's like, you cannot talk to anybody about this. Don't ever talk about this with anyone. Don't ever talk on the phone about it.
Mhm.
Don't even talk to me about this ever again. Like, nobody can find out, but I'm going to protect you.
Let's get back to Wendi.
Okay.
So I think you said Wendi was a mess.
Yeah.
Did there come a time when you went out to dinner with your sister?
Oh,
Yes.
the throw up day.
And how long after the murder was that?
I'd say it was about 2 weeks after, maybe even a hair more.
Five
Around
on
about
throws
2
up
weeks.
at the dinner.
And what happened when you went out to dinner with her?
I picked her up. I said, what do you feel like getting? You want to get pizza? You want to get sushi? And she's like, I love sushi. So I said, all right, I'll take you to a really good place for sushi.
What about tacos?
Where did you go?
We went to a restaurant called Juvia. And it's actually a pretty fancy sushi place.
What happened during the dinner?
It's pretty fancy.
She got really sick when we got to the restaurant. We didn't have a reservation or anything. They sat us at the bar. They served us a drink at the bar, and really sure it was one of those like martinis that have like 3 shots in them, so they're strong. And then we sat at the dinner table.
Were you drinking and celebrating the death of Professor Markel?
Absolutely not. We sat at the bar waiting for a table for an hour, and then when we sat at the table, we each had one drink.
Rival.
Now, I want to move
Where did she
on
throw up at the bar? Or at the
to
table? There she is.
August. Well, before
There
we
she
get there,
is.
sorry. In July,
Wait, did he completely
did
skip?
you
Hang
break
on.
up with
Did
Catherine
he
McVeigh?
completely skip over the throwing up part? Because like that's the best part of the story. Hold on.
They served us a drink at the bar, and really sure it was one of those like martinis that have like 3 shots in them, so they're strong. And then we sat at the dinner table.
You skipped that part.
Were you drinking and celebrating the death of Professor Markel?
Absolutely not. We sat at the bar waiting for a table for an hour, and then when we sat at the table, we each had one drink.
Now, I want to move
Oh my
on.
God! Completely skips the throw up part.
to
What's wrong with you? That's part of the
August.
story.
Well, before we get there, sorry. In July, did you break up with Catherine McVeigh?
Yes.
How did you break up with her?
This happened on a Friday night. And I'd say within a week, I met her. I said, "Come, let's have dinner." And
Come,
we went out for
let's
tacos.
have dinner.
And I said, like, we can't do this
Tacos,
anymore.
there
I
it
don't want to
is.
be in a relationship with you.
How did she
What?
react?
Oh, okay.
I think she knew it was coming. I mean,
Why? Oh, why? This is so much like Wendi with the yoga. Like, why? If you're gonna break up with someone, like, hey, let's have dinner, and then like you go for dinner, and then it's like I'm breaking up with you. Like, what the fuck is wrong with people? Why would you do that? Why do you bring them on a date to break up with them? I don't understand. I don't understand.
It was a surprise on her part.
Now, in August, did you see her?
I saw her one time in August.
Why did you see her in August?
I saw her one time in August to pay her $3,000 for her friend.
When you paid her the money in August, how did you pay her?
I paid her $3,000 in cash.
And at this point in time, did you know that she was actually part of the extortion?
No, I thought she was. I thought she was not part of it. I was a little suspicious, but she just kept telling me that how sorry she was, and she was adamant that she had nothing to do with it and didn't know this was going to happen.
When you gave her the cash in August, did she make any requests of you?
Yes, she did.
What request did she make?
She said, "Look, none of this money's going to her. She's giving all the money to her friend." She said, "Can you do me a favor? I need to get health insurance for my kids. Like, I'm helping you out. Nobody's gonna ever pay you a visit. Can you give me $2,000 in cash for my friend and write me a check for $1,000 every month?" And that way, she said she'll cash it, give the money to her friend, and then that way she can get health insurance for her kids.
Okay, so let's break that down a little
Yeah,
bit.
that was that.
She says to you she needs health insurance for her kids.
Mhm.
And she says to you, I'm getting none of the money at all.
Yeah, she said none of this is going to her.
But it would really help me if 1,000 of the $3,000 can be in the form of being on the books of your business,
Yes.
essentially. And did you say to her, Catherine, we just did a murder. I can't put you on the books of the business because that creates a paper trail.
No, we didn't just do a murder. I just got extorted.
Now,
Ugh.
what did you say to her when she made you that request?
I said, I'll do it for you. No problem. I mean, I wanted to keep her happy.
Now, before
Wait.
you did that for her, what did you have to do?
I had
So here's the thing, like the first logical question that I have, if I'm trying to imagine that, of course, none of this is real, but imagining if it were real, the first question I would have would be, hang on, if the $3,000 a month is supposed to go to your friend, right? And instead, 1,000 of it is going to end up going to you, for whether it's for insurance or anything, right? Then your friend's only getting 2,000 a month, right? So like, wouldn't this be a problem? Like, in other words, if any of this could ever even happen and she wanted money, it should have been tacked on top. Like now it's 4,000 a month, 3,000 for the friend and 1,000 for her. But anyway, apparently Charlie wasn't concerned about that, which doesn't make any sense because it's like the friend is the quote unquote threat or a danger, right? You're like, that's who you should be concerned about. Anyway,
call my
just
mom
saying.
because she does the books at the office. I don't even have the checkbook. And I called her up and I said, I want to put Katie on payroll at the office for $1,000 a month.
When you called your mom, what did she say to you?
She said, was Katie going to be coming into the office? She's going to start working for us. And I said, no, she's not. And then she's like, well, what's Katie going to be doing? I go, oh, she's just going to be helping me out with some stuff and different things. It's a long story.
So in the last episode of we watched Donna's bail or bond hearing. Then we watched Katie take the stand in her own trial. That was that yesterday or day before? But anyway, it was the part on cross where Sarah Dugan is asking Katie about what she actually did for this work. Oh, that part was so fucking brutal. Wow. Like, yeah. When was that? Was that a couple days ago? I'm trying to remember. Anyway, we've watched so much testimony of Katie, and she's testified so many times, but it was just recently. And anyway, it was just really brutal of this part about like what was her job, what did she do? And it was like, oh man, it was hard to watch, I will say.
And I think my mom was someplace when I was talking to her on her cell phone because she didn't question me much after that.
Did you make any special requests to your mom about how the checks would be made?
Yes, I did.
What was your request to your mom?
I said, put them as like, give me like 4 or 5 checks at a time because I just want to hand them to her like that. So I said, write me a bundle of checks at a time.
Why did you want your mom to give you a bundle of checks at a time?
Because I only planned on seeing her one time a month, and that was to make the extortion payment. So I figured if I gave her 4 or 5 checks each time, that's all I planned on seeing her.
Now, sometimes did you give her less than 4 or 5 checks at a time?
I'm just shaking my head. This makes no sense.
Not that I can recall.
Now, did there come a time when you went to go pick up the checks from your mom?
Yes.
And where did you go to pick up the checks?
I went to my parents' apartment.
And
here we go.
Who was there when you came to pick up the checks?
My mom was there, and I don't think my dad was there at the time. He wasn't there at that time.
Was he there or wasn't he?
She was alone. There was no one else there.
Now, when you went to go pick up the checks, what happened? And what do you remember?
I remember walking in, saying hi to my mom, and she's like, oh, the checks are over there on the counter like you asked for. And I saw there was a white envelope and there's a stack of checks sitting there. And she said, what's Katie doing for you? And I thought we'd already addressed it, but she's working at the office. And I'm like, no, I told you she's not. She's like, well, $1,000 a month is a lot of money to pay somebody. And she's like, what exactly is she doing for you? And I said, it's a long story. And then she said, well, I'm your mom. Like, tell me. Like, don't just tell me it's a long story. So this time she was like, and I was face to face with her, and she was more persistent in asking me, what the heck's going on? Are you still dating her? And I'm like, no, we're definitely not dating anymore. She's like, well, why are you giving her $1,000 a month? This makes no sense.
What happened next?
I told my mom, I wanted to tell somebody because if I get killed, at least somebody will know where to look or what it could have been about. So I wanted my mom to know what happened, but I also didn't want her saying anything to anybody. So I told my mom, I said, listen, I'm going to tell you something, but I never want to talk about it again. I never want you to talk to me about it on the phone. Don't talk about it anywhere. And please, whatever you do not say anything to Dad. Do not say anything to Wendi. Do not try to make me go to the police because I'm not going. You got to promise me all that, and then I'll tell you.
And what did you tell your mom?
I told her that the night of the 18th, I got extorted for $250,000.
How did your mom react?
She flipped out, and she's like, what do you mean? Like, what is this about? Like, you know who killed Dan?
What did she want to do?
She wanted to go to the police.
And what did you tell her?
I said, absolutely not. I said, it's not going to bring Dan back. You're just going to end up getting me killed, or they'll come after somebody in the family.
What was agreed upon between you and your mom that evening?
That she was never going to say anything to anybody.
How about to your dad?
That not my dad, not my sister.
Why were you so persistent with your mom that she couldn't tell your dad or your sister?
Because I thought they'd go to the police. I didn't think there'd be any way to stop them. These people told me that. I mean, I was told the night of the extortion, you got 48 hours to pay up or you're going to get killed.
It's really
These
too
people are
bad.
not messing around.
It's really too bad that the prosecution couldn't have brought Donna in, maybe because, it would have had to have been like in rebuttal to this, right? And put her on the stand and been like, okay, let's hear because, the only person who could validate or invalidate this testimony that he's giving right now is Donna. And at her own trial, it's not going to matter because she could come up with a completely different theory. It's going to be a different jury. What happens at this trial isn't going to matter there if the theory is different. However, if Donna had testified at this trial, for example, like in rebuttal, and said, yep, all that's true, right? And then in her own trial went with something different, unless she was given derivative use immunity like Wendi has, then those statements made at Charlie's trial corroborating, if she had done it, corroborating this story would be used against her own trial. So just wanted to point that out.
Now, your mom gives you the checks, the first set of checks
Yes.
that day?
Yes.
And do you remember what month that was?
That was in September.
I can tell you that.
After she gave you those checks,
Big question there from MCAT. Why didn't Rashi call Donna? I can tell you that. That's the same reason why Rashi's in a world of trouble right now, because he was representing them both. Remember? He was representing them both. Conflict of interest. Had he not been representing Donna, let's just say it was a different attorney, this strategy would not have, more than likely, I could almost bet everything. Like, it would have been a different strategy at trial. It would have been throw her under the bus, right? The thing is that the reason that everybody believes, and I would agree, that why Rashi didn't call Donna or Harvey for that matter, or Wendi for that matter, is because of the conflict of interest. Because he was trying to do what was best for Donna, right? You can't do, the problem is this. This is why it's a conflict of interest, because he couldn't put both his clients, you have to put your client's needs first above all else. But when you've got two clients that are family members that are both involved in the same conspiracy for murder, right? You see the problem there? So it affected his strategy at trial for Charlie because he didn't want to implicate Donna. So that's why if anyone would have called Donna, it would have been the prosecution. Because, after the defense finishes in any trial, the prosecution has an opportunity to put on a rebuttal case. You don't always see it, but it does happen. Murdaugh is an example. They had a rebuttal case there. They could have brought, because this testimony, you can't rebut it until it comes up in trial, right? So this story we're getting now from Charlie. So in other words, they couldn't have called Donna they could have called Donna in their case in chief, but in terms of addressing this specific testimony about this conversation with her, they could have addressed that on rebuttal by calling Donna. The state. Yeah. Yep. Rashi tried to double dip. Yep. They are. Yep. The conflict of interest runs really, really deep. And in fact, that actually came out recently with Donna in one of the hearings where, and we covered it, where they were saying that her defense team was saying this conflict of interest runs even deeper than they were saying it to Judge Everett, it's bad. It's bad. I think he's going to get new trial. As it moves through the appellate process, every attorney that I've seen talk about it says the same thing. In other words, the conflict of interest is so. And the thing is it was stopped early enough on in Donna's case to where they had to push out her trial date. She got into counsel and all that. But had it been not detected when it was, Rashbaum could have been responsible potentially for 2 convictions being, remanded back to the trial court level versus 1, which I think is what's going to end up happening. And from what I've heard most recently about Rashbaum is he's moved out of South Florida. I think he's still in the state, but it's the type of thing where this stuff is going to be kind of on the DL until there's some sort of result. But I think he's probably at least suspended. And I think somebody was saying too, he's was kicked out of his law firm. Not surprising. This is a problem, big problem. So yeah.
Would you periodically have to meet with your mom and get more checks?
Yeah, but not. I didn't even realize the staff got paid biweekly, so they got their checks every 2 weeks. So when I'd asked her for 4 or 5 checks, I was thinking like that would be good for the month. I didn't realize that was going to be like, 8-10 weeks.
Did your mom bring this subject up again?
She would ask me, "Are you okay?" She asked me, "Do you need anything?" She always said, "Do you need money?" I'm like, "No, I don't want you guys getting involved. It's bad enough that I'm involved in this."
Let me play that part again. This is actually extremely relevant after what I was just saying. Remember, right? This theory was developed, right? Him in conjunction with his attorney.
I didn't realize that was going to be like, 8-10 weeks.
Did your mom bring this subject up again?
She would ask me, "Are you okay?" She asked me, "Do you need anything?" She always said, "Do you need money?" I'm like, "No, I don't want you guys getting involved. It's bad enough that I'm involved in this."
Protecting his mom. And remember, this is the thing. Why is Charlie even sitting here in the first place? Because his mom. Because Wendi, because of the mom. Wendi talked to the mom, mom talked to him. So you've got somebody who was already a mama's boy, who's willing to murder basically for his mom, right? Doesn't have anything personally to gain from it. And you see how easy it would be for somebody like Rashbaum to, like, Charlie wouldn't know any better. And that's the thing. It's not until Charlie got Michael Offerman, his appellate counsel, who's one of the best appellate attorneys in Florida, and maybe even greater than that. Like, he's phenomenal. And the thing is this, that was the first time somebody objectively came in and looked at Charlie's situation, right? And was like, oh, look how much you got fucked, right? Like, to the extent that the whole thing with Donna, right, was like right before she was supposed to go to trial back in like October, Dan Rashbaum had been representing to the court this entire time. Oh my God, sorry, I didn't mean
For the next,
he'd been representing to the court this entire time that Charlie had waived, oh my God, what is the word I'm looking for? Is it privilege? Oh God, what is it that I'm looking for? He'd waived, yeah, I think it's privilege. Like, in other words, he'd signed the waiver saying it's fine for Rashbaum to represent Donna as well, right? And all that. Or waived conflict. That's what it is, waived conflict. And part of that too, privilege is involved as well, right? That's another issue, right? If you imagine that Rashbaum is now, back when he was representing Donna, think about all the attorney-client privilege issues. Like, that's a whole other thing. Oh my God, it's such a fucking mess. But Rashbaum had been representing that Charlie had waived the conflict of counsel, and that he said, sure, you're supposed to sign a thing, right? And then finally it was like, oh, well, where's the form? And there was no form. And then Rashbaum was like, oh, it was a verbal consent. It's like, oh God. And that's when Michael Offerman got involved with it, with like, hang on, like, and then right after that went down, there was, that's when Michael Offerman filed, I can't remember exactly what it was. It was some type of request for a new trial. It was like putting the appeal on pause to then make this other request. But then it was like, no, we're going to still go through the appellate court process, because the other thing would have been quicker. But like, so in other words, nobody had looked at this for Charlie and said, hey, you're getting fucked. Like, so it was Michael Offerman who was like, was the one who found that, like, hey, this doesn't exist. He didn't waive it, and like, and to me, and then once it was finally, Charlie was like directly asked, like, do you waive it? And he was like, no. And it's clear to me that this is the first time that Charlie's had somebody looking out for him, which your counsel should be doing. I don't care how many people you've murdered. Your attorney needs to have your best interest. That is their one and only job. I mean, that is their job. And Dan Rashbaum did not. And that's the thing. And so I've been thinking to myself, it will be interesting if he does get a new trial, which I believe he will, because when he has proper counsel, there might be a different strategy there, right? Versus how he was counseled this time around, if that makes sense. That's interesting. That's interesting. Meg says the Florida bar says he's still in good standing. That's interesting. I will say, like, even with Murdaugh, for example, where he'd been stealing money from all those clients and everything, it took a good amount of time for him to lose like his bar license. And well, like there's a process. It's like first you're suspended and then you lose. I remember it was like way after the fact. So it's could just because we you know, this stuff moves slowly. So that could be why. Because I remember there was a huge delay even with Murdaugh, and it was like cut and dry. Like obviously he's been stealing all this money. Like even after I think even after the conviction, it took time. I'm trying to remember. I've got all those documents, but anyway, I would say that could be what it is. Yeah. I think he's in hiding somewhere.
Next 20 months, what did you do with regards to money and Catherine Magbanua?
Every single month, when I met her, I gave her $2,000 and the stack of checks for to carry her forward.
And again, what did you think she was doing with those checks?
I thought she was cashing the checks and giving the $3,000 to her friend.
Okay. Now, we've heard a lot about gifts. We've heard about Lexus with 160,000 miles. We've heard about plane tickets.
And the other thing I wanted to reiterate, I'm just thinking back on that day. I'm thinking back on that day when Charlie was like, no, I'm not waiving this conflict of counsel. And do you guys remember that day? And then Donna was like crying. And that was I'm remembering now that was a big thing because Charlie would know that Donna wanted Dan as her attorney. And that's the thing. That's when it really sunk in for me. I was like, okay, so clearly he's never had anybody advise him correctly because essentially like he would have known that this would have upset his mom, right? But like nobody had told him, like no one had explained to him what he was waiving. And so finally, when he had proper counsel who explained things properly to him, he was like, yeah, no, I'm not waiving that. No way. Right. And even though he would know it would have upset his mom, he made the right choice because he had proper counsel. That's like, hey, we need to put you first, you know? So
we've heard about, I guess, breast augmentation, but let's put that aside because I think that's a different category.
Oh my God. Yeah, I would say.
We've heard about a whole host of gifts regarding over the next 20 months, you giving a bunch of gifts to Catherine Magbanua. You recall that testimony in this courtroom?
Yes, I do.
The gifts that you gave to Catherine Magbanua, was that part of the extortion? Were those extortion payments?
No, not at all.
What were the gifts?
The gifts were me trying to keep Katie happy. And I didn't think Katie was any part of this extortion at all because she was constantly broke. I mean, she'd be hitting me up for $300. I mean, there's no way that she was getting that $3,000 and then asking me for $300 or running short on this or running short on that or can't pay a car bill.
So I want to make sure that we're crystal clear here.
Oh boy.
The fact that she was always saying she was broke, did that make you more certain or less certain that she was not part of the extortion?
It made me more certain that there's no way that she's involved. I mean, she's telling the truth. The extortion never went up. I mean, she could have just raised the extortion payment instead of having to ask me for money. Every time she was asking me for money, I actually felt good. I felt like she wasn't part of it.
You have one moment, Your Honor.
Take your time.
Again, this is such an insane theory, and I feel like I hate that Charlie's having to try to sell this. He's doing a great job considering, you know.
56 and 50. Messages from December 2nd, 2000, November messages. Do you recognize them as being kept in your ordinary course of business?
Yeah, there was text messages from my phone.
Judge, I would move in these exhibits at this point
So
in
he's
time.
trying to get around hearsay, objection here, saying it's business records.
Objection.
No objection.
They are admitted at this time. Defense 56 and 57, I believe.
Yes. May I publish, Your Honor?
You may.
The first message is from December 2nd, 2014. Defendant's exhibit 56. And Katie is, oh wait,
Just wait for it to reload it.
Oh
go away.
no. Wish Twiz were here.
Do it a different way. I'm going to make everyone sick.
Don't blame the Elmo because you can't do it correctly.
Do you recall her asking for a favor that she needs to borrow from you in December of 2014?
Yes.
Do you recall in November of 2015, she's talking about how she's embarrassed because her credit card was declined?
At Old Navy, he said, yeah.
Now, as time went on, let me back up.
I hate it when-
After the extortion, you break up with her
Yes.
and you see her only once a month or so.
It was once a month, except for the occasion of maybe there's one other time, 1 or 2 times.
Now, your communications with her in August and September, and maybe the first part to most of October of 14, through text messaging, do they dwindle, stay the same, or go up?
No, I was trying to have limited contact with her.
And as time goes on, however, what happens to your relationship?
I become more sure that she's not part of the extortion at all. And it really what I was going by is how broke she was. There's no way she got all this money and she's so broke and she's still working. And we became friendly again. Our relationship was very different, but it was different but stronger because I needed her for my safety.
Okay. And so you've seen some of the emails, and I'm sure the state will show you a bunch of these emails in cross-examination where it's clear in the emails that you're learning a lot about each other, you're texting each other somewhat, you're talking as if you're friends.
We were friends. We weren't boyfriend and girlfriend anymore. That ended, but she was protecting me.
Now, during this entire period of time before the bump, we're not at the bump yet. During this entire period of time, did she ever tell you who was extorting you?
No.
Did you have a pretty good idea of who it was, though?
I did. I absolutely did.
May I have one moment, Your Honor?
Go ahead.
Looking forlorn.
Before we get to the bump. Yesterday, we heard a call, which is SX130, where your mom and you are showing your love for Wendy's boyfriend, who she doesn't love, Dave. Do you recall that?
Dave, yeah.
Dave. I will say the best part of Donna's trial is going to be, again, I have a feeling she'll take the stand, is going to be when they get to the bump. Because, like, dude, oh, God, it's going to be painful. Like, that's going to be so fucking painful.
Was your mom involved in Wendy's life?
Yeah, she was involved, but, I mean, she cared a lot about her. I mean, she's her mom.
Now, during that call, you talk about how Professor Markel's death was a tragedy. Do you recall that?
Yes, I do.
Did you have any idea at that point in time that you were being listened to by the police?
No idea. I was driving home and I was in the car for a long time, so I was just talking to my mom about everything.
Now, during that call, there is some discussion about Wendi winning the lottery. If you look at the context of the call in its entirety, what are you referring to?
I'm referring to meeting Dave. Dave was a one-of-a-kind catch guy that I liked him a lot. I guess I liked him more than my sister did. But he was a great catch. He was super successful. He used to work for a government agency.
They seem to like Dave.
Sold his company for a tremendous amount of money. But most importantly, like, he really loved my sister. He really loved my nephews who don't have a dad anymore. And
I guess
even on that call, I was talking about like a 6-year-old farting on his head. I was over there. The kid was farting on his head, and he laughed, and it didn't bother him. So
he really does. His face lights up talking about Dave, for real. Dave seems to have gotten out while he still could. Good for him. Hope Dave's doing okay, because we all have seen, I mean, dude, Wendi and Jeff were not together for that long, and then she did a number on him, as y'all know. So I hope Dave's okay, but glad he got out of her clutches.
Thought he was a great guy. And he
From
actually
Bible
met the
college.
Markells, Dan's parents, once with my sister when they were visiting the boys. I mean, he was just a great guy, and it was my sister's birthday. That's why there was so much chatter caught about Dave, because I don't think she was inviting him or something. So that's why he became a topic of conversation. And The Wire was from April, and my sister's birthday's in April.
Right?
So those are probably the most amount of Dave calls I've ever had in my life. But the FBI captured a bunch of Dave calls.
By the way, I saw you get a little emotional there.
What?
Do you love your nephews?
Of course.
What? You mean when he was smiling? I'm confused. I saw him smiling, talking about the farting with the Dave, but like, anyway.
Would you ever take their father away from them?
No, never. Never in a million years.
Judge, may we approach just briefly?
You may.
Oh my God. Dude. He's like trying to gaslight the jury. He's like failing. Like, I saw you get emotional there. They were watching. I was watching. We all were watching. He was smiling.
Our lunch break at this point this morning.
They're going to lunch.
Once again, you're going to receive the same instruction that you've gotten since jury selection. Do not discuss the case with each other or anyone else. Do not seek out any news coverage or any information.
Okay, jury's coming in.
Volume control, but I'm not sure.
Technology. Oh, they're struggling.
So, you know, at times tonight after work,
I have normal hearing. I guess let's.
It's up to you. I mean, does it sound like you can hear it?
Mr. Adelson, are you having any difficulty with hearing what's coming out of the speaker?
I can hear pretty good.
All right, let's do a test run for the jurors. If they're fine with listening to the speaker, we'll move on. If not, they can put back on their headsets. But I don't want to spend much time messing around with the headsets either.
It's all working. So maybe you just, if they want to use headsets, they can. If they don't want to, they don't have to.
All right, please bring them in.
Okay, so now they're bringing the jury. All that was just to figure out the headsets.
You can clearly hear the audio coming out of the speaker. If you can clearly hear the audio, please give a thumbs up. If not, you'll have the option of putting back on your headsets. I believe where is their audio ability to change their volume levels? Okay. Does everyone understand how to operate the volume switch? Please test away, Mr. Rashbaum.
Oh my God.
Test it first.
Testing. There's mentor lawyer. He's kind of blocked right now by everything else.
tonight after work, or some other tournament very near future.
Okay.
Okay.
Just tell her write a letter to you or something?
Okay.
Okay, everyone's good? All right. We're not going to do the screen. That's just causing for more problems. All right.
Continue at your own peril, but you may continue.
Your Honor. So, Charlie, I'm going to play for you call A. This is a call on April 19th, 2016, 2:09 p.m. It's the first call with your mom after the bump. Okay?
Oh boy. Post-bump phone calls.
So, you know, at times tonight after work, or some other tournament very near future.
Okay.
Okay.
Just tell her write a letter to you or something? You're being sued?
No, that's what I thought it was.
Oh boy.
Okay.
Okay. So, you know, I have to figure out something. Can tell me something wherever you go.
Well, I'm in Mitch Klein's office on Park Boulevard. So I'm right now in Silent Chili, and I'll be at his office in the afternoon.
The boys will finish their piano lesson. They're on floors, and they traffic at the end. They supervise it from upstairs.
Did Dad know about this?
The dad that works for us, fortunately.
What's, I can't, the IRS or?
You know,
Not the IRS.
It's kind of foggy sometimes, but fortunately not me. So I will talk to you. I'll give you the heads up if I'm going to drive up that way. Okay? And,
Does Wendy know that? Is it all
no. So let me just talk to you later. And,
What is it? Is there a health okay?
yeah,
Does it involve me or other people?
well, probably both of them.
What's that?
Probably the two of them.
Probably just the two of us.
So let's just find some time to talk to each other and just go for a while, okay?
You're gonna take a voice up there?
I'm hoping you can get it there about 7. You can get it there.
So it's hard to be talking today.
Or tomorrow.
All right. Well, I'll be up in Miss Klein's office. Want to come up? Oh, yeah, so really like.
I'm just concerned that
I know these are really hard to hear, and it varies in the different trials. I mean, I would, part of it is the audio for this trial. Like, we're hearing it from the speakers in the courtroom, right? And it's like the court feed audio isn't the best, but hopefully it'll be better at Donna's trial. What I'm going to do is I'm going to skip ahead because it's really hard to hear. And what's going to happen is they're going to ask him questions about it once the call is done. So we'll be able to get a better idea probably from that than we can hearing it. And you guys are probably anyway. All right.
Charlie, where are you when this call happens?
I'm at Skyline Chili eating a bowl of chili.
Your mom says that she had some paperwork delivered to her. Do you have any clue what she's talking about?
I have no clue what she's talking about.
What do you guess?
I thought it was the IRS.
Why would you have him guess?
What else do you guess?
Is everyone's health okay?
Why are we speculating?
Do you think it has anything to do with either your extortion or Professor Markel's murder at this point in time?
No, not at all.
Why are you asking so many questions?
My mom, I know my mom my whole life. She's talking weird on the phone. She's like something's obvious. I can tell something's bothering her, but she's beating around the bush.
Now, your mom says, you say, does it involve me or other people? And your mom responds, well, probably both of us, probably the two of us. So you probably have a general idea of what I'm talking about. And I want to focus on those statements. Okay. When she says that to you, did you have any clue what she was talking about?
No, I think I asked her a few more questions after that.
Now, as the calls progress, do you know what she's talking about?
By the time I got to the end of the third call, I knew exactly what she was talking. I
Okay.
felt like I knew pretty much what she was talking about.
By that point in time, and I want to go back to this line, does it involve me or other people? Her answer, well, probably both of us, probably the two of us. So you probably have a general idea of what I'm talking about. By the end of figuring out what this was, what did you understand her to be saying here?
By the time I got down to the third call, I realized fully what she was talking about in this call, and that she's getting extorted.
And so why the two of us?
She knows I was extorted 2 years earlier, and it's the same people that are coming to extort her for money. So she's trying to say like it's the same thing that happened to you is happening to me.
And just to be clear, about a month and a half after the extortion of you, who did you tell?
My mom. She's the only person I told.
Now, when she says it's probably the both of us, probably the two of us, you understand the state's theory is that this murder conspiracy was, in addition to Katie, Sigfredo, and Luis Rivera, you, your mom, your dad, your sister. Do you understand that?
I do now, yeah.
She doesn't say probably the four of us, does she?
No, she's not.
She doesn't say all of us, does she?
No.
She says the two of us, right?
Yeah.
Now, the bump, what was the bump?
The bump was an extortion from Latin King gang members. Or actually, it was the FBI pretending to be Latin King gang members.
Now, on this call, there's discussion about your dad's schedule. Do you recall that?
Yes, I do.
Why was it important? Why do you learn later that it was important what your dad's schedule was?
Because my dad never knew what happened to me, and my mom was going to want to talk to me when my dad wasn't around.
We could go to B, which is a call right after, and it's you calling your mom back.
Sure.
May I publish, Your Honor?
You know what's really funny? Now we've all been wondering kind of like, what's Donna going to do in her trial? Like, is she going to like throw her kids under the bus? But I just had a thought that I had not thought of before. I'm curious if any of you guys did. What if Donna takes a strategy of trying to throw Harvey under the bus? Because she kind of did that at her bond hearing as it pertains to going to Vietnam, but also because he's the least likely to actually be charged. Like in other words, if she were to take that strategy, I still don't think it would mean that they would charge him based on if she were to even say that. Like, in other words, would Donna take the strategy of throwing somebody under the bus, like, for example, Wendi, who actually is likely to be charged soon and either after Donna's trial or before, we don't know. But like, let's just say that Wendi hasn't been charged yet and Donna's trial comes around. You know, if she were to throw Wendi under the bus, I think Donna would be aware that Wendi is already likely to be arrested, and that would be like a tipping point. But with Harvey, it's a little bit different, right? You know, even though technically he's an unindicted co-conspirator, I don't think that I personally don't think that that he was as involved or really involved at all, apart from he had the money, and I think he was just used by Donna. But anyway, but because of that, right? Could that mean that maybe the strategy Donna will take is to throw Harvey under the bus because she would know that it wouldn't actually wind up with him getting arrested? I don't know, just a thought. Curious what you guys think.
Hey, how are you?
Okay.
Good. Is it me not paying the sun pass? I'm kidding. No, listen, what was I going to say? Do you mind paying my Brown & Brown insurance?
No.
Okay, because I'm
Again, I'm going to skip through the call because the calls are rough and we'll hear them discuss it anyway.
I'm back and you start talking about the Sun Pass. Does that have anything to do with this case, the Sun Pass? Is it code?
Sun Pass is not code.
Why do you mention the Sun Pass?
Because a couple weeks earlier, my Sun Pass got stolen out of the car from a valet. I didn't realize it. My parents were getting all these bills, so they make a big deal about little things sometimes. So whatever it was, I was making fun of my mom. I thought she was like a small issue, like a Sun Pass thing.
And you then start talking about Brown & Brown insurance. What's Brown & Brown insurance? Is that code?
No, that was actually the reason I called her back. Is I forgot to tell her that I had to pay that insurance. Otherwise, if my insurance lapses, they'll cancel the policy, and it was due. So it was due by the 29th.
You then start making more guesses. Is that fair to say?
Yeah, still at a loss for what's going on.
You bring up Yelp. You bring up getting sued, right?
Mm-hmm.
Again, any clue whatsoever what this is about at this point in time?
No, she just sounded really weird on the first call.
Okay. Then we get to the part that we just stopped. And she says to you, I will make you take me out to dinner, so make sure you bring cash with you. At that point in time, what happens to your demeanor? You can hear it on the call. What happens?
I stutter and I repeat back to her what she just said. I'm like, I got to bring cash with me. Like it was so out of place.
Why did that happen at that point in time?
I think she was trying to hint to me that she's getting extorted.
So what was odd about you bringing cash to dinner?
I put everything I possibly can on my credit card. That's how I ended up saving up so much cash.
And let's hear how you respond.
Yeah.
I still don't understand that because you have to pay your credit card bills. That still doesn't make any sense to me.
Yeah. Was this?
Got it.
I should bring cash. I don't have much cash at work.
No. I'll see if I have money for this. Let's see what I can share.
Was it? Can I ask you, is someone blackmailing you?
No, it's totally a possibility.
You think someone's trying to blackmail you?
Maybe.
No. Or is this government?
No, I don't know.
Is this some whack?
It's not government or military or anything like that.
No.
Who was the letter addressed to?
me.
To you? That's crazy.
Mhm.
Did it have do you know who sent it to you?
Not a pretty good idea. Not a pretty good idea. But, you know, it's happening specifically either, I would like to, I would definitely,
Sent you an anonymous letter. Did they sign it?
it's not really something.
So someone showed up. Was it like by a process server?
What I did was,
I don't understand Donna at
It
all.
wasn't. Where did they come to you at?
when I walked out of the building, and they were waiting, and
You ask your mom after she tells you to bring cash, is someone blackmailing you? And she says it's a good possibility. Now, what are you thinking?
I'm starting to evaluate. You know, I still don't have an idea, but I was extorted 21 months earlier, so I'm starting to evaluate. Is it related to that, or what could it be?
And are you growing more concerned?
Very, yeah.
And you ask her who the letter was addressed to. Why do you ask her that?
because I was the one who was extorted 21 months earlier. I had no idea why I'd be going to my mom.
This is crazy.
If it
Now-
was related to me.
He just, the number of times he has said that, they're really trying to convince the jury that that's what they're here for, is to talk about the crime of somebody who was extorted and like forget about the murder. It's pretty insane.
You then mentioned the possibility of
Insane.
seeing your mom tonight, and she doesn't want to see you tonight. Why doesn't she want to see you?
Because she's watching the boys and she didn't want Wendi to ask her, where were you? And have to tell her, what's going on.
Now, again, I thought,
No,
according to
no.
the state's theory, Wendi is a co-conspirator in this case, right?
That's part of the theory.
Bible.
Now,
Fucking
you
Bible.
then say on this, is the person threatening you or anything? Why are you asking that?
Because on the night of the 18th, I was told if you don't pay in 48 hours, you're going to get killed. So I was trying to compare it to what happened to me to see is this related to what happened to me.
You later tell her that your advice to her is going to be to go to the police. Why would your advice to her be to go to the police at this point in time?
Because I don't think it's related to what happened to me. When I asked my mom, are they threatening you? She was like, well, maybe. You never know how to interpret these things. And like, it was very clear what the threat was to me on the 18th. So like, okay, then it's something unrelated to at that level of seriousness. Maybe it's something involving code enforcement or OSHA or somebody messing with them. So I was just like, all right, just go to the police.
Now, towards the end of the call, you say it wouldn't be the first time I'm being threatened. Do you recall that?
Yeah.
What were you referring to?
When I was extorted 21 months earlier. I
Oh my
was
God, again?
threatened. So I was trying to compare it to
Dude.
that to see is it possibly related to what happened to me.
At the end of this call, do you know what is going on yet?
No, I don't know what's going on yet.
Let's go to the third call, which is 12 minutes later. And this is C. This is at 3:00 p.m. between you and your mom.
Hey, sure.
Hey, sorry about that. Quick question for you. Well, one thing I was going to tell you is obviously don't talk about things in the apartment or any place.
No, obviously.
Well, that one.
The other thing
Don't
is
talk
this
about things in the
person,
apartment.
White, Hispanic.
What?
Don't talk about things in the apartment or any places, like, because they're worried they're being recorded or monitored. It's just, man, this family. You just hear
They just
someone?
came up to you and they said your name and they handed you a piece of paper.
No, no, didn't have it away for a while and then handed it to me.
Really?
Mhm.
And they wearing hats, sunglasses, or
No, nothing. Nothing. Describe them to a T.
what's that? You could describe them.
To a T. No, nothing.
Was the person nervous or were they angry? Or
No, calm as could be. Totally calm.
that's really crazy. Are they
Because it
trying to
wasn't-
act along or something?
Yeah.
If someone trying to, I mean, listen, if it's something like that, I'll probably like go to the police, but I'll
They have to, but they'd rather talk to you first and then.
yeah, I mean, I wouldn't, there's scumbags out there all the time that try to do stuff like that.
Oh, no.
So So,
That's why I'm just not even, because I don't want, not be bothered upset.
don't say anything to Dad until I take a look at it, because that's why I'll say.
Absolutely.
I mean,
Absolutely.
again, right here, even this bodes well for Harvey, right? I mean, it's like they don't want Dad involved. I mean, that's really pretty clear to me that he was pretty much kept in the dark or just did what he was told. And I mean, it's yeah. So, but that right there bodes well for Harvey not being ever, indicted for real. Realsies.
Did the person give you any kind of like time frame or anything?
Yeah.
No.
I thought there was a time frame.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Clear one. That's one thing.
What is exactly what they asked for?
I don't know, this TV is probably about 5.
Yeah, $5,000.
Oh my God. There it
That's
is.
fucking crazy.
There it is.
Yeah. Hey,
You mentioned, girlfriend. Hi, Sandra, come on in. Good, how are you? Okay.
that's
Wild that she's talking to him on the phone about this while there's like people coming in the room.
crazy. Let me take a look at it,
Mm-hmm.
and then I'll go from there.
You can go first. Okay, do that one. Yeah.
Now, in the 12 minutes before this call, had you started to put the pieces together and figure out what was going on a little bit?
A little bit. I was thinking about the first call and the second call, and the more I thought about it, I thought this is related to what happened to me. Somehow this is related to it.
And what does your attention shift to in the very beginning of this call?
I wanted to compare it to what happened to me 21 months earlier to see are these the same people that are doing this?
And so the first question you asked, were they black, white, or Hispanic? Why do you ask that question?
Because I always suspected that it was Sigfredo that did it. I mean, process in my head, that was my first guess, and that's what I would have guessed it was. When I met him, he was an angry guy, and I was trying to see is this somebody fitting his description that's maybe coming to my mom and doing this.
Why do you ask her? Did they give you a time frame?
Because that night I was told you got 48 hours to pay up. I'm trying to compare it to, is this person telling my mom you got 48 hours to pay up?
Now, she says no, but it is clear what is wanted. You recall that?
Yes.
And then she says, this TV is probably about 5. Now, before we get there, in the very start of the call, you say, don't talk about anything in the apartment or any place.
Sure.
Why do you say that to your mom?
Well, that was one of the first things I told her when I told her what had happened to me when I got extorted. It was picking up the checks from her. Is to never talk about it with anybody, not talk about it on the phone, don't talk in the apartment. Is that there's always a chance that the police are listening.
And what would you be afraid the police were listening to if you didn't do a murder?
I never wanted anyone to know I was
You
extorted.
didn't.
Why didn't you want the police?
Okay, the way he all says if you didn't do a murder, he's used that before. It's just like really sounds so dumb.
Checks from her is to never talk about it with anybody, not talk about it on the phone, don't talk in the apartment. Is that there's always a chance that the police are listening.
And what would you be afraid the police were listening to if you didn't do a murder?
I never wanted anyone to know I was extorted.
Why didn't you want the police to know you were extorted? What would happen if the police knew you were extorted?
They would come talk to me.
And what would happen if they came and talked to you? What did you think would happen at that point?
If they came to talk to me, if I decided to talk to them, I'd have to tell them what happened to me. And if I told them what happened to me, my life would be in danger. These people would come find me. They'd find someone in my family. I mean, they don't care.
Now, going back to the TV comment where she says, this TV is probably about 5. Did you have code words with your mom that TV, I think they said, do you have that sheet where TV equals?
The code word sheet.
Was it a code word?
There is absolutely no code word involving TV whatsoever.
Now, by the way, your response isn't, no, it's an air conditioner. Your response is, they want $5,000? Was there any code there?
Not at all. I just wanted to clarify what was being said to me, to repeat it back.
Your mom then brings up that they brought up an ex-girlfriend. Do you remember that?
I do.
Now, Ms. Kappelman, in her cross-examinations, went through how you had several ex-girlfriends after Katie Magbanua. You recall that?
I do.
Did any of your other ex-girlfriends become involved in a situation where you were extorted?
I only had one ex-girlfriend whose friends extorted me.
So once she brings up your ex-girlfriend, did you have a pretty good idea of what was going on?
Oh, I knew exactly what was going on at this point. Well, almost exactly what was going on.
By the way, also during this call, you again remind your mom not to say anything to your father, right?
Yes, I did.
At the end of this call, what do you decide to do?
I'm going to give Katie a call.
And why are you going to reach out to Katie?
I want to see if her friends extorting my mom that she knows of, because she sure knew when it happened to me.
We're going to now publish D, Your Honor, already in evidence.
You may.
And this is a call between you and Catherine Magbanua at 4:27 p.m. on that same day, correct?
Yes.
You want to use your headphones?
Hello?
Hey, what's going on?
Okay.
No, like, should you someplace you can talk to me?
So what?
Are you any place that you can talk to?
You're talking now.
What's that?
Just talk right now. Let's talk.
Okay, can you go somewhere that's not loud when I'm talking to you?
I can't get like loud, like I can't get up.
Okay, I'm trying to walk outside and talk to you right now. I can't even fucking get outside. All right, wait, a minute off. All right. Somebody, hang on, okay.
Mhm.
Can you hear me okay?
I can hear.
Okay. I just want you to listen to me. I'll be able to talk to you in person when I see you tomorrow.
Okay.
Because I don't know what's going on.
Mhm.
But my mom walks the kids. I only heard part of the story.
Mhm.
And I'm going to go down there and talk to her tomorrow to find out what's going on.
Okay.
If she didn't want to elaborate.
Uh-huh.
But she said that someone approached her on the street,
Uh-huh.
called her by name,
Mhm.
handed her an envelope with something in it.
Yeah.
And somebody was, she really wouldn't go into detail. It was, I have no idea what it was in reference to.
Uh-huh.
But something regarding her son, something regarding his ex-girlfriend, and the person asking my mom for some money.
What?
Yeah. So I said, well, yeah.
What?
But first, just saying, I thought it was like something involving the IRS or a payment
Yeah.
or something like that. So I don't even know what the fuck it's about at all.
So somebody just like bumped into your mom like that?
Well, they came up to her on the street after she dropped the kids off at school. I guess from school, I don't even know. But they must know her routine and must know who she is.
Yeah.
They walked up to her, they called her by name, they
Uh-huh.
handed her an envelope.
Uh-huh.
And she said they spoke to her for a few minutes.
Yeah.
And then she said they were making reference to my ex-girlfriend. I have no fucking clue what that's about.
Yeah.
And that they explained that they needed to be paid for money.
For what?
I don't know, mom was talking on the phone. Like, well,
But like, should she be the person? Was she like, you should have like,
oh yeah,
asked her something?
that's what I said. There's no trying to blackmail you or something.
Exactly. Right. Right. You like that.
I said, you gotta go straight to the police. She's like, I don't even know what this is about. I don't want to talk about it. I go, well, take a picture and send me what it is. She's like, I just want you to see the person. So I'm gonna go there. I can't even fucking go there today because I won't get out of work until 10 o'clock at night.
Yeah.
So she's like, just
Was this like stalking your mom?
I don't even fucking know. I don't know what's going on with my mom's mom. You didn't do anything with my mom. Yeah.
What is going on?
Let me pause it right there. You say, and I quote, I mean, you didn't do anything with my mom.
I did say that.
What were you asking her?
Are your friends extorting my mom that you know of? Are they up to this?
Now, during this call,
Well, no.
you say, I have no idea what this is in reference to. Why do you say that to Katie?
I'm calling her up and talking about something that she'd asked me to never talk about, and I never planned on talking about it. So I wanted to let her know that I wasn't setting her up, that I needed her help. That's why I was calling her up.
And you make reference to an ex-girlfriend, but you're kind of wishy-washy whether she's the ex-girlfriend. Why?
Because I was implying it was her, but I didn't want her to feel like I was setting her up.
She says to you, when you say, you didn't do anything with my mom. She says, what would I do with your mom? And you say, just checking.
Yep.
Katie seems surprised on this call.
Very.
How did that make you feel?
That made me feel good. It made me feel like it wasn't her friends that were doing it. I mean, she knew when it happened last time. She definitely wasn't acting surprised.
What was your level of concern at this point in time?
It was probably medium. I mean, I was still pretty concerned, but my mom didn't sound right on the phone.
Now, there's a call that occurs after this call that is not in evidence, where Katie calls you back. Do you recall what Katie wanted you to do when she called you back?
She wanted me to go down there that night to see my parents.
And did she seem very concerned?
She was extremely concerned when she called me back.
Did you go to see your mom that night?
No, I finished work probably after 10, and I went down there the next afternoon.
Okay, so let's talk about the next day.
Okay.
So just to be clear, the bump happens and these calls happen on April 19th, 2016, right?
Yes.
We're now at April 20th.
Oh, there's Joel. Shout out to Joel. Right there. Hopefully you guys can see my mouse. There's a lady in pink. He's kind of in front of her. So I almost didn't recognize him. He doesn't have his glasses on. But shout out Joel of STS.
Where did you meet your mom?
I met her in the lobby of the building.
And did you go anywhere with her?
Yeah, we went for a short walk and ended up sitting on a bench.
What time approximately did you get to Miami and see your mom?
I'd say like 1:30ish.
Okay. Why did you meet her then?
Because she wanted to wait for my dad to go to work.
Again, bodes well for Harvey there, right?
When you walked to this bench, it's outside of a restaurant called Monty's, right? Not far from a restaurant called Monty's?
Yeah, it's right next to Monty's, actually.
Did you notice anyone following you?
No.
As you sit here today, do you know that you were being followed?
Today I do, yeah.
Okay. Now, I think State's Exhibit 54 has been put in evidence. It's a picture of
so
you and
fun.
your mom on that bench outside of
It's so
Monty's.
fun to be like an undercover. Like I could never do it. I would fail miserably. I would just be like giggling and like so obvious. But anyway, I'm just thinking like I'm just picturing like hiding in a bush or something. I'm like, oh my God, that'd be so fun, like a spy mission. Anyway.
Monty's, is that a fair depiction of where you were?
Yeah, we were sitting.
There's been testimony, I think, by Special Agent Sanford that you and your mom were whispering or trying not to be heard. Is that testimony true?
Yeah, I mean, we wanted some privacy for sure.
And how was your mom acting?
She was very scared.
What did she tell you?
Well, she told me that she went to go pick the boys up from school and that this really big guy came over to her and said that you've been helping out Katie and Tuto, and my brother Tato is going through a hard time and he's incarcerated. And my brother Tato did a big favor for you and you need to do what's right. You need to take care of my brother Tato. My mom was like, I don't know what you're talking about. The guy handed her a copy of an article and it had $5,000 written on it. And it also had a cell phone written on it.
At this point in time, did you have any clue whatsoever who Tato was?
No, I've never heard of Tato in my life.
Okay, so let me make sure that we're all on the same page. You knew who Tuto was, right?
Tuto is Sigfredo Garcia.
But you had no idea of anyone named Tato or Luis Rivera, correct?
Never heard of that name before.
Did your mom show you the paper that was given to her?
Yes, she did.
Do you recall if you took the paper with you or whether you wrote down the phone number from the paper?
I don't know whether I took the paper with me or I just took a piece of paper and wrote the phone number down to the paper. One of the two, but I did have the number with me when I left.
Okay. Now, at this point in time, when you're meeting with your mom, what was she concerned about?
I mean, she was concerned that she was going to get hurt and that they were going to hurt her and then someone else in the family was going to pay. And she wanted to go to the police.
What did you tell your mom in response? What was your theory at this point in time?
I was telling my mom that this is so different than what happened to me. I said, it could actually, I was actually thinking it could have been Sigfredo Garcia, because him and Katie were in this explosive fight, and I always suspected that it was him, and that he's now extorting my mom, and that's what it was. So I thought it could be that. That scared my mom a lot. But then I said, this is probably the police. I said, it's, they're not telling you 48 hours or you're going to get killed. They're not hiding who they are for the first, even at that point, I only suspected Sigfredo. This guy's not even hiding who he is. He's not wearing a hat. He's not wearing glasses. He's not trying to conceal himself. The first time
wearing a
I
mustache.
wasn't given a cell phone number. This time they're giving cell phone numbers. They're giving names. They're giving all this information. I'm like, Mom, I think this is the police.
What did you tell your mom you were going to do?
I told her that I was going to go ahead and go talk to Katie and see if she thinks that this is possibly, if this is Sigfredo, who I was suspected, and if it is, see if she could get him to stop.
Now, did your mom during this meeting tell you anything about your dad?
Yeah.
What did she say?
She was really worried that her safety was an issue now, and
what
my dad's
about
with her all
not?
the
You
time.
really believed it was the police, and you're going on with the double extortion theory. Wouldn't you then be like, oh my God, thank God, the police, they must have figured out I was extorted. I couldn't tell anybody because of the threats, but like they must have figured it out and cracked the case on their own. And now's my chance, right? Like, thank you for coming to save the day. Like, it doesn't make any sense. I mean, it doesn't make any sense anyway. I'm just saying, like, yeah.
I mean, she's like, look, I know you don't want me to say anything to Dad, but I have to say something to him. Like this has gone too far. I can't not. So I told her, I said, if you tell him, you got to promise not to say anything to Wendi. Please do not let him go to the police. Like this is you're gonna put my life at risk. You're gonna put your life at risk. Like, let me just figure out if Katie could get these people to stop, if she's related to them somehow, and identify them and get them to stop.
Why were you so adamant that she not tell Wendi?
I thought Wendi would go to the police, and I thought my dad would too, but my mom swore that she'd be able to get him not to go.
What did you tell your mom about what you would do with your dad after she told him?
I said, after you tell Dad what's going on, I said, I'll be happy to have him come over to my house, or I'll meet him. I'm sure he's going to have a whole bunch of questions, and I'll talk to Dad tomorrow.
Now, after you left your mom, what did you do next?
I left, and then I drove up to see Katie. She was probably she was working for a real estate company, and it was about 15 minutes away from my parents' place.
And I think we heard the calls. I'm not going to play them again. Did you call her to find out the address and where to meet her?
I got the address, and then I called her again as I was pulling into the plaza because I'd never been there before, and she walked out of the office that she was working at.
Okay. Now, when you got to her, by the way, where she was working was in a strip mall?
Yes.
Okay. When you got there, where was she?
She was standing in front of the I think it was Optimar Realty. She had just come outside, so she waved me down.
And did you go straight into the restaurant, or did something happen before you went into the restaurant later?
She walked over to the car. I pulled up into a parking spot. She walked over to the car. I wanted to talk to her, so I said, hop in the car. I need to talk to you.
Now, did you know that you were being followed?
No, not at all.
When she got in the car, what did you learn and what happened?
Well, she asked me what happened to my mom. I told her, and I said, do you think this is T? I said, was T behind what happened to me? And she looked at me. She said, yes.
And what did you ask her about the information your mom had received when she was approached on the street?
I asked her if she thought that this was T. Do you think he's doing this to my mom? Because you guys are fighting. Like a week or so earlier, they had this explosive fight because she saw his phone and some girl was sending her text messages of a tattoo that she just got at like 3 a.m. So they were like breaking up. And now that my mom's getting extorted and she's having a fight with him, I'm suspecting that it's him.
Do you bring up the name Tato?
Yes.
What happened when you brought up the name Tato?
I said, have you ever heard of some guy Tato? Like, I thought it was a joke that there's a Tuto and a Tato. Like,
It does
have you ever heard
sound
of
like
Tato?
that, though.
And she started talking.
What did she say?
She said, yeah, I know I know Tato. Tato is Tuto's best friend. And she said, he's a bad dude. He's the head of the Latin Kings. She said they went up to Tallahassee, and he's the one who rented a car, and he's the one who did this to Dan. And off my head's like, I'm freaking out because this is the guy that's now extorting my mom. And I'm like, Katie, is this guy incarcerated? Like, she's like, yeah. And like, does he have brothers? She said he's got 4 or 5 brothers, but he's got a couple hundred brothers in the Latin Kings in Miami.
Let's stop there for a second. So why did you ask her if he was incarcerated?
Because the guy who came up to my mom said, my brother Tato is incarcerated. He's going through a hard time. And he needs your help. You need to take care of him the way you're taking care of Katie and Tuto.
Now, when Katie is telling you that there is a Tato, that he's the head of the Latin Kings, that he's incarcerated, and you know he has brothers, what starts going through your mind?
Holy shit, this is real. Like this is real extortion, and it's happening again.
What does Katie tell you about
It's just a bit too much.
what happened in Tallahassee? And
Like it's just a bridge too far with the like. And honestly, it's called the double extortion theory, but really, I mean, I feel like we're on like layer 6 with this at this juncture.
who did what?
She told me that T was high on drugs, got fast food.
I'm going to interrupt you for 1 second just to make it clear to the jury. I'm going to ask you, I know she used their nicknames.
Yeah.
Okay. Make that clear. But for the purposes of today, let's use their names so that there's no confusion. Okay.
So-
I understand in the car she used nicknames, either Tato, Tuto, or T. But just for the purposes of today, use their names.
Sure.
Okay. What did she tell you about who did what in Tallahassee?
She said that Sigafredo was high on drugs at the hotel, and that Luis Rivera was the one who shot Dan.
Now, did she tell you that Tato was also behind your extortion or no?
She said that Sigfredo brought him to go do this, and that it was he got paid, but it was the extorter was Sigfredo.
Did she describe to you, said she described to you about a rental car? Did she describe to you anything about the payments the next day?
Yes.
What did she tell you?
She said when she brought the money, she met up with them and she gave the money to Sigfredo and him, and that she didn't touch any of it, and that she didn't take a single dime for herself or anything like that.
Now, when you're hearing this in the car, by the way, how long do you think you were in the car for?
10 to 15 minutes, probably closer to 10.
How are you feeling? And what do you now want to do when you're in the car? You've just told your mom that you think it's the police, that it's all going to be okay. Now you've heard that there is a real Tato. How are you feeling, and what are you thinking about doing at this point in time?
I'm freaking out because I thought it was Sigfredo. Then I'm hearing all this stuff about this guy Tato, his name is Luis Rivera. Everything seeming real. I was extorted. Now my mom's getting extorted. Katie's telling me she doesn't think it's Tato or his people. He wouldn't do it like this. He would have done it the way it happened to me. She's telling me that she thinks it's a copycat of one of Tato's, someone who knows Tato and is doing a copycat on him and doing their own extortion, or it's probably she thinks it's the police.
Okay. Now, how is she acting in the car?
She's upset. She's very upset.
And you've told her that they used her name, correct?
Yes.
What do you decide to do after she tells you this bombshell information?
Well, I mean, I have more questions than answers. When I got done talking to her in the car, I was more confused than ever. I had told my mom, I'm going to talk to Katie and see if her friend is behind this and if she can get him to stop. And now it's like open the door to all these other possibilities and scenarios of what it could be and what to do. So Katie was the only person on the planet that I could talk to about this and see if I could try to get it to stop. So I said, Katie, you want to go inside and get some coffee? And I thought I'd be able to talk to her more and try to see what are we supposed to do.
Now, we know you like to talk. How about when you're scared and trying to figure things out?
I mean, I was freaking out. And I'm trying to figure things out by talking out different scenarios out loud, thinking if it's this, we do this, or if we do this, what'll happen, or if we do this, what'll happen. That's why a lot of it's very jumbled up because I'm all over the place.
Okay. So you decide to go inside and get coffee. Katie agrees with you. And is that when you go into the restaurant called, and I always I pronounce it wrong, Your Honor, I'm sorry, Dolce Vita?
Yes, it is.
Why is that so hard?
When you went into the restaurant,
What? How can you even?
who did
pronounce
you
so
think
wrong?
was behind it? Well, let me start by saying something else. You've seen the audio of you in that restaurant, right?
You've
With Katie.
seen the
Yes.
audio. Dude.
Before that audio started, had you met with Katie
That must
in
be some special powers if you can see audio.
the restaurant for about 20 or 30 minutes?
We've been in there about a half hour talking.
So that audio doesn't capture anything in the beginning of your conversation, right?
Yes.
Now, let's talk a little bit about the beginning of the conversation. Obviously, it's many years ago. You're not going to remember word for word what was said. But generally, what was Katie telling you and what were you telling Katie?
Katie was saying that it's the police. And I didn't care if it was the police. I was there because it was a bad guy. So I'm trying to figure out, like, is my family really in danger? And what should we do? And if they are in danger, what should we do?
Did you know that law enforcement at some point in the conversation started to record you?
No, I thought we were alone.
Now, your conversation with Katie in the restaurant, how were you talking? Were you talking freely or carefully?
No, I always spoke to Katie carefully.
Why was it so important for you to talk carefully to Katie in this restaurant?
Whenever I spoke to Katie, I needed her help. So I never wanted her to feel like I was trying to set her up or set her friends up. And in that regard. So every time I said something or phrased something, I was always really careful in how I spoke to her.
And again, at this point in time, did you have any clue whatsoever that Katie was part of the extortion of you?
No, I did not think she was ever a part of it.
Now, the first thing that is caught
It's just
on the recording is if they had any evidence, we would have already gone to the airport. Do you recall that?
Yes.
oh my god. Foreshadowing.
What were you saying here, and what was it in context to of what had been said before?
Okay. Directly before that, Katie was talking about it being the police and that she thinks it's the police. And I'm like, it's fine if it's the police. Like, we're innocent. They're not going to have any evidence. Like, if we had anything to do with this, I'd be going to the airport right now. What you're saying is that it's the police. Like, we're not going to have evidence to show that we did something that we didn't do.
Charlie, without getting into all the details that I did with Agent Sanford, this communication at Dolce Vita happened in 2016. You were arrested in 2022. When did you know that the state thought that you had participated in the murder of Professor Markell?
When the probable cause affidavit was released.
And when was that affidavit released approximately?
I think it was leaked to the media. And I saw it in August of 2016.
Did you ever try to flee the country
Never.
after August 2016?
Never.
Why not?
Because I wasn't part of a murder. They weren't going to have any evidence to show I was part of a murder.
Interesting to hear that, right? Because it's like that's one thing he can say that Donna can't.
Now, you say during Dolce Vita,
Oh, there he is pronouncing it wrong. Okay, I was like, how do you even pronounce that wrong? Dolce. How did he say it? Dolce Vita. Hold on. How do you get this wrong?
So they weren't going to have any evidence to show I was part of a murder.
now you say during Dolce Vita,
Oh my god, amazing! It's like he gets the letters mixed up. Instead of Dolce Vita, he says Dolce Vitae. Amazing. So that answers my question. I was like, how do you pronounce that wrong? Interesting. Wow.
1 second, Your Honor, I'm sorry. Lost my spot.
Oh.
Is Dolce Vita a bit of an argument between you and Katie?
Wow.
Yeah, you can say that.
And what is the argument about?
She's taking the position that it's the police and you can't pay the police. And I wasn't as focused on the police as I was focused on, well, if it's a bad guy, what do we do? Like,
A bad
you
guy.
can't go to the police.
Why were you not focused on it being the police?
Because I didn't do a murder. I wasn't worried if it was the police.
Now, if it was a bad guy,
What?
what did you
bad-
want her to do?
A
What did you want
bad guy? What are we, like playing cops and robbers? Like, what the fuck?
Katie to do?
A bad
I wanted
guy.
her to reach out to them and see if she could get them to stop. You know, maybe threaten them. Maybe she could pay them. Maybe she could tell them she's going to pay them. It's a one-time thing. I want to see if she could identify them and get them to stop.
Okay, but remember, we heard from Charlie already, who's an expert apparently at extortion. You remember what Charlie said not that long ago? He's like, I know how it is with extortion. It never ends. Once you pay them, it just keeps going or whatever. Just pointing it out.
Why did you want her to do that as opposed to you doing that?
She knew who the original people were. She knew Sigfredo. She knew this guy, Luis Rivera, and she'd be the only person who'd be able to identify them and get them to stop. And maybe they'd be afraid of her.
Now,
Afraid of
throughout
her?
this recording, several times you try to sound tough. Is that the case?
Absolutely.
You say, I carry a gun on me. right?
Yes, I said that.
I mean, someone comes up to me. If someone comes up to me, they better be ready to shoot because I'm going to shoot them. Someone come up to me asking for money in my house. When the fucking police show up and there's a doctor, there's an oral surgeon standing there with a dead gang member in his fucking driveway, they're not going to come down too hard on me. I'll take a break right there. Why are you talking tough?
I want to let her know, like, I've had enough. Like, and, you know, they're messing with my mom. They mess with me. Like, I've literally just had enough, and I'm trying to send that message.
Why do you bring up a gang member?
Because 45 minutes earlier, when I was sitting in the car with Katie, she told me that Luis Rivera was the head of the Latin Kings.
That is not.
And that's who the
That is not
second-
the question that needs to be asked. The question that needs to be asked is why do you even mention, what does he say, like an oral surgeon or a dentist or whatever? He mentions his profession. That's the bigger question.
Extortion was a Latin King gang member who was extorting my parents, which was actually the FBI. But it was
Immediately after you say those lines, though,
He doesn't ask.
you say, and I'm not going to talk anyway. Why do you say that? You're being tough, and then you say, and I'm not going to talk anyway.
Yeah.
Why do you say that?
because I didn't want to scare her into thinking that I'm some kind of loose end, that at any point was I going to the police. I was making it clear that at no point I was going to the police.
You then say, Katie, this is not like some chick showing tattoos to your man. What are you talking about here?
That was in reference to their explosive fight that would send her and Sigfredo in opposite directions. And I was thinking that he was behind what had happened to my mom. I thought he was just sending a third party to collect.
And what are you trying to tell Katie to do?
I'm telling her to call this person and to contact them and see if she can get them to stop.
Now, you then say, they're not going away. I may wish they'd go away, but they're not going away. And then there's a bunch of unintelligibles, and there's a line that says that you say, well, with a beard or a badge. Do you have any idea what you were talking about there?
I think we were talking about, is it a police officer or a bad guy?
And
Yeah,
again,
guy.
well, who would be the beard?
The beard would be the bad guy.
And who, again, was Katie trying to convince you it was?
Right.
She was trying to convince me it's the police.
Now, we've seen this conversation live, although we can't hear all of it. Are you doing more of the talking or more of the listening?
I'm doing the thinking out loud and talking.
You're not really listening to her at all, right?
No.
You again say, listen, if a badge comes up to you, tell them, have a nice day, officer. And she says, yeah, no, perfect. You say, if not, I don't talk to cops. Sorry. And she says, yeah, no, perfect. What are you saying to Katie here?
I'm reassuring her that I'm keeping my mouth shut and I'm not going to the police and I'm not trying to set her up. But I wanted her to see if maybe make a payment.
Now,
I know, right?
you say, this person is not, this is after her long unintelligible. You say, well, Katie, this person is not going away. They came very equipped with details. What details are you talking about here?
They know about my payment to her with the checks. They know about the payment.
You then go on a bunch of long discussions about DNA in a rental car. Why do you bring up a rental car?
Because 40 minutes earlier, I was sitting in a car with her and she was telling me that Luis Rivera rented a car.
And during these long discussions, you're talking about how you don't really know anything. You, Charlie, doesn't really know anything. Why are you telling her repeatedly that you don't know anything?
I'm trying to reassure her that I'm harmless and that I don't have any real knowledge of what went on and that, I'm not some loose end that you guys need to go try to clean up.
Now, you then say, they said the guy's name was Tuto. I don't even know who the fuck it is. Did you know who
There's
Tuto
another
was?
internal contradiction there, right? Because he's saying, yeah, I'm harmless. I'm just some loose end. I'm harmless, right? And he's repeated that a couple of times. But remember, this is in the same exact conversation where he's saying all these things. He's like, yeah, I was just saying that to try to sound tough, right? Just trying to sound tough. You can't, you don't mess with me, blah, blah. So are you tough or are you harmless or what are we doing?
I knew who Tuto was.
Was this you confusing the names
Wow.
Tuto and Tato?
That's exactly what it was. I was getting the names mixed up.
And she asks you to describe what he looked like, right?
Yes.
And you say, some of it's unintelligible, but you say, well-spoken, polite. She goes, polite and well-spoken. I said, did he act thug or did he talk with a thick Spanish accent or anything? She said, no. I said, was he white or Hispanic? She said he was white, but he could have been Hispanic. Why were these facts important to you and Katie?
Because I was comparing the original extortion that I had to the person that's extorting my mom to see if they fit the description.
And she says, so recognizable. And you say, with no glasses, no hat, very well dressed. And she says, well dressed? As you're talking about this, what are the both of you trying to figure out?
We're trying to figure out, is this related to, is this real extortion or is this the police?
And what is Katie telling you of why she doesn't think this is real extortion and why she thinks it's the police?
Because of how it's being done. And these people wouldn't do it this way. But it still opened up the door to her where she said it could be a copycat and somebody just trying to piggyback the extortion and make it their own.
A copycat? A copycat? Hold on.
Of why she doesn't think this is real extortion and why she thinks it's the police.
Because of how it's being done. And these people wouldn't do it this way. But it still opened up the door to her where she said it could be a copycat and somebody just trying to piggyback the extortion and make it their own.
Because this, whatever the fuck, quadruple sextuplet extortion theory makes so much sense that someone would want to copy it. That's how brilliant and logical and believable this is that someone would want to copy it. So now we're in like quadruple extortion inception is where we're at now, I think. I don't know how one even keeps all of it straight in their heads, but Charlie seems to manage just fine.
Now,
right?
You say to her every time she's telling you it's the police, you kind of push back. Why do you push back?
The whole purpose of me being there with her was not to hear if it was the police. I needed her help if it wasn't the police.
10 minutes and 28 seconds into the recording, not the meeting, but the recording. The following thing is what you say. They didn't mention my name, which makes me think that these people only know part of the story, or they think they know part of the story. What are you telling Katie here?
I'm saying they didn't mention my name. They don't even know I was extorted, and that they only know part of the story. They know about the checks that my mom was writing to you, or they think they know part of the story. They don't realize that was payment for an extortion, not payment for a murder.
So whoever's doing this thinks that you did a murder because they don't know that you were extorted.
Exactly.
Great. Now it all makes perfect sense. Okay. Now it all makes y'all. Oh my God.
And by the way, isn't that exactly what the bump is?
The bump is an extortion.
But isn't the bump designed in a way
Oh my God.
that they thought you did part of a murder, and the responses they got, they didn't understand because they only knew part of the story.
That's exactly it.
You then say,
it would have been Dan Rashbaum doing that just made it worse. Honestly, it would have been better if you just had left it the way it was.
everybody was there the next day. Did you take any money? It's not like you're driving around in a Bentley, cruising around in a mega yacht. He must at some point, because otherwise he would have no idea.
What did he have? He had a Ferrari, so
I had anything to do with. First of all, remind the jury, how did you know what happened on July 19th, and when did you learn that?
July 19th, July 18th.
How did you know about the money drop? Let me ask that question.
Okay. Katie told me that the next day she brought the money to Luis and Sigfredo Garcia.
When did she tell you that?
She told me that in the car 30 minutes earlier.
Now, when you're asking this question, who is the everybody that you are referring to?
Sigfredo Garcia and Luis Rivera.
What are you confirming here, and why?
That she's not a part of it. I mean, she's broke. I was being sarcastic when I'm like, you're not cruising around in a mega yacht or driving a Bentley. Like, her car's getting declined at Old Navy, and she's borrowing $300 from me. So I didn't think she was a part of it. I didn't think at the time that she took any of that money. So that's why I said it like that. Is that you didn't take any of the money next day, and they're saying that like I'm helping you out. So I'm thinking that like Sigfredo must have said something to Luis about the little things that I do to help you out with, lending you money. I gave her a car with 160,000 miles on it. Sigfredo must have said something to Luis, and then maybe one of his people is now trying to extort my family.
And in response, what does she say to you? Who does she say it is?
She thinks it's the police.
And so then you say to her, it could. I wish that it was a cop playing games. Why did you wish it was a cop playing games?
Because then it meant that my mom wasn't being extorted by Latin King gang members.
You say, and I'm not involved.
Donna's not being extorted by Latin King gang members. I can't, y'all.
Recall saying that?
Yeah, again, the irony, because now she's like, according to her, being extorted in prison, right? Or jail. Or fucking.
Why did you specifically mention the word extortion in Dolce Vita? Why didn't you say, Katie, why are these the same people that did to me? These are the same people that are doing this to my mom that did it to me back in July of 2014. Why didn't you just say that in this recording?
I was being real careful when I spoke to Katie. I would never say the word extortion to her.
Why not?
I would get zero help and she'd think I was setting her up.
And what were you most concerned about at this point in time?
I was most concerned about the gang members that was extorting my mom and also about trying to get Katie to help me to stop it.
Again, you say, if it's a cop, I'm happy because I've got nothing
I
to
need to
hide.
back it up for a second.
You say that at least 3 times.
Oh my God.
You say,
Gang
what were you
I would never
back in July of 2000 people that did to me?
Wait
These
for.
are the same people that are doing.
So I just wanted to point out Joel's face watching this. So if you guys can see my mouse, there's Joel right there. He's behind. He's just to the right of Rashbaum. Okay.
This to my mom that did it to me back in July of 2014. Why didn't you just say that in this recording?
I was being
Sorry.
real careful when I spoke to Katie. I would never say the word extortion to her.
Why not?
I would
He's
get
like,
zero
this
help
is
and
the
she'd think I
most
was setting her up.
insane thing I've ever
And
heard.
what were you most concerned about at this point in time?
I was most concerned about the gang member that's now extorting my mom and also about trying to get Katie to help me to stop it.
Again, you say, if it's a cop, I'm happy because I've got nothing to hide. You say that at least 3 times. Why do you tell her that?
Because she keeps on saying that it's the police. And I'm not worried about if it's the police. I'm worried about if it's a gang member and that's coming after my mom.
And as she's pushing back that she doesn't want to make the payment or reach out to the person, you then bring up, it's going to put a spotlight in the investigation. You start talking about the FBI and
Yeah, I
BBC
wonder
News.
too,
First
like,
of all,
is this where Donna got her whole idea from? Is she like, oh yeah, Charlie talked about maybe if I'm being extorted by Latin King gang, is this where she got her whole idea for the prison stuff from? I wonder.
what investigation are you talking about?
The murder investigations, Dan Markel.
And why are you trying to tell Katie that this is going to put a spotlight on this investigation? What are you trying? Why are you trying to tell her that?
I'm trying to tell her that this is a big deal. Like if we go to the police on the second extortion, they're going to catch the second extortion, and when they catch them, they're going to turn and the second extortion is going to turn in the first extortion. And then when you catch the first extortion, the police are going to come talk to us. And then when we tell them what happened,
Okay. Buckle up, everybody. Let's try to understand what the fuck this means.
To tell Katie that this is going to put a spotlight on this investigation. What are you trying? Why are you trying to tell her that?
I'm trying to tell her that this is a big deal. Like if we go to the police on the second extortion, they're going to catch the second extortion, and when they catch them, they're going to turn and the second extortion is going to turn in the first extortion. And then when you catch the first extortion, the police are going to come talk to us. And then when we tell them what happened, you're going to be in a lot of danger. There's no way I can talk to the police. So by catching the second, it's going to turn in the first. And that's exactly what I was saying there.
That sums up this entire thing right there. Whenever I talk about this theory that I'm like, I don't even know how to explain it because it makes no sense. We're also one more time. We'll put too much food. This is it. This is the whole thing right here. This is it. I don't even know how. I'm
trying to tell her that this is a big deal. Like if we go to the police on the second extortion, they're going to catch the second extortion, and when they catch them, they're going to turn and the second extortion is going to turn in the first extortion. And then when you catch the first extortion, the police are going to come talk to us. And then when we tell them what happened, you're going to be in a lot of danger. There's no way I can talk to the police. So by catching the second, it's going to turn in the first. And that's exactly what I say in there.
It's like extortion, inception. Like, I don't even know. Wow. Okay.
Now, you tell her that you want her to give the guy the money, right?
Yes.
And she, again, what's her reaction to that?
Mm-hmm.
She's like, you can't pay the cops. They're going to arrest you. They're going to think you're a part of it.
And so then you give a long-winded explanation of what she can say that won't incriminate herself, right?
Or make the police come talk to her. So I was saying, just tell them that you don't know anything.
Again, what are you trying to convince her to do?
Make a payment.
And she's refusing, right?
Yeah.
You say, that's all I was able to come up with. If it's the police, they can't take the money. They can't take the money. They won't even come meet you. If it's this guy, maybe in the back of he knows, unintelligible, fuck off, unintelligible. and that now he's fucking with his wife, and if he's fucking with him, you fuck with the king himself. You better kill him because he's going to be a big problem. What are you trying to say to her here?
I'm saying that maybe if you go and contact these people, they're going to know who you are, and they're going to realize they'll know that your husband is Sigfredo Garcia. Sigfredo is about as scary of a guy as you can be, and if Sigfredo has a problem with you, the only thing you could do to stop Sigfredo if he wants to come after you is to kill Sigfredo. So I wasn't talking about killing him, but I was saying if he knows who you are, he's going to be a big problem. So the only way they can stop Sigfredo is if they kill him, because he's a dangerous guy.
And is that precisely why you wanted her to be contacting this person?
Yeah, because they would know who her husband is, and they would cut it out.
You then say, and so help me God, if they fuck with my family, it's going to be like that Nazi shit because this will be done. Who used that terminology with you?
That was an expression that Katie would use. She would say like this Nazi shit, like to go crazy on somebody. And that was a term that she would use. And I used it back to her. And it meant, I was saying like, listen, like I'm trying to sound tough also. So I said, listen, I'm going to get somebody to go crazy on this person and get them to stop. Like this needs to end.
Again, I thought you were harmless.
You say, I don't care what I have to spend. Ms. Kappelman asked one of the witnesses, aren't you admitting to doing a murder for hire here?
Absolutely not. I'm saying that I'll get somebody to act and go crazy on who's ever doing this and get them to stop. I mean, I'm not a scary guy like Sigfredo Garcia is, so I was trying to sound intimidating.
And harmless.
You then say, he doesn't have any bad feelings towards me, does he? Our paths never crossed. I didn't know that the two of you would be working out. Why do you ask this?
Because I'm saying, like, I've been compliant. I've been paying every single month. It's not like I didn't do anything to him. I was still thinking maybe it could be him that's doing this, as I was saying.
Oh my God. This is tough. This is a tough sell, you know?
Now, in the video, you see Katie leaving the table for a bit, right?
Yes.
She leaves for about 2 minutes. And what happens when she leaves, before she comes back?
It's probably the first 2 minutes in the last 45 or 50 minutes that I stopped talking and just sat there and started thinking about everything that we've been talking about.
And as you're sitting there and thinking about it, what goes through your mind? What do you realize?
I just started thinking again about how different this is, and that the person's not hiding who they are. You know, there's no, I'm going to kill you in 48 hours. They're giving lots of information. You know, this is not the same people.
When she comes back, you give her the number, right?
Yeah.
Do you remember if you gave her a piece of paper, or if do you have any recollection of whether you gave her a piece of paper or she wrote down the number, or do you have any idea, any memory this many years later?
No, I think I may have just sent it to her verbally or given her paper. I don't remember sitting here today.
And then you immediately start talking about how the guy didn't have glasses or a hat.
No mustache.
Why was that the first thing that you started talking to her about when she came back?
Because I was thinking, like, for 2 years, I had no idea. You know, nothing was confirmed. The identity was hidden. It was just her friend. Now all of a sudden, this guy shows up and he's not even taking the precaution of trying to hide his identity. He has no problem showing his face.
And at this point in time, when she comes back, who do you think is behind this?
I'm coming around to her way of thinking that it's probably the police and a small chance that it's some sort of copycat, but more than likely it's just the police.
My vote, y'all. I'm voting for the copycat. What about you guys? I'm not just voting for I'm not just voting for the copycat. I'm rooting for the copycat because I like animals.
Do you ask her to do?
I still ask her to call the number just in a chance that, like, hey, if I'm wrong and it's not the police and it turns out to be somebody that really is dangerous, like I'm betting my mom's life on it being the police. So at least just call and make it so for that peace of mind that we confirm it is what we think it is.
At the end of the recording, you see that you're actually joking about something. Mm-hmm. How do you feel at the end of your meeting with her in Dolce Vita?
I feel much better. I mean, I'm back to the way I started when I came out there, is that I was thinking it was probably the police. I felt even more likely it was the police after I got done with meeting with her.
Great.
Now, when you repeatedly say during this recording that you hope it's the police, did you understand that if it was the police, they thought they would be thinking that you were part of a murder?
Correct.
So why were you hoping it was the police?
Well, I wasn't part of a murder. And if it was the police, it meant there was no danger. Nobody's going to get hurt. And there's no danger to anyone in my family.
Judge, I'm going to move on to another topic.
Before you do that, members of the jury, does anyone need to take a break? Please raise your hand. We will take a brief break. for the next 10 minutes. We'll resume a little bit after 3:30.
Okay, they're taking a break and we're gonna jump ahead. Who are you guys rooting for? The extortion layer 1, layer 2, copycat, police? I forget all the options.
Yes, I do.
There's
And what did
so many.
Very well. Any objection from the state other than what's already been made?
No, Your Honor.
Admitted over objection. You may proceed with publishing.
I don't need to publish those. Thank you, Your Honor. Do you remember what you did when you left Dolce Vita?
Yes, I do.
And what did you do?
I got in the car and I called my mom up on the phone.
Where was your mom when you called her?
I think she was at the city park.
Now, throughout this call, you don't mention Katie's name. Why don't you mention her name?
I think I was always being careful. But I mean, there was no big deal. My mom knew that I was going to go meet Katie, and I just spoke in general terms.
You tell your mom that everything is fine. What are you telling your mom when you tell her that?
I'm letting her know that it's the police, because that's how I left it when I left my meeting with my mom before I went crazy and I heard all about Luis Rivera. I'm letting my mom know, like, everything's fine. It's the police.
At the end of this call, there's discussion about cheerleading and Passover. What is your level of concern when you have this call with your mom?
I believe that there is no danger to my family at this time. We're very minimal.
Now, do you recall that the call got cut off? Well, let me say it differently. Withdraw the question, Your Honor. Do you recall that your mom, on the end of this call, had to call you back?
Yes.
And do you recall that about 5 minutes later, she did call you back?
Yes, I do.
Okay. Judge, at this point in time, I'd like to play State Exhibit G.
You may proceed.
And this is a call between you and your mom at 5:06 on April 20th. Don't hear anything.
Test your equipment again.
I didn't do it.
That's what she said.
Try it again.
Yeah. Hi, honey. Sorry about that. I had to schedule
Nothing in the headphones now.
I think it's clear on the speakers, but I guess play it once again. Hold your thumbs up if you can hear it clearly over the speaker.
Yeah. Hi, honey. Sorry about that. I had to schedule it for Monday because she was leaving. So
How about on the speakers? I know you can't hear it on the headphones.
You just wanted to be a little bit louder on the speaker, you're saying? I'm not Bill Nye the Science Guy. I'm not sure why we can't get this to work from call to call, but
You unplug it again?
Oh, technology.
turn up, except for when you're excited.
Good. I just
Okay.
so I hung out with my friend, and then she's gonna sleep on some stuff, and then she's gonna come tomorrow, either my office or Thanos' office, and tell me how it works. How she thought about it. So I'll talk to her tomorrow. I wish her the best of luck.
yeah.
Anyway.
So you think she'll be okay? You think everything else is good for her?
I told her. I mean, like I was explaining to you, with relationships, either go one or two ways. Like,
Right.
So it's gonna be one or two ways. So,
Yeah. Well,
but that's
how you want it.
yeah.
So if you guys, yes, honey, you can. Fine. All right, Charlie. I love you. All.
What do they say? Yeah, you're welcome.
So yeah, just hoping Dad has a good day at the office.
Oh yeah.
Because I like him to have a good night's sleep. So he works on a long day. Like it's a long day.
I truly would not worry about anything.
Wait a second, Lincoln, honey. This little girl is on now. Come here, honey.
So when she says Lincoln,
She finishes and then you'll go on. I don't think so.
kids here.
Yeah, no,
Or whether-
without a doubt, I wouldn't.
mean, how messed up is
Okay,
that?
I hope so.
There's nothing to worry about.
No.
No.
So you'll be up at the office, you'll be at our office all day tomorrow?
From 11 to probably by 3, I'm going to be gone.
Oh, really? It's done for the day?
Well, then I get the Thanos off.
Oh, no, Santa. Gotcha.
Yeah.
All right.
I hate this area of like Guy's Dairy and 95.
Very crowded.
Oh my God, the traffic. To go from like, I mean, literally, for me to go from like, on Biscayne to like, all the way to like 95, it's the same amount of time it takes me to go from my house to South Beach.
Wow.
Just the east-west. It's quicker for me to go to South Beach from Fort Lauderdale than to be in Miami and go to the highway. I mean, it's just lame, like 2 schools and everything. So, all right,
That's the, they're swinging. I'm pushing as high as I can. That's the squeak of the swings.
all right.
I'm pushing them. The old grandma. All right, I love you.
Yeah, you probably feel, but I would worry about absolutely nothing.
Really?
Yeah, I'm telling you, it's not.
Well, if your theory is correct, and that'll be, we don't know that.
Well, listen, I mean, it's you have to realize something. It does them no good.
Yeah.
At the end of the day, there's nothing. They're not going to gain anything. They're still going to be in the same situation. It's not like you've ever threatened anybody or hurt anybody. So
No, I know that.
And listen, the thing is that they're not hiding who they are.
Right, not at all.
Not at all. So.
When you call your mom back, there's a reference to Harvey. Harvey's your dad, right?
Yes.
There's a reference to hoping, your mom says she hopes Harvey had a good day at the office. She'd like him to have a good night's sleep. What did you understand this to be a reference to?
My dad's about to find out what happened to me 2 years earlier and what's happening to my mom now.
You're telling your mom repeatedly in this call that not to worry about anything. Why are you telling her not to worry about anything?
Because my mom was worried that a gang member was going to come and hurt her, or somebody was trying to extort her for money.
Now, you then say, not like you ever threatened anyone or hurt anyone. And you say, she says to you, well, if your theory is correct, what was your theory? Well, first of all, when did you go over your theories with each other?
When I saw my mom 2 hours before this call was placed.
And what was your theory and what was her theory?
My theory was that it's the police. My mom's theory was that it's a bad guy and they're going to hurt one, and then somebody else in the family is going to pay the money, and that this was a serious threat and her life's in danger.
You then start talking about, again, how there were no threats, no disguise. Why are you telling this to your mom?
I'm telling my mom that this is so different. It can't be the same person. It can't be the same people that are behind my extortion that are behind her extortion.
Moving on to State Exhibit H. Now, State Exhibit H is a call that's in evidence between Sigfredo Garcia and Katie Magbanua. Do you recall listening to that call?
Yes, I do.
Now, you obviously weren't on the call initially, right?
I was never on that call.
On the call, you can hear them fighting, and Sigfredo is refusing to make the phone call, right?
Yes.
Again, what had you discussed with Katie at Dolce Vita? What were you hoping that she would do?
That she would at least make the phone call, even though we were pretty sure it was the police. I mean, there's still a chance that you're wrong, and this is a copycat who doesn't realize that I was extorted, and they're running their own extortion off and chasing down my mom.
The next day is now April 21st, and the state put in State's Exhibit J, and this is a 22-minute call between you and Catherine Magbanua. Do you recall that?
Yes, I do.
Was this the first time that you spoke with Katie after your meeting at Dolce Vita?
Yes, it is.
On this call, are you asking to meet with her?
Yes, I want to see her.
And how is she responding to meeting with you?
She's blowing me off. I'm trying to have her come to my office. I'm trying to have her come to the second office I'm at. She can't find it in her time to come meet me.
And when she seems that way, are you offering to pay for some things for her, like helping her get a hotel room and the keys?
Yeah, and that was actually even before the bump. She had asked me for something, and I said, sure, I'll do it for you. And it was a $300 hotel room. And that was before the bump. But yes.
Now, During this call, Katie starts talking about investments in properties. Do you remember that?
I do.
When she starts talking about the investments in the properties, at first, do you have any idea what she's talking about?
I have no clue what she's talking about.
So in this trial, there's been a lot of talk about code. And the government
I wanna know-
has a little cheat sheet as to
Are the
the
copycats
various
on the
code
code
words.
words?
Did you and Katie ever discuss any code words?
There was never any code discussed.
But it's fair to say that when you're speaking on the phone with Katie and when you're speaking on the phone with your mom, you're talking very carefully
Extremely carefully.
and for different reasons, right?
Yes.
Okay, so let's talk about why you're talking carefully with Katie. What was the reason why you continued to talk very carefully on the phone with Katie?
I didn't want Katie to think that I was setting her up.
Now, when you say you didn't want her to think that you were setting her up, at this point in time, you didn't think she was part of any murder or any extortion, right?
Correct.
So how would you be setting her up?
Well, she's tied to the people who murdered Dan Markel, and I'm tied to her. So if I went to the police, I would be calling her up and trying to get them caught, and I'd be talking in a much more blunt way.
And what are you afraid of if she thinks that you're setting her up? There's probably a couple things you're afraid of, but what are some of those things that you're afraid of?
The number one thing is I get killed because they think I'm a loose end.
Okay, what's the number two thing?
Number two thing is I get zero help. She would help me with nothing.
And help in finding out what?
Who's behind the second extortion of my mom?
Now, ultimately, during this call, you figure out what she's talking about with
Oh,
properties,
you
right?
thought it was the
As
police.
she goes, I'm catching on to some of her lingo.
She says to you, I was talking to someone. Do you think that would be a good investment? He was like, no, that is a really stupid. You should really use your head. What did you understand her to be saying? Who is the he?
Well, by this time she was back with her ex-husband, and I assume that person to be Sigfredo Garcia.
Did you assume her to be saying to you, he doesn't want to make a phone call at this point?
No.
Now, she says, but he is going to look into a couple things, a couple of properties, and find out what's going on. And then I'll go from there because you can't just jump into a place you don't even know. What did you understand her to be telling you here?
She was saying that she's going to look into it. You just can't pay extortion. You don't even know who the person is.
She then says later in the call that she thinks that the property was posted incorrectly. She also says that she thinks it's a false lead.
Mhm.
What did you understand her to be saying to you at that point in time?
She's trying to tell me that this is the police. This is not real extortion. And that's pretty much what she was saying. Exactly what she was saying the day before.
She says it's one of two scenarios. That's what I'm trying to figure out right now. What did you understand her to be saying were the two scenarios?
Well, the first one is the police, where she's like, you can't pay the police. And the second one would have been a copycat extorter, but not being possibly Luis Rivera or Sigfredo Garcia.
In response, you say, the thing is that property came with full listing, everything but pictures. What are you saying here?
I'm saying that this extortion came with so much information. And that was the thing with the first extortion on July 18th, is that I had no information. Even when I guessed, the person would say, she just said, no, I'm not going to tell you.
And so the fact that it came with everything but the pictures, what did that make you feel it was?
That it was more than likely law enforcement. I mean, they were giving you phone numbers, they were giving you names, they weren't trying to hide who they were. It had to be, more than likely it was law enforcement, but it's still a small chance. It could have been a copycat extorter.
15 minutes and 45 seconds in this call. She says, I did some research. I will find out more. I don't want anyone to take advantage of you. How was she acting?
Like she was protecting me, and she was trying to help.
And incidentally, what did you think she was doing for you for the past 20 months since the extortion that occurred on July 18th?
I thought she was protecting me.
You then start talking with her about other types of real estate. Was this real estate at this point?
There was some real talk about real estate because she was working at a real estate company.
And you tell her that you'll lend her money for her real estate career?
Yeah, she once asked me if she ever found a good place where I'd lend the money and go in a partnership with her. And I always said if you found the right deal, I would, but we never spoke any specifics beyond that.
And you talked to her about helping her out with her car?
Yeah.
Why were you offering to help Catherine Magbanua out with her real estate career and her car, and saying that at this point in time?
I didn't think that she was benefiting from the extortion of me at all. She always told me she never took any money. Her credit cards were getting declined at Old Navy. She's borrowing money. I thought that she got dragged into this in the same way I got dragged into this.
apparently
Now, the next call that's in evidence
or liked Old Navy.
is K. And this is April 21 at, I believe, 11 o'clock a.m. One moment, Your Honor.
Take your time.
This is a call between you and your mom, correct?
Yes.
And this is the first call since the call that we just heard where your mom is swinging the boys at the park, right?
Right.
Now, there's a discussion on this call about meeting with your dad. Why were you going to meet with your dad?
Well, I knew the night of the 20th, my mom was going to tell my dad what had happened to me and what's happening to her now. And I knew my dad was going to want to talk to me and find out what's going on. So I told my mom, listen, I'll talk to dad when he wants to talk to me tomorrow. Just have him meet me.
50 seconds into this call, which again, I don't think we need to play it, is K. You say, I saw a lot of police everywhere giving traffic tickets, so be careful. Anyway, that's who I think it is for multiple reasons. Multiple reasons. What are you telling your mom here?
I'm telling my mom, be careful where you talk about this. I don't want the police to know that I know anything or that I was extorted. They're going to come talk to you. So please be careful where you talk.
And when your mom responds, again, on the earlier call, well, that's good if your theory is correct. What do you understand your mom to be hoping for?
My mom was hoping it was the police.
Now, after this call, you have a call with your dad, and where do you all decide to meet for dinner?
I was originally going to just have my dad come by my house, but I was working late, and I told my dad I'll meet him at like a halfway point between my place and his place, and I met him for sushi down in Miami.
And let's talk about Matsuri.
Okay.
Did you go to the restaurant straight from work?
Yes, I did.
Who got there first?
I think my dad was there before me.
When you got there, could you all get a table right away?
No, it was not at night, but the place was packed.
Where did you go when you couldn't get a table?
We waited for about 15 minutes and told the person seating people that we'll just take a seat at the bar. Take 2 seats at the bar if you can.
Before you got seats at the bar, did you go anywhere to talk with your dad?
Yeah, we put our name down and we were just sitting outside the restaurant on a bench.
Did you notice anyone around you?
No.
As a result, were you able to talk freely?
Yeah.
Without going into the whole discussion again, what did you discuss generally with your dad?
I told him what had happened to me, and I told him that I thought it was the police that were doing this to mom, and that this is just so different.
Now, was it clear to you when you met with your dad in the outside of the restaurant that your mom had told him everything by that point in time?
She told him everything.
Was it clear that he knew that this was related to Catherine McBanwell?
Yes.
Now, at this point in time, I want to emphasize this point in time, did your mom or your dad know anything about Tato being in prison, confirmation that Sigfredo Garcia was the extorter? Did they know anything about that?
Well, the undercover had told my mom that Tato was incarcerated. But aside from that, everything that I found out at lunch the day before her meeting with Katie after I saw my mom, I hadn't spoken to my mom about it. So she knew none of that.
Now, was your dad upset with you?
He wanted to know why didn't I come to him. And I said, Dad, I thought if I went to you, I didn't think I'd be able to stop you from going to the police. I don't think you would have realized the danger that I was in and the family you would be putting the family in. So I didn't want to tell anybody. The only reason I told Mom was because when I ended up picking up the checks from her when she found out.
He now knows, though, right? He knows as of the evening of April 20th when your mom tells him, but he knows as of Matsuri.
Yes.
Does he say to you, Charlie, I got to go to the police?
No, I think my mom scared him pretty good.
And when you spoke to him, was he behind you in not going to the police?
Yeah, I mean, he understood why I didn't go. I mean, he understood how serious it was. This was not a small threat.
Did you tell him outside the restaurant before you go in to eat that you were pretty sure it was the police?
Yeah, and I went through all the reasons that we've spoken about, that it was. I was fairly certain it was the police.
Now, you end up getting seated at the restaurant, and where do they seat you?
They seat us at the sushi bar. So
now, Matsuri
Heather's making
is a
herself
pretty
known.
authentic Japanese sushi restaurant, right?
yeah, it's in a strip shopping center, but you go in there and like half the people are Japanese. It's very authentic.
At first, did you notice anyone sitting next to your dad?
No, we just sat at the bar. It was just the two of us.
Later, did you notice someone?
Yeah, so a gentleman comes over and sits down next to my dad.
Now, before we get into some of the details, did anything initially strike you as very weird about this person who was sitting next to your dad? What was the first thing that struck you as being kind of off?
He was very rude.
How was he rude?
Well, I mean, we're sitting there, we got our dinner plates at the sushi bar. They serve you your food. And so your dinner plate's there and your drinks are there. And he comes over and he plops this big bag down right next to my dad's dinner plate. And it's like, you don't put your belongings on the dinner table. And it just struck me. I looked at the guy, he put his belongings down and his keys, and it's like sitting next to my dad's plate. I'd never seen that done like that before.
And that was off to you, right?
Yeah, I just thought the guy was rude. He was off, yeah.
I want to take you back to before you saw the guy. You've seen the recording. Was there some discussion between you and your dad before the recording that the jury has?
Yes.
But the recording starts with you almost mid-sentence saying, I can even tell you he's at Giants Stadium. Do you remember that?
I do.
What are you talking about there?
I'm saying that we're talking about it being the police, and I'm saying the police are just following a lead that's not true.
Now, are you actually using the word police?
No.
How the hell is Harvey?
You then say
what that
it's
means,
not
though?
done. By the way, what's the reference to Giant Stadium?
Supposedly some guy, Jimmy Hoffa, who got killed years ago, was buried in the end zone of Giant Stadium. So the police went and dug up the end zone, thinking that he was there because somebody said it. So they investigated it, but it was never true.
Now, you then say it's not done like that. What were you telling your dad was not done like that?
The extortion wasn't done like it was done to me. It's being done to my mom. That's not how it's done.
And you do this twice, but at 50 seconds into the recording, you say, and the funny thing is, and you whisper something in your dad's ear.
Mm-hmm.
I know you don't know the exact words, but what did you whisper into your dad's ear?
If I was saying they don't realize I was extorted the first time, and this is the same thing that's getting done.
Oh,
Then the second time I say, this is like, the funny thing is, this is like deja vu.
We're going to get to that.
Okay, sorry.
oh boy.
Then there is talk about why they didn't go to Wendi. And why did you think they didn't go to Wendi?
Bible.
I think they didn't go to Wendi because the police already spoke to her.
And Harvey asks you if Katie agrees with you. Agrees with you about what?
That is the police.
Throughout the video, you're seen repeatedly looking at the guy next to your dad.
Yes.
Why are you looking at him the second time? What piques your attention next?
Well, the waitress came over, and the first thing he said to her is, "What kind of salads do you have here?" And she even just looked at him. I mean, it's like, it's a sushi bar. You come here to eat sushi, and it's not a place where you come in. You're like, "What kind of salads do you have here?" And then when I looked at him, he looked at me, and then he ordered his salad, and he ordered a California roll. So I was like, this guy really doesn't like sushi. And he's coming into a sushi restaurant at 9 o'clock
So wait, they do have salad? I'm confused.
at night by himself.
Do they or
He
don't
seems
they
really
have
odd.
salad?
Now, you then say again at some point, and the funny thing is, and it's unintelligible after. Do you think you know what you said at that point?
I said, this is like deja vu.
Of what?
You're then eating and you say to your dad, I think there's a recorder in the bag. Your dad asks whether they can do that, and you say they can with a warrant. Why did you think there was a recorder in the bag, and who did you think was sitting next to your dad?
I mean, the way the guy ordered his food, I mean, he clearly doesn't like sushi, and he's sitting in a sushi restaurant, and then he's sitting there with this bag on a table next to our dinner plate. He's either the rudest guy ever, or could be a police officer, or I could be just completely wrong. And
Or a
he is just rude.
copycat.
And so what happens after, as Ms. Kappelman says, he was made? What happens after you realize that he is a police officer or someone, you have suspicions that he's a police officer?
Yeah, we no longer talk about the extortion.
Why don't you talk about it? What would be the problem with the police knowing about
The
the extortion?
quadruple
First
extortion.
It's the same reason I didn't go to the police the night of July 18th, is that I was worried about my life, my family's life. And I bounced back and forth between should I go, should I not go? And every time I went through the pros and cons, I mean, it wasn't going to bring Dan back. The people who did this don't care about killing someone in the middle of the day. I mean, there's not a question, especially sitting here and seeing Luis Rivera come in, and I know who Sigfredo Garcia is. I don't think these guys would have cared. I think they would have killed me.
Now, after dinner, you leave the restaurant and you go in the parking lot, right?
Yes.
And you thought you were going to just go to your cars. Your dad walks you to your car first, and what happens?
We're just talking, and he's asking me a few more questions, and then he asked me about who's Tato. Like, what's the story with him? Did Katie know who Tato is?
And at that point in time, for the first time, did you tell your dad what you had learned in the car with Katie the day before?
Yeah, I mean, at this point, I'm not holding anything back from my parents, and I told my dad that, yeah, Dad, Tato's a real person, and he's the head of the Latin Kings of Miami, and he's the one who killed Dan.
When you tell your dad that, how does he react?
He's like, look, you think it's the police, why not, maybe you're right, maybe you're wrong, let's just go to the police now. Don't you think that's the safest thing to do? And I said, absolutely not. I mean, these people are connected. They know other people out there. I didn't go to the police originally. I don't want to do that. And he's like,
I love how there's
I think
really
it's the
not even
police.
a thought as to like, shouldn't we like, oh, we know who killed Dan. Like, shouldn't we like help? Like, not even a thought, right? It's just like Dan just is crazy.
So there's nobody's going to get hurt. And he's like, well, what if you're wrong? You know,
And did this discussion go back and forth for a while?
yeah, because I mean, what do you say when someone says, what if you're wrong? I mean, you're going to get killed.
What did you tell him you would continue to do?
I said, listen, I'm going to talk to Katie. I'm going to, hopefully she'll come by and see me tomorrow. I'll talk to her and see if she's reached out to these people and to see if it is legitimate extortion or if it's just the police.
Did you again go over with your
Legitimate
dad
extortion.
all the reasons why you were sure it wasn't the police?
That it was the police.
I'm sorry, that it was the police.
Yeah, at that point I did. I rehashed everything again and went through everything that we discussed.
And at the end of leaving the restaurant, what did your dad agree to?
He agreed not to go to the police.
The next day, you speak with your mom, correct?
It
This is
continues
April
on.
22nd.
Yes, I do.
This is defense exhibit. I'm sorry, John. I'm a little confused. Hold on a second.
Get your shit together, Rashbaum.
Judge, it's labeled defense exhibit April 22nd. It's state call 1695. We would move it into evidence.
Any objection from the state?
Here's Your Honor.
Members of the jury, the bailiff is going to escort you to the jury room.
Oh boy.
I'm going to listen to the call.
Your call is 15 minutes long. 15 minutes, 11 seconds long.
All right. Well, I believe the context of the call is really going to matter here, but how long is the portion that you plan to publish?
I plan on starting at around 5 minutes and 50 seconds in and going till I think I can stop it at around 7:30
All right. Go ahead and just start it from the beginning.
from the beginning of the call. 15 minutes.
Yep.
We're outside the presence of the jury.
Go ahead.
I started.
Well, I guess it's a good thing when you're not hearing voices, but I do actually need to hear the voices to get through this issue.
I really hate it.
Hold on a second, okay? All right. Did you rewind at the beginning? Was doing
Hey, sweetheart, how are you?
Good, what's going on?
Hello, Harvey.
Hey, Dad.
How are you?
Good, what's going on?
Not too much. I got the boys finishing up a computer show. You finished? Good. Shut it
Computer
off.
show?
Go brush your teeth, and I got to get Pen. Pen, go brush your teeth now. Pen, go brush your teeth. All right. I got Uncle Charlie on the phone. You want to say hello to him? Charlie, hold on a second, okay?
All right.
Okay.
Ben and Lincoln.
Hey, sweetheart, how are you?
Good, what's going on?
Well, you know.
Any
No.
more drama?
No, I had busy day. I got up early and cooking a lot of stuff for the Seder for tomorrow. And then no, Ben, go to Grandpa and get your teeth brushed. What's the second?
One of the next shows is Hot Wheels.
Really? Okay, Lincoln, go get your teeth brushed, kitty. And then we went to the courthouse. It was very nice. We met Wendy Judge.
Oh, nice.
She is like your next door neighbor.
Really?
She has said that all along because I remember the other judge she works for. Whoa.
Really?
It's impossible. Very difficult woman. This guy is like,
Like
just
fun?
yeah, just like your neighbor, just sitting, friendly, talking, kidding about how, because one of the guys there, this black guy named Charlie, is with a girl now, and he's pretty serious. So he said, yeah, we've all been trying to tell him, secret to a happy marriage. He says, I'm married, I don't know, 30 years or something, this judge. He says, secret to a happy marriage is yes, dear, it only works. He says, actually, what really works is you're right, yes, dear. So he said, it works for me. He said, I'm happy, I've got 2 great daughters, my life is good. He says, I'm trying to tell Charlie, practice every day. Yes, dear, you're right. He said, you'll do great. So but he was like funny and casual, and it was Casual Friday, so he's just wearing like a pair of pants and a colored, like a colored shirt. casual shirt, t-shirt type thing, and so friendly. Just like Wendi said, a genuinely nice guy. You wouldn't think he's going to tell a judge it. You wouldn't believe it. So super nice guy, and I'm happy for her. She's a nice person for her to work with. And the other 4 people that we met also so nice.
Really?
Yeah. In fact, this guy Trinity. I think Trinity is Wendy's age. I think first he told me he used to be a cop, and then then he went to law school, and now he's doing this. Beautiful job, Ben. And he, and he's the one that's married and has 2 kids. And it's such a difference because for whatever reason, Ben didn't want the ice cream cake. So he went back into Wendy's office, and we're all sitting and having cake. And after about 15 minutes, this guy Trinity gets up, and we thought he went to the bathroom. So anyway, yes, he did, honey. He just did. He has an extra brush in there. There's some things that I was hoping. No, I'm going to ask him. He said, "What time tomorrow?" I'm hoping I'm going to have a little time with you tomorrow, just to talk about some of the cases that we need to go over. So,
because
okay. All your stuff. Okay, sweetheart. Okay, I'll get you one. So I would like, if that's possible, maybe. What do you think?
Well, I'm waking up early in the morning. I'm driving up to West Palm Beach.
I know you said that. I couldn't remember what you were doing up there.
I'm going racing.
Did you see the closed captioning?
Morning. I'm driving up to West Palm Beach.
Flesh Palm Beach. Oh my God.
I know you said that. I couldn't remember what you were doing up there.
I'm going racing.
Oh. And you're doing something. Dad said, "What's he doing?" I said, I don't remember. He told me he was doing something.
Yeah, no, I'm going racing. I got all the guys going up there.
Racing on what?
How many of you were going?
I think just 4 of us.
Yeah. Is Scotty one of them?
Scott Jones. Scott Radius or Scott Jones?
Jones.
Yeah.
Yeah. Hold on a second. What, Lincoln?
you know when the rescue bus first got their color?
Yeah.
When they scanned their vehicle, they turned into the vehicle and then they transformed and they got their color.
Oh, okay. Tell Grandpa to get a book and go into bed with you, and I will be right there. I forgot about that. Okay, you can have not this one, honey. Let me do this with you tomorrow, please, Ben. So you're going up there early. So what is that, like about 3-4 hours of racing or less?
Yeah, but I mean, you're looking at an hour. It's an hour and 15 minutes there. It's an hour and 15 minutes back here, and I'll probably be there for 2.5 hours.
Okay.
So I'm hoping to get to your place by 5:30.
Okay. If it doesn't work, maybe maybe
I want to know more about this racing back there.
It's not going to be a ladies' night,
No. I can always talk to you after. I mean, it's not.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking.
Can I just ask you one thing?
Sure.
Has there been any more drama?
You already asked.
0.
Here.
Yeah. Did Dad tell you I spoke to him about?
Yeah. And I have a couple of questions. That's what I want to get a chance to see you tomorrow.
Yeah, but it makes
go over those cases.
Makes perfect sense, doesn't it?
Yes, it does. But I still have some questions and things that I think need to be addressed. But we'll do that tomorrow.
Yeah, no, I'll talk to you tomorrow. I mean, there's no rush. I don't start work till Monday.
Okay, sounds good.
It's not like asking you tomorrow, but
yeah.
What I thought everything through again and again and again, and I think I'm 100% right.
Yeah. Well, I would hope so. That would be,
or 99% right, because none of it makes any sense.
No.
None of it makes any sense.
Well, I would agree with that.
There's no. It's not. I'm just telling you, it's not done like that. It's not. I know for a fact. It's not done like that at all. And they're approaching somebody who has nothing to do with anything, which is even sillier.
Yeah.
So listen, my feeling is that you go to. I'll tell you what my feeling is. But it's utter nonsense. Like that's the best way I can describe it. It's utter nonsense, and I wouldn't pay it any
nonsense.
No attention at all. It's not done like that. It's flat out. It's not done like that.
Yeah, we'll talk about it tomorrow.
Yeah, no, but I mean, I can say it on the phone without saying it, but it's not done in such a nice manner.
No,
it's not. It's not done like that. It's done like that if you want someone to talk to you. If it's otherwise, it would just be. It wouldn't be done like that. Yeah. No, there's nothing. Listen, if you're. Listen, I'll talk to you later. Yeah. But anyway, that's really what I thought. I think it's nonsense. Yeah. Leave it at that.
Okay. All right, sweetie. So, are you going out tonight?
Nah, probably not because I want to get up with
Oh,
the
because
racing
you're
in the morning.
yeah, that's right.
Yeah, and then do all that.
Okay. Well, you're gonna have fun tomorrow. That sounds great.
Yeah, no, I'm really looking forward to it. I'm buying the cart.
What cars?
I'm buying the go-kart tomorrow.
Oh, I thought you were racing cars.
Oh, they're going go-kart.
Cart
recently.
racing.
Okay.
Oh, I thought CARS. Oh,
No, you can't rent cars to race. They'll never let you rent a car.
so a cart. So what is everybody doing that? They buy carts?
Well, I'm buying my go-kart,
And so what is everybody else doing?
Bob's
Renting it?
at the
They're
end of
renting
the
it, yeah.
portion you wish to publish.
but I'm going pro.
Yeah. Okay.
Listen, I've always wanted a go-kart.
With regard to the hearsay objection,
Wow.
the part that really struck my ear was your client saying it's not done this way. What is his qualification to essentially make this opinion if this is not hearsay?
His qualification is he's been extorted before, and he knows it's not done this way.
Assuming there are many ways to skin a cat beyond the one way in which he's alleging to have been extorted, what is his foundation to make this opinion?
He's making an opinion based on his past, and it goes to his state of mind. So even though it's hearsay, it's an exception to the hearsay rule, which is his state of mind.
State any further argument.
State of mind is the best exception you can
All
get.
right.
That.
I am going to sustain the objection. Your client may testify as to any matters he can recall, but specifically not getting into the substance of this call itself.
Fair enough, Your Honor.
Let's bring back in the jurors.
Okay.
May I approach the podium now?
You may. And be seated.
The Matsuri dinner was on April 21, 2016, correct?
Yes.
The next day, you have a call with your mother. Do you recall that?
Yes, I do.
During that call with your mother, do you recall asking her whether dad had told her everything that you told him the night before?
Yeah.
Overall, you can answer the question.
It's not getting to the substance of. You may continue.
Yes, I asked her. My dad told her everything that I talked to him at dinner about.
And on that call, what again do you tell your mom, even with what you had told your dad the night before?
Objection hearsay.
Well, I'm going to allow him to answer the question as long as it's not going to get into an out-of-court statement. You may answer the question.
That it's not done this way. I know for a fact, and I'm 99% sure it is what I thought it was.
What was the basis for you telling your mom that?
I wanted to calm her down and tell her that I'm more sure that it's the police. The basis was the guy that sat next to us at the restaurant who went to the sushi restaurant and wanted to get a California roll and was real rude.
We'll kind of go to April 23rd. Okay. April 23rd. Judge, may we go sidebar very briefly?
By the way, hey guys, I'm pulling up the menu for Matsuri to see if they have salads.
That your parents received a letter on April 23rd. What exhibit? We'll look at it after. I can't. Will you take my word that the letter was received by your parents on April 23rd?
Sure.
Okay.
Wait. Yeah, I think it was Monday the 25th.
Ah, you're right. Don't take my word.
Okay, well, here's the thing.
The letter was
So
received on
remember-
April 25th.
Charlie was first like, oh, it's weird because he's asking for a salad. He's like, the dude's like, what kind of salads do you have? And it's like, that's weird, blah. But then he mentioned that the dude proceeded to order a salad. Well, check it out. This is the rest. This is the menu right here. Can you guys see that? So let me see if I can zoom in. Salads. They have a fuck ton, basically. The tofu salad looks amazing. That's what I would order, being vegan. Spicy hurricane salad. Whoa. Daikon salad is probably pretty good there Fresh vegetables with daikon radish and special plum dressing. Yum. That sounds good. So yeah, there you go. There's all the salads. Looks like a nice place actually. So yeah. Now we'll go back to the trial.
That I will agree with.
Okay. Now, on April 23rd, did you find out that Catherine Magbanua and Sigfredo Garcia were in a big fight?
A big
Yeah.
fight.
I did, actually.
And did you learn that Catherine Magbanua had left him?
Yeah, I believe when I called her on the phone, she said she took her shit and left.
Now, on the 23rd, when you find that out, were you upset?
Yeah.
Why were you upset?
Well, at this point in time, Katie had been protecting me in the first extortion. With
The
Katie
reviews
being
are
with
really good
Sigfredo
as well.
that was the best chance I had to try to stop the second extortion or to find out who's
Oh my
behind it.
God, I can't believe this.
And then it
Still
also made
happening.
me think that the timing of their explosive breakup and the timing of the guy extorting my mom and the fact that I had just found out on Wednesday, the 20th, that Sigfredo was behind what happened to me was very suspicious. So it opened the door in my head to thinking, like, what if Katie's, what if she's breaking up with him because she found out that he's behind the extortion of my mom and she doesn't want to tell me? So my mind was going there.
And then 2 days later, the letter arrives at your parents' apartment, right?
Yes, on that Monday.
Okay, so let's talk about that Monday, April 25th. Where were you working that day?
I was actually working in the office in South Beach, just a couple blocks away.
And after work, where did you go?
I went over to my parents' house to stop off.
What happened when you got to your parents' house?
My parents were really shaken up because they got a very threatening letter mailed to them saying that you don't take me serious and Tato is fucked and soon you will be fucked too. And it was mailed to their apartment. So now they're saying, who's ever doing this, they know where we live, not just the building. They know the apartment number. Like this, they were scared.
Did your parents think that the letter was more threatening or less threatening than the original communication on the street?
Way more threatening.
And what did you do after you found out about the letter?
After I found out about the letter, I called Katie because I'm thinking like this has to be Sigfredo. Like they're fighting and he was behind what happened to me. Not that this has to be, but like it was real suspicious. And I wanted to see what her feelings were. And she was avoiding me. I tried to see Katie on Thursday. I tried to have her come to my office. It's either one of the offices I was working at. She wouldn't come. Tried to have her come on Friday. She wouldn't come. I wanted to see if she wanted to see me Saturday. She was avoiding me. And then it just all was lining up it was making me question a lot.
Now, the state put in M. Is that a call that you had with Katie about meeting with her? And this is after the letter arrives.
Yeah, I wanted her to come down to meet me.
Did she agree to meet with you on the evening of the 25th?
Yeah, she drove down to where I was at.
Where did you meet with her?
I met her at my parents' building. I was downstairs.
Did you meet her around the same place that you had met with your mom after the bomb?
Yeah.
What did you do when you met? Did you stay in one spot or did you go someplace?
No, we just went for a walk along the sidewalk, along the water. And we walked probably a good 30, 40 minutes maybe.
What did you discuss on your walk?
I confronted her and asked her, do you think that this is Sigfredo?
Did you meet a new friend?
To my mom. And she again said, no, absolutely not. I'm like, but come on, can you tell me? Because you guys are fighting and I know he was behind now. What happened to me? Is this what you guys are fighting about? Do you not want to tell me? And she was adamant that it wasn't him. And then I said, well, what about Tato? What about Luis Rivera? And she said, it doesn't seem like something he would do. This is not how he would do it. She said, but he is incarcerated, and Sigfredo did bring him on. He's the one who killed Dan. Is maybe one of his people is trying to do an extortion off of something that he thinks was murder for hire. Because whoever it is writing this thinks it was a murder for hire, which it wasn't. So I opened up that possibility. She said, well, probably not. But she said, it could be. It's probably the police. She still was like, it's the police, but it could be a copycat.
What did she tell you that she would do?
She was going to call the number. And I was like, you haven't called yet. And she said, no, she hadn't. So I'm like, can you please call the number and see if you know these people and see if you can get it to stop?
After you did it, how long were you with her this evening on this walk where you're having this discussion?
I mean, it was probably 30 minutes there and 30 minutes back. And we sat for like 10 minutes. So I mean, it was over an hour for sure, hour and a half.
When she left, did you stay in South Beach?
Yeah. And I tried to get her to call the number by telling her like my parents are going to go to the police. Like they are going to go if you don't give them some peace of mind and find out that confirm for me.
By the way, this is April 25th. Is that the last time that you saw Catherine Magbanua in person?
Yes.
Now, after you meet with her that night, do you meet with your parents again?
Yeah, I went over. My parents were actually at my sister's apartment, which was a few blocks away. So when I got done there. I sat for a little while, and then I went over to my parents' apartment, to my sister's apartment.
When you went to your sister's apartment, was she there?
No, she wasn't.
And who did you meet with?
My mom came downstairs. My dad stayed up in the apartment because the kids were sleeping.
Why did you meet with your mom alone outside of the apartment? What was your mom and dad afraid of?
I think that what they didn't want was Wendi coming home and then starting to question what's going on.
What did you tell your mom when you met with her?
I told her that I talked to Katie, and she does not think that it's Fredo, and she still thinks it's the police, and that she's going to look into it on the chance that it's a copycat, and it's a second layer of extortion.
Now, April 26th, the government put in Exhibit O, which is a call between Sigfredo Garcia and Catherine Magbanua, and they put in a text message, which is P and Q, which are text messages between them. You recall that?
Yes.
And I know you weren't privy to this in real time, but those calls and text messages show that the two of them are fighting still, right?
Yeah.
And as a result of that, strike that, Your Honor. During those calls, what is Catherine Magbanua trying to get Sigfredo Garcia to do?
She wants him to call the number.
Now, the next morning, and this is R, 10:30 a.m., you have a call with your mom. Do you recall that?
Yeah, what date is that?
April 26th now.
Okay.
And you talk about whether she feels better about the things you told her last night. What were the things you told her last night?
I told her that it's the police, and that you're not going to be harmed, you're not in any danger. And my mom was hung up on the fact that the person was ratcheting up their threats, making deliveries to their apartment, telling them that they're going to be fucked if they don't pay up.
And there's some discussion about the letter being written like a girl. Do you remember that?
The beginning part of it was like a girl. The second part sounded real tough.
And so what did you mean about the beginning part of it being written like a girl?
If this guy's saying that he's a Latin king, I can't imagine a Latin king writing "you don't care" as a phrase. It doesn't sound right. It doesn't mean it's not a copycat, but it doesn't sound like that's who it is, who she thinks it is.
We're not ruling copycat.
At the end of this call, and this is R again, around 2 minutes in, you say, one, they weren't the same person, without a doubt. Listen, I know. I actually do know how these things are done. And that was the same thing that I said. It is not done like this. Your mom says, yeah.
The thing is, what if it's like the copycat
no,
and the police and they're working together,
hours.
right?
You recall that?
Exactly, yes.
When you say they aren't the same person, what are you saying?
I'm saying it's not the same people that extorted me that are extorting you. It's clearly not the same as the first extortion.
And when you say it's 48 hours, what are you referring to?
I'm referring to what happened to me on July 18th when I was told you got 48 hours and we're going to kill you.
Because this whole thing makes so much sense when we want to copy it. I mean, it's amazing, really.
We then go to State's Exhibit S, which is later that same day. And you learn that your dad didn't go to work that day.
Yeah.
Why were you upset about that?
Because I knew how this extortion was affecting them. I mean, my dad's probably missed 2 sick days in the last 20 years, and he's afraid he's going to get killed in the parking lot of him walking into his office because he's getting extorted by some
What
Latin
about all
gang
your
member
cameras you have
at this
set up
point,
there?
and he's afraid to go to work.
Where?
So even though they're telling me they're okay, I know when my dad's not going to work, there's something seriously wrong.
And your mom asks you whether you ever checked the phone number I gave you last night. Again, what is she referring to?
She's saying, did you follow up
Right.
on this? Is this person really a dangerous person?
Your mom then starts talking about fixing bridges. And you say, Mom, just stop with the fucking nonsense because I really don't want to come down there anymore. What are you frustrated with her about?
I'm frustrated. My mom's trying to talk carefully, and I understand that. But I'm letting her know, like, this is the police. Like, I do not think you're in any danger. This is not the same as the extortion that I dealt with. They're not approaching you the same way I was approached. There's so many things that are different. Like, I keep telling them, like, this is the police. You're not in any danger. And
Unless
she's
it's a
fixated.
copycat.
And I understand. So they're older, and someone's sending a letter to the house saying you're going to be fucked if you don't pay up. They're scared.
You say 7 minutes and 18 seconds into the call. It's not like, oh, we'll get one of them and the other one will start paying. That's the stupidest thing I've ever heard. What are you referring to?
That's what my mom's theory was, is that they're going to get her, they're going to hurt her, and then they'll go to someone else in the family, and then they'll start paying them.
You then say, first of all, they don't give you a number. I mean, everything is so traceable. They also weren't disguised. Again, you say 10 seconds later, this is not how it's done. What are you reiterating over and over and over to your mom?
Is that these people aren't hiding who they are. For 2 years, I was not given a name. I wasn't given phone numbers. These people have traceable devices. They're not hiding. It's not done like this. This is different. And then they kept saying, well, what if you're wrong? And that's what kept me looking into it.
Great. Excellent.
Then we go to T. And by the way, T, just to be clear, S was a call with your mom, and that call is at 4:00 p.m. It lasts 15 minutes long. And then T is at 4:33 p.m. of the same day. And this was the first call you had with Katie after you met with her, right?
Yeah.
Again, Katie is talking about a client and property, right?
Yes, she is.
And she asks you for a number. Did you have the number on you?
No.
How were you going to get the number?
I figured I'd just call my mom up and see if she had the phone number. I get it for Katie.
And on you, you try to get the number from your mom, right?
Yes, I called her.
And did your mom have the number?
No, she said that she had given it to me.
Everyone okay?
Jump scare with the headphones falling or whatever.
Technology.
Right.
Okay. Let's move on to W. Actually, we'll skip W. Now we go to the next day. The next day, you have a call with Catherine. This is X. You have a call with Catherine Magbanua at 10:42 in the morning. And to kind of spur your memory so that we don't have to play it again, this is the Drake call.
Oh.
Do you recall that call?
I recall it.
Okay.
Oh,
And
interesting.
during this call, there's some discussion about helping her out with a vacation. What was that about?
She had asked me, and it's on the wires before the bump. She wanted to go down to the Keys, and there's a place that I would stay at that I have a connection to, and I could get a room really inexpensive. So she had reached out to me whether or not I could call up and get that connection for her. And I said, you know what, I'm going to pay for it for you. So I said, wherever you go, I'm going to take care of it.
Why would you do that?
Judge, can we briefly go sidebar again?
Very briefly, please approach.
Brief sidebar, y'all.
Now, one of the calls that's in evidence but was not played yesterday is Y, and that's a call to your mom your mom calls you at 12:25 p.m. On the 27th. There's some discussion about Miami Heat tickets. Do you recall that call?
Yes. I do.
Okay. Rather than play the whole call, let me just ask you some questions to see if you remember it.
Sure.
Do you recall offering your parents Miami Heat tickets?
Yeah,
Playoffs.
I knew somebody who wanted to sell their tickets, so I wanted to see if they wanted to go.
And they did not want to go, right?
Yeah, they didn't want to go.
And why didn't they want to go?
They were still really upset about being extorted and the letter that came to the house on Monday.
You're just upset.
This was the day after my dad took the day off of work and to go to work.
And again, what do you repeatedly tell your parents on this call?
I tell them that it's not done like this, that this is basically, I tell them it's not the same people and that you have nothing to worry about.
Do you talk to them about the location they live and the timing of when the bump occurred?
Yeah, this is that call.
And what do you recall telling them about the location where they live and the timing of the bump?
What I was saying is that they live in a very small, safe area. For someone to do that in the middle of the day, it makes me think that it's even more the police, because it would be so easy for them to get caught doing something that it's almost like these people don't care about getting caught.
Okay, so let's briefly recap before we go on. The letter comes on the 25th, right?
Yes.
And no one makes any payment.
No.
The bump had happened on the 19th and a week before, and no one made any payment, right?
No.
What's the next escalation point
Okay.
on April 28th? What happens next? What do the police do next?
The guy that came up to my mom on the street and wrote the letter to the house is now looking for her at work. We're calling her place of work. I'm calling the office looking for her.
So, and this is, I believe, State Exhibit 107. Okay. Now, you're not on this call, right?
No, I think the guy called Erica.
Okay. And what happens after this call?
Is this the one where the undercover calls Erica?
Undercover calls Erica, and does someone call you after the undercover calls Erica?
Yeah, he said to Erica that I gave Mrs. Adelson some important papers last week, and she knows what this is about. She needs to call me. So then Erica called my mom and told her about this person that called the office. And my mom was scared because now they're tracking her down at work. And she called me up, and she was really shaking.
Now, during this period of time, what had Catherine Magbanua been telling you about her calling the number?
She said she called the number, and and she called another number and nobody picked up.
So your mom calls you, and that's Z. That's Z, correct? That's Z on April 28th at 9:42
The fact
a.m.
that she called
And-
is huge, though.
Why did you tell
That
your
was
mom
the
during
one.
that call that it's odd that the guy called the office? What was odd about it?
It was odd that he called the office because Katie had been telling me she's been calling the number. So it's odd that the guy's not picking up, but yet he's making phone calls.
After that call, there are a series of calls where you try to reach Catherine Magbanua, right?
Yes,
Why are you trying to reach her?
because I just heard that the guy's calling the office and she said she'd called and the guy wasn't picking up, or she may have told me it was a non-working number. And I was driving into the office at the time and I had limited time to try to handle this before I got into the office. It became really busy.
Call AA. They played. The state played for the jury. That's a voicemail where you say, "Hey, it's me. It's important. Call me. Bye." Do you remember that?
Yes, I do.
Now, BB is on April 28th at 10:43 in the morning, and she calls you back. Correct?
Yes, you called me back.
What does Katie, if you remember, and I can play it for you if you need it. What does Katie first tell you about the phone number when you call her back? When she calls you back?
She says it's a non-working number and that it's a Gmail number and it's been called 100 times.
What do you understand her to be saying when she says it's a non-working number?
That like when you call a number, it rings and then you hear like a long beep and that no one's able to pick it up. And it's not an active line.
Later in this call, BB, she then tells you that she's been calling the number and it just rings. Do you remember that?
Yeah,
When she tells you that, how do you feel?
I know she's lying to me because it's either going to be non-working or it's ringing. It can't be both. And the guy's calling the office. So
And at that point in time, I think Miss Kappelman termed it as things got stressful. You started to get upset with her, right?
yeah, I know she's lying to me.
And as you're finding out that she's lying to you, what do you start to think?
I start to think that this could be Sigfredo, and that's why she's kind of covering and not wanting to come meet me when I keep asking her to come meet me. I think she found out that it's him, and she's just BSing me.
Now, at some point after the argument in the middle of the call, you soften and you say, if someone's messing with you, they're messing with me. Why do you do that?
Because at that point, I wanted her to know that like I'm on your side. I'm not trying to set you up. I'm not turning anybody in. Like I know you're innocent. I had nothing to do with this. I know you had nothing to do with it, but I need your help, and that's why I'm calling her for help.
At the end of the call, what does she tell you she'll do? What does she tell you to do?
At the end of the call, she says you call for that number. I'm like, fine, I'll call me. I don't know any of these people. I don't think anyone's gonna be afraid of me. But at this point, I don't care. I said, you know what? Let me just call the number, and when I get to the office and I have a break, I'm gonna call him.
Now, does she tell you like she did with Sigfredo on a later call? Does she tell you, make sure you don't call from your cell phone?
No,
Does she tell you like she did with Sigfredo on a later call? Make sure you call from a landline.
no,
And you call from your cell phone, correct?
I did, yes.
Now, before you call from your cell phone, you do *67. Why did you do *67?
In the event that it's a bad guy, I thought it would prevent him from having my cell phone number.
By the way, in DD, when you're going back and forth, because there's some calls between you and her trying to get the number and seeing if there's caller ID at the dental practice, she says to you, you want me to call from my fucking phone? And you say, I can care less where you call from. And she says, exactly. Why do you not care where either of you are calling from?
Because if it's the police, it's fine. I'm worried about if it's not the police.
And why do you think that it doesn't matter where she calls from?
Because I don't think she's involved in the extortion of me or the murder of Dan Markel.
At 1:51, a minute and 51 seconds into DD, and again, DD is that same morning, April 28th, you say to her, they can listen to whatever conversations they want. You're talking about calling on your phone. Quote, they can listen to whatever conversations they want. Why do you not care about anyone hearing what you're talking about?
Because we weren't involved in a murder. You know, we're trying to figure out who's behind the second extortion and if my family's in any danger. If it's the police, let them listen in. That's fine.
Oh my God. Oh my God. You're just, it's making no sense.
Now I want to play FF, and that's the call to the undercover.
Okay.
You could just call the police, dude.
Hello.
Hola, diga.
Hello. Guy, who's this?
Okay, this is I'm going to put some. This is Charlie speaking with the undercover agent.
Who's
Okay.
this? Someone's been calling my family. I'm trying to figure out who this is.
In reference to what, man?
Someone by the name of Sammy called.
Yeah, that's me, man.
All right, what's going on?
Well, what's going on is my brother Tato. Okay, my brother Tato has not been taken care of. His family's not been taken care of. I talked to a dentist. Why are you calling me? Who are you? I gave the number to a lady.
I don't know Tato.
You don't know Tato? I'm
No.
sure you know Katie and Tuto. They've been taken care of since the family problem been taken care of up north.
Oh, fuck.
I don't know who these people are.
You don't? Well, this isn't going away, my friend.
Oh.
Because let me tell you something. I was at Broward with Tato, and he told me the whole story. He told me nobody was taking care of him. Nobody was taking care of his family. The family was taking care of Katie and Tuto, and nothing's been taken care of with Tato. So we know what's going on. And Tato needs to be taken care of. Do the right thing. The lady already has the paperwork. She knows what I'm talking about. We know Katie. We know Tuto. We know they've been taken care of.
Wow.
Let me look into things.
No more fucking around, man. No more fucking around. This ain't going away. You guys need to do the right thing for Tato.
The thing is this is where I don't know how he explains this away with the double extortion thing, because the thing is what's referenced in this entire thing from this undercover agent is the part where he says, we know you took care of your problem up north, right there. That's Dan Markel. Wow.
That's my brother, man. That's my brother, and he needs to be taken care of. His family needs to be taken care of, just like Katie and Tuto have been taken care of.
I've never met these people, but let me call you back, okay?
Wow.
That's bullshit, man. You know exactly what I'm talking about. You know this lady. I don't know your relationship with this lady, but we know what the fuck is going on. This ain't going away. Take care of Tato just like you take care of Katie and Tuto, man.
Wow.
Now, in hours and hours of The Wire, this is probably the quietest you've ever been. Why?
I was looking to get information from him. I wasn't looking to give him any information about me or anything. And he was pretty scary too. I was talking to him on the phone.
Now,
What?
when he starts speaking and he says things like in reference to and do the right thing, what did that make you believe?
He sounded educated. He didn't sound like a Latin King gang member.
Oh my God.
And after this call, going to GG, you have an 11-minute call with Kate, correct?
I do, yeah.
Now, you're not very good with names, are you?
I'm horrible with names.
So on that 11-minute call, not only do you again get the names Tuto and Tato confused, but now you start calling this undercover, whose name is Sammy, Simon, right?
Yeah, I changed his name
Oh
by
dear.
accident.
Did you do it on purpose to hide anything?
No, I'm just bad with names.
Now, you say to Katie that you told him you don't even know who these people are and you don't know what he's talking about. Why is it important for you to tell Katie that?
Well, because I don't want Katie to think that I'm trying to set her up or set her friends up, and I'm keeping quiet. But at the same time, I'm going to her for help, and I'm letting her know, like, the guy picked up the phone call as soon as I called him.
There's some conversation on this call about her working at the office. Did Katie ever work at your office?
No, never.
So when she brings up on this call working at your office, why do you kind of just say, yeah, you're a great worker at the office, or whatever you say? Why do you not say, Katie, I don't know what you're talking about. You've never worked at the office.
Yeah, if I would have talked bluntly and said you don't work at the office and what the checks were for and that she was cashing them, she would have known I was setting her up or setting her friends up.
You say things on the call like, I might have the wrong Katie. It might be another Katie. Why do you tell her that?
Because she got, when I called her back, she got like really quiet, like almost like she sounded like she wasn't trusting me, and almost like she was suspecting me of trying to set her and her friends up. And that's why I really pushed to say like, hey, I'm not setting you up, and talk to her like that.
What was all that you cared about at this point in time?
I just wanted the extortion to stop.
And when you say you just wanted the extortion
God.
to stop,
Amazing.
who were you worried about? What were you worried about?
Well, I was worried that, my parents were really upset. I was worried that my parents were going to go to the police and cash the second extortion, and then or go to
But
the
I
police
thought-
and end up having to tell them about what happened to me in the first place.
But I thought you
And
wanted
then I was going to have to
the
worry
police.
about the original extortion coming after me. And at this point, I know that it involves the head of the Latin Kings and Sigfredo Garcia. I wasn't going to talk to the
The
police.
thing is also, I don't know. Yeah, Sigfredo is not the head. Lewis is the head. Anyway.
You talked to her about the guy coming up with details. What details did he come up with on this
What is
call?
a non? What's non? What?
He knew about payment
Other? I'm curious.
You specifically tell her that he mentioned her name or a Katie. Why do you tell her that?
because I'm letting her know this involves you. Like I need your help, but this guy has details that are wrong, but he has details.
And on this call and some others, what do you tell her about your parents?
I tell her that my parents are close to going to the police to try to get her to help me.
Now, does Katie have any idea at this point in time, any idea whatsoever, that your mom had known for 21 months about the original extortion?
No, that's what I've been lying to Katie about. I'm telling her that my parents have no idea what happened to me, and I just tell them it's a long story and I can't talk about it.
Okay. Exhibit II is already in evidence. On that call, it's a call between Katie and Sigfredo. Katie is filling Sigfredo in, correct?
Yeah, I remember that.
And on that call, 1 minute and 47 seconds into the call, she says to Sigfredo, and like they're very, very close to reporting it already. What is she talking about?
She's letting him know what I've been telling her is that my parents are going to go to the police if you can't get these friends of yours to either stop and contact them.
I want to take a couple seconds and dissect this statement. You understand that the state's theory is that Katie, Sigfredo, and Luis Rivera conspired not only with you, but also with your sister and your parents to kill Professor Markel. You understand that, right?
That's their theory.
And you understand that here, Katie is telling Sigfredo, I'm worried that they're going to go to the police. She's not telling it to you. She's telling it to Sigfredo Garcia. Is that what's happening here?
That's exactly what's happening.
Now, the state, you've heard it in this trial, says Katie tried to silo people, right? Nonetheless, Katie is telling Sigfredo that the very people that, according to the state, are co-conspirators for her are going to go to the police and report what? Does it make any sense?
No, not at all.
Yeah, agree.
I'm going to go to JJ now. And that's the same day at 1:46. About 15 minutes later, Sigfredo Garcia calls Katie back. And during this call, he says he's going to get rid of his phone. And Katie tells him not to call from his phone or from the office. Because he says, what does he say he's going to do?
I think he's going to call the person who's extorting my family.
Now, before this point in time, Katie has told you that he and she, or at least she, has called the number how many times?
She said it's been called 100 times. She said it's non-working. It's a Gmail number.
moving to later in the day, LL, is a call between you and Katie. The call begins
I don't know why that crackling comes and goes. This just has something to do with the court feed. I apologize, guys.
with her again saying that she called the number. Did you find out later through discovery that she never called the number?
Yeah, many years later, I found out.
She then says that Sigfredo Garcia left a message. Did you find out in discovery that no message was ever left?
Yeah, they were lying. I found out years later.
Now, during this call, by the way, did you know they were lying at the time?
No, I thought she was telling me the truth.
During this call, you say, I don't want anyone to go to jail because you know what? People get mad when they go to jail and they feel like they have somebody to get back at. Do you recall saying that?
Yes, I do.
Why did you tell her that?
I wanted to let her know that I'm not going to the police and I'm not turning anybody in.
On a later call, do you recall saying what you thought the police could do to protect you?
I think I thought the police couldn't protect me.
Do you recall saying to Katie, I'll give you a secret.
I inquire what call we're referencing.
I'll move on, Your Honor. We'll do it tomorrow.
You've got a few more minutes. You might as well make use of it while you got it.
I got other stuff to do today.
Go ahead.
Sound is just awful. Sorry about that awful sound. I think it's because like when
Did
he
you ever
walks away from that microphone, they gain up the sound in the courtroom. I think that's part of it.
Peter?
And the last time I saw her was that Monday, April 25th.
There's Joel again. Hi, Joel.
Now we get to 00, and that's the same day in the evening, and it's a call with your mom. And to refresh your memory on the call so that I don't have to play the whole thing, the call starts with you saying, I'd rather not talk on the phone, and then you talk on the phone for 41 minutes. Do you recall that?
I do.
You say to your mom not to worry, that you're 99% sure of it. What are you sure of?
I'm sure it's the police.
Why are you so sure of it at this point in time?
Because I'd spoken to the undercover, and when I spoke to him, I realized this is obviously not Sigfredo Garcia. And the way the guy spoke on the phone, and again, how different he was than how a real Latin king would be. He's not who he says he is. And at that point, I feel very strongly it's the police at that point.
Oh my God. Haven't you felt like that the whole time though,
And
Charlie?
again,
Oh
you
my God.
describe why
Don't
you
lose
don't
my
think it's a real extortion, right?
Yeah.
For the same reasons that we've gone over and over today, correct?
Yes.
Your mom says that they're barking up the wrong tree. Why? What did you understand her to mean when she said they're barking up the wrong tree?
But they think it's a murder for hire. They don't realize that it was an extortion on our
We
end.
know, dude. Charlie. Okay.
And your mom says 24 minutes and 20 seconds into the call, I just hope they don't go and bother Wendi. And you respond that Wendi was scared from day one. She is just getting over this. What is Wendi just getting over?
The murder of her ex-husband.
But according to the state, Wendi Adelson is a co-conspirator with you in her ex-husband's murder.
The state's wrong. Wrong about a lot of things.
And in fact, you then go on to explain again that Wendi is just getting over the tragedy. This is the second time that you have described Professor Markel's murder as a tragedy, right? On the wires.
Yeah.
The first time was nearly a week before the bump.
It was.
33 minutes and 40 seconds into the call. And this was not played for the jury yesterday. You say they got theories out there. Someone thinks that our family paid for this to be done. What are you saying here?
I'm saying it's the police, and their theory is they think it was a murder for hire, and that's why they're investigating it the way they're doing it, and they're pretending to be gang members who are coming back for more money.
Going back to Dolce Vita.
Okay, you're getting closer there, Charlie.
You're aware Dolce Vita is, according to the state, the final straw that led to your arrest, right?
Yeah.
Going back to Dolce Vita, did you say something very similar to this in Dolce Vita?
Yeah.
What did you say in Dolce Vita?
I said that they only know part of the story, where they think they know part of the story. And
What do they think?
they think it was a murder for hire. And that's,
What was it?
it was an extortion.
Right. You get it. Dude. Excellent. Bravo. Yep. Great. Again, you have to applaud Charlie for like being able to try to even settle any of
Going to the next day. PP, which is
PP.
in evidence but was not published to the jury.
There's always a PP in there.
I want to play a portion of it.
Any hearsay objection? If not, it's already in evidence. You can have a whole bunch of trouble, probably. That happened.
I got a couple boyfriends.
Oh, here we go.
You know
Yeah.
what it's about.
It's somebody not from the first layer, but probably the second layer.
The layers.
You say it's somebody not from the first layer, but probably the second layer.
Dude,
What are you saying here?
Heather, brilliant idea. We totally should have been doing this entire time. We could have been doing that. And now we're almost at the end of his direct examination. I will say we still haven't gotten across yet. We could start this game now. We could totally start a drinking game. Literally, I know I've said like I know there's some people that have an alcoholic drink while they're live streaming. I've literally never done that. But this might be the exception when it's like literally because could
I'm saying
happen.
I think it's a copycat extorter off of the first extorters. So the second is copying the first.
And who did you think that copycat was?
I thought the copycat could have been somebody from Luis Rivera, somebody that he may have known or known what he did, and now they're trying to do an extortion of their own, be a copycat.
Oh my God.
And if it
Oh my
isn't
God.
a copycat,
Oh my God.
who still did you think it was most likely at this point in time?
I'm so
I
ready.
thought it was most likely the police if it wasn't a copycat.
By the way, 22 minutes into that call,
By the way.
PP, there's reference to a
PP.
jet ski incident. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Oh my God. Jet ski.
What jet ski incident are you talking about?
Nino.
When I went to pick Katie up to go jet skiing July 1st, and Sigfredo cut in front of me and slammed on his brakes and got out of the car and started threatening me in the street.
Yeah.
Started leaving threatening
Know
messages
all
on my
about
dad's
it.
phone that night.
You heard about it a million times. Are we done? The flipping of the pages.
Judge, I'm about to move on to the next day. Would you like me to do that?
Uh,
Oh
if
my
you
God.
can stop it within 5 minutes, your next line of questioning.
Does he not
I
finish?
think it goes a little longer than that.
Oh my God, I forgot. So, okay, let me just say this. I had failed to remember that he was on direct for, let me pull down the banner. I need you guys to see this for the entire fucking day from the very beginning of the day. So, like, basically, court starts right away. Do you guys see this down here? You know, sometimes there's like an hour where there's nothing happening. Court starts right away. Okay. He's on the stand 20 minutes in. We're at 9 hours out of 9 hours and 25 minutes. I don't know what else they're going to put on the record. And you're probably wondering how the hell have we made it through? Well, we've been watching it on most of the time at 1.5 speed, but to me, it's been, for whatever reason, I'm not really noticing it. Like it feels more like 1.25, or even some of it feels normal. So I guess on normal, it would probably feel like it's in slow mode. But anyway, so, but for that, I mean, but in other words, this is a 9.5 hour day, and he is the only way, and it's direct, and he's not done yet. I forgot that this was this long. That's what she said.
Very well. Members of the jury, we're going to take our break for the evening at this point.
Oh my God.
Once again, you're going to receive the same instruction. Do not discuss the case.
Okay, so there we go. So now, all right, so let me pull up day 7. Holy fuck. That is crazy. Okay. That is a really long direct. Wow. I mean, it's like they had a couple little sidebars, but they didn't have, you know, because sometimes in trials there will be like, besides the lunch break, there'll be like some, you know, insanely long other, but they didn't have any of that. That was really him testifying for the vast majority of that, which is crazy. So let me just pull this up. Wow. Just shocking, really. Oh, I wonder if the sound wasn't as good because that was from the Tallahassee Democrat and not Long Crime. No offense to Tallahassee. That might be why this. So the feed we were just watching, in case you guys wonder why I didn't need to block the logo, I pulled up the feed from the Tallahassee Democrat. I wonder if their sound is not as good. No offense to them. That could be why. So I am going to, let's see here. Pull this one up.
Place, please do not make any motions or gesture in any way that would either relay that you're agreeing or disagreeing with what's being said. Also, do not distract the jurors from their task at hand. Please silence.
And he's back for more, you guys. Are we going to do a drinking game? Let me know.
Good morning, members of the jury. We are going to continue with the direct examination of Mr. Adelson.
Oh my God.
Mr. Rashbaum, when you're ready, you may continue.
Oh my God. Ah. Wow. Wow. It's like never ending. It's like it never ends. It's just still going on. I can't even fucking believe it. Never ends.
Call number UU, which is on May 4th, 2016.
We moved from PP to UU.
Around 11 minutes into the call, it's a call with you and your mom. You ask your mom if everything is okay. And she says she doesn't want to talk on the phone. And you ask her whether you should come down, and you agree to meet the next day. Do you remember that call?
Yeah, I do.
What did you think when that call happened? Did you think that there was another
Are you talking to the
activity?
dude in the gallery?
Yeah, sure.
And in fact, excuse me, on that morning, your mom had received a text in the early morning which said, "So you don't take me serious. You think I'm playing. You have some puta call me to see if I'm for real. If you think what Katie baby daddy did for you can't come back, you're fucking crazy. I want the number now, or I'm going after the 100K. The 100K that they're threatening to go after is what? Do you know what the 100K is?
The reward for the solving the murder of Dan Markel.
Oh, there's
And
a reward?
you see that text.
So
Did you go meet with your parents the next day on May 5th?
Yeah, I went down in the afternoon the next day.
And
Jesus.
when you saw that text, did you take it as more threatening or less threatening than the prior activity by law enforcement?
Much more threatening.
And how were your parents when you saw them?
My mom was upset. I mean, she gets a message, a call, a text at 2 o'clock in the morning from some nut who may be a Latin King gang member, and maybe we're wrong, and it's not the police, and it is a Latin King gang member.
Now, at this point in time, though, what was your firm belief?
I was fairly certain it was the police.
So you have this discussion
Yeah,
with
I
your
think
parents.
I know
and I think
exactly
it was
what
outside
you're
by
talking
the pool,
about.
right?
Yeah.
Community pool.
Mhm.
Okay. And what do you and your parents decide?
I said it's more than likely the police, but it still could be some crazy guy who's not afraid. I mean, I'm very afraid of Garcia. So this person is obviously not afraid of him. So it could be a nut or it could be the police.
You're
I said,
not.
I want to hear him one more
What
time
about the
to confirm
copycat?
that
Why are we
that is the
neglecting the
police.
copycat?
So when I spoke to them, I said, what, can you please call this guy up and record the conversation so I can hear him again.
Now, you leave your parents' house and you go to a friend's business. Do you recall that?
Yeah, I went to my friend Adam's office.
Okay. And at some point in time, while at the business, there is a call, and I believe this is YY. Well, before YY, there's a call
Still talking about
where you're talking with Catherine McBaniel, right?
Yes.
And you tell her that you're going to call her from a landline.
Why?
Correct?
Why?
Now, first of all, why do you tell her you're going to call from a landline?
Because I was just pulling into his parking garage and I was about to lose reception, get into the elevator, and I get bad reception in his office.
When you called her from the landline,
Yep.
Did you call her cell phone or did you call another landline?
No, I called her cell phone and I told her I was calling her from a landline because if she didn't recognize the number, she may not pick up. So I was telling her I'm going to call you back in a minute. I'm going to call you from the office.
Did you tell her, I want to call you from a landline to another number?
No, I wasn't trying to hide anything. I just wanted to have good cell service.
Did you do star 67?
No. I just didn't want her to see the number and not pick up because she won't recognize it.
Now, on May 6th, after some calls back and forth, your mom reaches the undercover, correct?
Yes, she does.
And we've heard that call with your mom, but what does she tell the undercover to do?
She says to him, go to the police and go get your reward. Call the police. If you know what happened, go tell them what happened and collect your reward.
Now, you and your mom had known what had happened to some degree for 20 some odd months.
I found out a lot in 2016 before I went into the restaurant, but yeah, we knew a lot more than the police did.
Why didn't you go to the police and collect your reward?
I would have been killed. I didn't want to tell anybody.
Oh my God.
So we come after my family.
Now, after your mom speaks to the undercover, she speaks with you, right? And that's State's Exhibit CCC.
Yes.
And she says that she used a handpiece. You remember that?
Yeah, sure.
What is the handpiece that she's referring to?
I'm assuming it was her cell phone, but I didn't know if it was her cell phone or if she recorded it.
Was she packing
tape recorder or how she did it.
And she says that there's a new app she loaded. What did you understand that to mean?
I guess you loaded an app on your telephone that allows you to record a conversation.
What are y'all talking about?
And she said, you asked her how long was the call, something to that effect. And she says that it was 8 minutes.
Mm-hmm.
And that was significant to you. Why was it significant to you that the call was 8 minutes?
Because it meant the guy who was threatening wanted to talk for a while. And I mean, when someone's extorting you, they want something straight to the point.
Seconds.
They tell you what they want and what they're going to do to you if you don't pay. And an 8-minute call, again,
I wish Twiz
wasn't the way it was done today.
Now, during this call, there's words like patient used by your mom, models, dental models. Why is she talking the way she's talking?
I'd lectured my mom on being really careful about what you say. And I don't want to talk about anything involving the extortion or anything that happened. So she went overboard with some things. I mean, she could have been more blunt, but I mean, this was just her overall just being super careful.
Is your mom scared?
Extremely scared.
The next day, May 7th, do you meet with your parents?
Yes, they came to my house.
And what did you do with your parents when you met with them?
I went outside and my mom played the recording of the supposed Latin King gang member that was trying to extort my family for money.
And after you heard the recording, what did you think and how did you feel?
I felt so much better. I mean, I wasn't happy that the police thought that we did a murder, but I was very happy to know that it wasn't the Latin Kings that were extorting my family again and that nobody was going to get hurt. Nobody was going to get killed. So I felt very relieved.
Who was watching?
Now,
Jeff H.
DDD, which is a call on May 7th in the evening, is a call where you're talking about a CD and dropping the mic, and there's a lot of background noise in the back. First of all, where are you when this call is happening?
Okay, it was a Saturday. It was the Fort Lauderdale Air and Sea show, and I was on a small boat with my friends, and they were blasting the radio, and I was drinking, and that's when I made the call or picked up the call.
And
What?
why are you talking the way you're talking on the boat?
How do you
How many
know?
people are on that boat?
There was like 6 or 7 people standing around me, and I wasn't about to let anybody know what was going on in my life.
Oh
And again, why are you relieved?
Liz, are
I'm
you
relieved that it's the
listening?
police. Nobody's going to get killed. My mom's, for 2 weeks was afraid that someone was going to get hurt her, and then someone else in the family was going to pay. My dad wasn't going to work. He thought he was going to get killed in the parking lot. And then after hearing that call, that's not a worry of mine anymore.
Do you remember when you found out that Sigfredo Garcia was arrested?
Yes, I do.
How did you find
I'm
that
just
out?
confused. I'm just confused.
I got a text.
I don't know why Twiz is not. Well, I guess he could not be in the chat, but like he's not responding on Discord. I've tried calling him and texting him. I mean, I know that. I'm just like I was worried about him, and everybody else that I had been asking said they hadn't heard from him either. And so I just don't know why I mean, you know, people don't have to be in the chat if they don't want to. That's fine. But like, let people know you're okay. You know what I mean? If you're able to. So I'm just surprised. I don't know why you'd be crabby. Twins, don't be crabby. We love you.
Text message. Either a text. It was a text message I got.
And did you think that you were about to get arrested as well?
Nope, I didn't do anything.
Did I fear I was going to get arrested?
Yeah.
Crabby.
I didn't think I should get arrested, but I know that this was definitely the police that were doing this investigation. I know why they were doing it, is they thought that we were part of this murder.
Did you ever reach out to Catherine Magbanua after the arrest?
No, I did not.
Why not?
Because my friend, who's a close friend of mine, an attorney, called me up on the phone and he said, do not call Katie and do not talk to anybody about this case or what's going on. And Katie never called me either.
With regards to Catherine Magbanua, when the arrest occurred of Catherine Magbanua, did you still think that she was not guilty?
Yes.
When did that opinion change, and when did you realize that she was actually the person behind the extortion?
It wasn't until 2019 when she went to trial, and she said that she never knew who Dan Markel was. She didn't say anything about what really happened. I found out then that she was cheating on me with Sigfredo Garcia, and she was sleeping with him at the same time she was with me. She was lying about that. And then I saw her bank account, and I was like, this girl's not broke. Like, I was getting played, and I saw all the money that was piling into her bank account.
And did all the pieces then start to come together for you?
Oh,
Yeah.
the pieces.
Yeah, I realized what happened.
Now, we've heard some testimony that after the bump
What does rabbit hold me?
and after the arrest, your personality changed. Is that testimony true?
Yes, it is.
Why did your personality change?
I mean, the police thought that I was part of a murder. They're releasing a probable cause affidavit saying that they want to arrest me for murder. I didn't have anything to do with the murder. I knew that there wouldn't be evidence to show I had anything to do with the murder. But
Well, you're
it's
here.
scary as hell to think
I
you're
know
one
that's
signature
not
away from
always,
losing your life.
you know.
Now,
But in
we've
this,
also heard some testimony that throughout the years, you would get upset when you would see or hear the news about this case.
Yes, very.
Why would you get upset?
Because they don't have any idea what really went on. And I couldn't say anything to anybody.
Charlie, I'm going to ask you again. Did you have anything to do
oh my God.
with the murder of Professor Dan Markel?
Absolutely not.
Were you a principal in his first-degree murder?
Absolutely not.
Did you conspire in any way to murder him?
Absolutely not.
Did you solicit anyone to murder him?
Never.
One moment, Your Honor.
Oh my God. Is that easy done? There's the cute. Yay, Elmo. We love you, Elmo.
No further questions.
Thank God.
Cross-examination.
And we're on to cross, people. Mother of God. Let's do a swoop. Oh my God. Y'all.
Yesterday, I was taking a walk around 5. I met a new friend. We went to Tallahassee food trucks.
Wow.
Last night, hung out with her for hours.
Yeah.
Wendi made another new friend. Are you fucking kidding me? Why?
She also Googled. There was a shooting, do you know?
I know.
Both she and John.
Stop.
Why would they
I'm
Google?
going to die.
Why would that just
Dude,
come
I'm
up?
going. Sorry. Heather. Heather says, I met a new friend on a walk. Bitch, how old are you?
My friend Elizabeth is a mortician. She's the prettiest mortician I've ever met.
You guys. Andy's friend, the fucking mortician. What is happening?
I ate a lunch. Like, I had a whole delicious lunch.
All right. I think we're ready. Let's do it. Whew. I know.
Do a quick audio test since Mr. Rashbaum was hooked up, Your Honor, before we get going here.
That's an excellent idea.
Okay, they're going to try to make sure they've got their technology. Love George's little outfit, like the gunmetal, rocking the gunmetal. Appropriate, isn't it, for this? See, I could go for that. I'm not going to be wearing any pink or purple, but I would wear that color. I was wearing that thing, whatever you call it.
Have you ever heard the saying that the simplest explanation is always the most likely? You heard that?
Who's Razor?
Was your explanation to
Yeah.
the jury over the last
She's tall.
little over a day the simplest explanation?
Sorry.
Do you,
Oh my
you
God.
have a thorough explanation? Would you agree with that?
I told you what happened.
Do you
No,
agree that
dude, right? I have to say, so remember, like, he does really well on this cross, given all of the circumstances that we're in here. He does score some points. And I just have to say, credit where credit is due. It is not oftentimes that this happens with defendants ever. But also we've commented during the jail phone calls where Charlie says some things and you're like, wow, there was a point where he actually came up with an idea for a strategy that was actually a good idea for something that had to do with a cross-examination of one of the witnesses. I can't remember exactly what it was, but it was really smart. And we were listening to it, earlier in in January. And I was like, holy shit, it was a really good idea. And it was like a line of questioning that Dan Rashbaum didn't think of. And it was like, Charlie has some sort of a mind, and so, but I will say, to do as well as has done on the stand and will do under her cross-examination, given the facts of this case and given the theory that they're peddling, they being the defense, he's not dumb. He's definitely not dumb. So
But the only problem with having an explanation for everything is that there's just so many explanations.
There's no explanation. I explained what happened.
I want to go through some of that. You claim that you were extorted on July 18th,
it's funny that I knew
by Catherine McDaniel.
It's funny that I knew exactly who you were talking about. I don't know how. I just was like, I know exactly who you're talking about. It's really funny.
And also in the background, some Latin kings, probably Garcia and Rivera, right? Is that accurate?
No, I wasn't extorted by
Where's
Catherine.
Joel? Joel's to the left.
That's not what I believed in 2014.
Okay, I'm sorry. I understood you to say you believe that today.
Today I did, yes.
All right. So who extorted you?
I believe that it was Catherine McDaniel's friend that she ran her mouth to.
Okay.
And
And
that's 2014.
right. But as you sit here today, you think it's McDaniel, Garcia, and Rivera. Is that accurate?
No, that's not accurate.
Okay. Who extorted you?
As I sit here today, I believe that it was Catherine McDaniel, and I believe Sigfredo Garcia, but I don't know for sure. I was never there when she was ever talking to him, so I don't know if he was in on it with her or not.
Oh
my
God.
At the time, though, you did not think she was guilty. You got that right. The time of the
In
extortion.
2014?
Yes.
Correct.
Okay. And then so exactly when you found out would be, I think you said, her trial.
That I suspected that she was not telling me the truth and she was a part of it was in 2019.
At her trial.
Yes.
All right. And so she was arrested in 2016, right?
Yes.
All right. So for 3 years, she was in the Leon County Jail awaiting trial. Yes.
She was there.
And you believed she was innocent.
Yes.
And you had this whole explanation to assist with exonerating her, right?
I have the truth of what happened, yes.
But you didn't offer the truth of what happened, did you?
Nobody came to me. I thought the truth would come out.
Does someone have to come to you?
I was told not to talk to Katie and not to talk to anybody about this case by counsel.
Okay. So you strike that.
I just love that.
On day one, which is July 18th, 2014, she is the only one that physically contacted you to conduct this extortion. Am I correct in that?
Yes, you are.
So you never actually had any contact with any Latin king?
No.
No phone calls?
No phone calls.
No texts?
No.
No letters?
Well, in 2016, you're talking about 14, right?
I'm talking about the first layer of the extortion. Did you have any contact with the thugs that were getting your money for 2 years?
No.
Did anybody put a gun to your head?
I was told that I would be killed in 48 hours if I didn't pay up.
I heard you say that, but my question is, did anyone put a gun to your head?
You're asking me, did anyone pull a gun on me?
That's
Is
what
that
I
your
asked you.
question? No, nobody pulled a firearm on me.
All right, so when Catherine McDaniel came to you on July 18th and said, open the safe and give me all your money, she was not armed.
She was not carrying a gun that day,
And
no.
were you armed at that time? Did you have a weapon in your home?
I had weapons in my safe, yes.
Were you led to believe or told that the bad guys are outside, right outside your apartment or your residence?
No, but I was led to believe what they did to Dan, they were going to do to me.
I heard you say that, but my question is, did she say, like, the car's running, I'm going to take the money out there to him right now?
No, she never told me that they were waiting for me outside my house.
In fact, she stayed the night with you, didn't she?
Yes, she did.
And didn't exit your house with your $138,000 until the next day, right?
Correct.
And the money, the $138,000, was that stapled into $1,000 increments?
Each packet was $1,000 and they had a staple in it.
And stapling money is a little unusual. Would you agree with that?
For me, it wasn't unusual. That's what I did.
Right, but nobody else does it. That's why I'm suggesting it's unusual.
I've never questioned people into how they keep their money, whether they keep it in a staple or a paperclip or envelope. I just know what I do.
Would you agree, Doctor, that it's a compelling piece of evidence that the killers were paid in stapled money and came up with that information?
Yeah.
In this case,
It's not compelling. The people who extorted me and got my money got it from my house, and it was stapled in my house.
they had to have gotten it from you, right? Because it was stapled.
If they got it from Katie, they got it from me.
So it had to be some kind of I paid, but I did it under duress, based on that piece of evidence, right? That had to be built into your defense.
I was extorted, and I paid the money.
All right. So Katie comes in and
Dude, Heather.
she's in a panic, and she tells you what's happened. And I need all the money in your safe right now. Do you suspect that maybe she's working with the police at that point? Maybe she's trying to set you up?
No, she didn't say I need all the money in your safe. That's not what she said.
Did she take all the money in your safe?
I cleaned out all the money in my safe and handed it to her
Right. Why did you do that?
because I was being extorted for $350,000.
But why didn't you? The bump was only $5,000, and you immediately became suspicious and questioning and had all these conversations and deliberations about what to do about it for days. When Katie comes to you, you just open the safe and give her the money, right?
That's what I did. And there's a big difference between the two.
Okay.
Well,
yeah.
The way that it was done to you, is that the way it's done?
You have to be more specific.
Well, on the wire, you say repeatedly, that's not the way it's done. You knew that the undercover agent was law enforcement, or at least strongly suspected, because that's not the way it's done. And my question to you is, since you're an expert on extortion, because you've been extorted before, and that's how you knew that's not the way it's done.
That one girl was like,
is this the way it's done? Do extortionists send a girlfriend of their victim to collect their extortion money? Is that the way it's done, doctor?
I'm telling you what happened to me. And I was told that if I didn't pay in 48 hours, I would be killed. The person that came and extorted my mom, that was not the same approach as what happened to me.
Is that the only way? That's the only way it's done? They send the girlfriend?
It's the only time I've ever been extorted like that.
Okay.
Wait, what?
Did you hear any of the negotiations? So they come in and they say, strike. They come in and they say, we need $333,000.
You need to pay $333,000.
You need to pay $333,000. Why not $1 million?
Because when I had told to Katie that the $1 million offer for Dan Markel, I said I was going to pay $333,000. And when she asked me, do you have that much money? And I said, yeah, I could pay it in cash. So she took it as I had cash, and she knew I had a ton of cash in my safe. So she thought I had the cash. I didn't have all that cash.
You had 4 cars, a jet ski, properties. Like, if somebody just wants to take him for all he's worth, this just, I mean, you know, if, again, I know Heather was like, don't even bother to try to apply logic to it, but like, really, like, just take the fucking Ferrari, man. I mean, I don't know how much those are worth, but I mean, Jesus, whatever that's worth will get you way closer to the $1 million. Like, why stop at $1 million? That's my point. Why stop at $1 million, right? He's worth a lot more than that.
So that's where I'm assuming they got the $333,000 from.
But the offer that she bragged about was $1 million offer. Isn't that right? That she ran her mouth about.
I was never there when she spoke to her friend.
Okay, was it $1 million offer?
The offer was that $1 million was going to be paid, and I was going to pay $333,000.
And weren't you going to cover Wendy's third as well?
No, not at all. I was going to cover my third.
Didn't your lawyer say in opening statement that you were going to cover the whole thing for Wendy's third?
No, I was sitting here. I heard what he said. Charlie was going to pay $333,000.
All right. And so the offer was $1 million offer, and that's what you told Katie, along with the fact that you were going to cover the third.
I was telling her that I was going to pay $333,000, yeah. And then one day, if my sister was able to, she was going to pay me back.
And then you didn't have the amount of money that was being demanded at the time, right?
No, I only had what I had.
All right. And at that point, the blackmailer, Catherine Magbanua, negotiates some type of layaway plan for you to complete the extortion with the Latin Kings.
Okay, Katie wasn't the blackmailer, and Katie wasn't the one who was extorting me.
Didn't you just tell this jury that Katie was the blackmailer? You realized it in 2019.
I had thought that when you were just talking, you were talking about 2014. You were talking about that night.
Okay.
So that night happened in 2014.
Okay. We all know now, because you have revealed the puzzle piece, she's a blackmailer. Can we agree on that?
I believe sitting here in 2020.
Did you say she a black? Hold on, George. No,
that night happened in 2014.
Hold on.
Okay. We all know now, because you have revealed the puzzle piece, she's a blackmailer.
Okay, so she said she's. Never mind. I thought she said she a blackmailer, kind of like she a gold digger. Hilarious.
Can we agree on that?
I believe sitting here in 2023
Yes.
that she was in on the extortion for sure.
Yes. So is it okay if I refer to her as a blackmailer?
I think there's a difference between blackmail and extortion, but yeah.
Okay.
There is a difference.
We'll refer to her as an extortionist. So
There you go.
this woman, the extortionist, is going to do you a solid by negotiating with the Latin Kings for you to get on a payment plan for the extortion. Isn't that what happened?
What you're doing is you're taking what we know in 2003 and trying to say, this is what I knew in 2014.
No.
Did she put you on a payment plan?
Yes, she said, because I didn't have the money, she said, ask me if I could pay $3,000 a month in 2014. And I said, yes, I can.
Did you hear any of the conversation where she was making these negotiations on your behalf?
No, when she said, I'm going to go check with my friend, and if that's okay with him, she took her purse, took her keys, took her cell phone, she walked out of my front door, closed the door behind her, and I sat in my living room, and she came back about 5 minutes later.
You didn't want to talk to the guy yourself?
No, I didn't even think of that. Maybe she went outside to call him.
All right. And then the two of you
I didn't
took a
think of
Xanax and went to sleep.
Well, I took a Xanax. I don't know if she took one out of the bottle, but I definitely did.
And the next morning she left with your money, right?
So that's about 8:30 the next morning.
That's July 19th, 2014.
Correct.
Let's talk about what you did that day. You did not report this to the police because you were in fear, correct?
Absolutely.
And you didn't report this to Wendi, even though according to you, her life was in danger too, correct?
Potentially, but I planned on paying the extortion every month.
All right. But you did go to the gym that morning, right? Can we show that text, please? Were you able to go to the gym?
I absolutely didn't leave the house. I worked out at Nova Southeastern Gym, and you can check the gym records. I was never there.
Okay. Did you say you were going to the gym?
I said I was, yeah.
But you didn't actually go?
No, I didn't leave the house.
All right. So would you agree, Doctor, and we'll refresh your memory with them if we can, that the text messages that were exchanged between yourself and Catherine McVanois on the morning after this exchange of money
I love how she keeps calling him doctor. I just think that's amazing.
were inconsistent with your extortion theory?
They were inconsistent with how I was feeling.
They don't appear to look like you just gave her $138,000 under duress, do they?
She told me the last thing she said to me before she left the house is, "Can we just pretend like this never even happened?" So when I sent her that message, I was trying to show her like, trying to forget all about it.
Yeah, you were just demonstrating to her that you would agree to pretend nothing happened, right?
Absolutely. That's what she asked me to do, and that's what I tried to do.
So the text messages aren't what they appear to be. It's a beautiful day. I'm going to the pool. I'm going to the beach. I'm going to the gym. None of that is what it appears to be. It's something else.
I absolutely did not go to the gym. I was trying to show her that I was, pretending like nothing ever happened and looking past it.
And there's nothing on the wire. All those hours of you talking. There is nothing on the wire about the extortion, this layer 1 of extortion, because she told you not to talk about it, right?
She told me to never talk about anything to anyone or her. She never wanted to hear about it again.
Yesterday, in your testimony, between you and your attorney, you mentioned the word extortion 123 times. Did you take my word for that?
Oh,
Sure,
fuck.
it came up a lot.
Heather, did you hear that? She fucking counted. She went back overnight and counted. Oh boy.
Or her. She never wanted to hear about it again.
Yesterday, in your testimony, between you and your attorney, you mentioned the word extortion 123 times. Did you take my word for that?
I'm sure it came up a lot.
Okay.
Oh,
But nowhere.
my God. Thank goodness we weren't drinking after all. We would all be dead. Wow.
Even in the midst of this whole
Honestly, if I had made a guess, I would not have even guessed it was that much. I would have guessed maybe like 65-ish, maybe. That is insane. I think it's even more than that. That is crazy.
extortion, it's happening again. It's an extension of the same thing. Do you mention anything about this layer 1 of the extortion? Do you?
Layer 1.
Yes, actually, I did.
Okay.
If you pull up the video from Matsuri when I was sitting with my dad, and I said, and the funny thing is, that's what I whispered in his ear.
Right, but we can't hear that.
Right, because that's my point. I never wanted anybody to hear what had happened. I never wanted the police to come talk to me. But if you put up that video, you'll actually see me saying that it's my dad's ear, and that's why I might have said it. And that's what we were talking about at the time.
At Matsuri, the only time you mention the extortion, it's in a whisper that is not picked up by the microphones, right?
Intentionally, yes.
Yes. And that was intentional at the time, but it sucks for your defense, right? Because that would be a huge piece of evidence for you to show this jury, wouldn't it?
No, I think you come up with a reason why that I said it anyway.
And there's nobody to corroborate this testimony?
I don't know what
There
that is.
Okay. And the Matsuri, you talked about it again out in the parking lot, right? Wasn't that your testimony?
Yes, we spoke in the parking lot.
Okay, so you did talk about the extortion.
That's
Just didn't do it in a way that it was captured on any of the recordings in this case.
Who's out?
Well, we spoke when we had privacy.
Well, you had privacy on the phone, right?
But when?
At least you thought you had privacy on the phone every time when you were talking on the phone for
No,
hundreds of hours on this wire.
there's always a chance that I was being listened to.
Hours.
Okay.
I mean,
Well, there was a chance you were being listened to when you whispered in Dad's ear, right? But you said it. When you were talking
Well,
about
I
it.
whispered real quietly into his ear, so I thought I had privacy. At that point, I thought I had privacy.
Oh dear.
And Catherine McVanois and you discussed this first layer of extortion in the car outside of Dolce Vita too, right?
That's when I found out everything that was going on, and she opened up. Like,
But if this jury could hear that conversation recorded, we would all be hearing basically what you're telling us, that there was an extortion effort that predated the undercover operation. Wouldn't we?
Because I was trying to see if Sigfredo was behind the extortion of my mom, because I knew he was behind. I always had a feeling he was behind what happened to me, and she was having this explosive fight with him, and it was going on the same exact time that my mom started getting extorted. So I thought that he was going after my mom.
Don't you wish that conversation in the car had been recorded?
I don't know.
Would it prove your theory
Yeah,
that you're talking about, the
I
prior
think about
extortion?
it. Then you know exactly what happened back then.
But unfortunately, it wasn't recorded, and then everything that was recorded inside the restaurant, you don't mention it, right?
I'm speaking very carefully. I mean, and I was still, even when I was in the car with Katie, she was doing most of the talking. That was the first time she really opened up, and I think I caught her off guard. I was still, even when I spoke to her in the car, I was real careful. I said, was T behind what happened to me? Like, I wouldn't even say the words to her when I was in the car.
Okay, was T behind what happened to me? Do you say anything anywhere on the wire about referencing what happened to me? Meaning what happened to me before?
No, because that was the only time I ever confronted her. But I did actually when I would be on the wire with my mom, and I would say it's not the same person. Like that was in reference to what happened to me, and she
What
knew
call
that.
do you say it's not the same person?
Okay, you want to know what call? It was Tuesday, the 26th.
This is incredibly impressive, you guys. Look at this. This is incredibly impressive. There's hundreds of hours of those wiretapped calls. He has this memorized. This is insane. Insane.
Oh, because that was the only time I ever confronted her. But I did actually when I would be on the wire with my mom, and I would say it's not the same person. Like that was in reference to what happened to me, and she
What
knew
call
that.
do you say it's not the same person?
Okay, you want to know what call? It was Tuesday, the 26th.
Jesus.
And I said it's at the end of the call. It was a 2-minute and something call.
April 26th?
April 26th, 2016. Wow. It was a 2-minute and something call. It was towards the very end.
Incredible.
And I know it's not done like this. It's 48 hours, just enough time. It's not the same person.
Holy shit. This is what I'm saying. He's memorized this discovery. It's insane.
So you can look it up.
Okay, I'm with you. It's not the same person you were referencing as the person that blackmailed me years ago. And he has been blackmailing me for years.
Yeah.
That's what you meant.
It's not the same person that's extorting me, correct?
All right. So I want to go back to Wendi. Wendi is in the process of relocating from Tallahassee to South Florida, basically the day this is going on, day after the money drop, right?
They're packing up the car. They're coming back.
Right. So she's going to be moving significantly closer to the killers that had threatened her life.
This what she wasn't planning. It wasn't a permanent move or anything that was planned. I think she took a suitcase with her.
But she's your family member, yes.
I mean, I honestly feel bad for him. I mean, I'm not saying that he didn't do anything wrong, obviously, right? But like, dude was fucking eaten alive, the Adelson family food chain, right? And Donna threw him under the bus immediately, served him up on a fucking silver platter. He had nothing to gain from this, right? Just like Katie, right? And again, but for this one thing, I guarantee you he would not be tied up in another homicide. It's just, again, I understand people need to face the consequences of their decisions, but like, dude, I've and especially hearing those jail calls and shit, it's like you can hear that he just really trusted them, and it's really shitty. Like I just, similarly with Katie, like I mean, maybe he should, again, if it was like what would I wish for or think would be appropriate, maybe I don't know. I feel, and you can see how fucking smart he is, right? But not smart in like the conniving way, right? Like a Wendi or a Donna. He's smart, but he's like, in a way, almost naive or kind of gullible, right? And he really, God, thinking about the effort he put into this time on the stand, it's blows my mind, honestly. And then adding to that when he was so sure he was going home and he gave all his stuff away and then found out he was found guilty, and then add insult to injury, imagine what it would be like when you find out that, again, your attorney was fucking you over as well. I just, again, the best at this juncture, I think he deserves a new trial based on the fuckery with the attorney. And it may not be a different result, but at the very least, I mean, and who knows, like, could there be deals to be had? Potentially. It just depends, right? Like if they, I mean, just thinking it through, like if this goes through the appellate process and then they remand it back to the trial court level and maybe Wendi is still pending trial, could he strike some sort of a deal? I don't know. I mean, anyway, I'm just thinking there. In other words, it's just crazy because with this whole family, the possibilities there's a lot of possibilities, and there were already a lot of possibilities. But the fact that Charlie may end up getting a new trial, and most people will say he's definitely going to get a new trial, it's going to take a little bit of time. But when you add that into the mix, it totally changes the dynamics of what could go on with people, ratting on each other and whatnot. I don't know what that is. Is that a YouTuber?
Much closer to the one they've already killed than you, right?
Say it again.
She's much closer. She's got much deeper connections to the person they've already killed. That's Dan Markell than you do.
Right.
I mean, there's a reason to fear for her safety because these killers have come. They've just killed Dan, and now they're saying they're going to kill another one. It could be Wendi, right?
She has no idea what's going on.
Exactly. But you let her move from Tallahassee to Miami where you knew the killers were located. That's my point. Do you agree with that?
The killers were able to find Dan Markell in Tallahassee. They have a car.
They were, but would you rather live in Tallahassee or in Miami if the killers are in Miami?
I think if these people want to find you, they'll find you. I mean, I don't think. I mean, looking at Luis Rivera, I don't think a distance would stop him.
Okay. Where did Wendi and the boys live when she first moved to South Florida?
When she first moved to South Florida, she moved in with my parents into a small apartment. They actually had to get another apartment because that one was too small.
With your parents?
She moved in with them, yeah.
And I want to talk about the cameras. You bought cameras for the Adelson Institute and your home at Whale Harbor, right?
Yes.
The camera system, yeah. All right. And what about Wendy's? I guess she didn't have a place. So like wherever she was staying with your parents, were cameras installed there as well at that same time frame that you installed these cameras?
No, I never told her what happened, but they lived in a very secure building.
Isn't it true, Doctor, that you'd been planning to install those cameras for some time before the murder?
I actually already had cameras at my house that I had installed in 2008. The technology from 2008 to 2014 had changed a lot when it came to cameras.
Yeah. You mentioned that. I'm sorry to interrupt you, but I think you mentioned all that on direct. I'm referring to this particular update that was done post-homicide. You were in communication with this camera guy, and I think your lawyer mentioned this. You had 84 text messages with him dating back to January 20th of 2014 in regards to the update that occurred post-murder. Do you agree with that?
I know. There was always talk that we were going to get cameras in the office, and we just never got around to it. When this happened, that week, within probably 3 days, I called the camera guy up and I said, I want to get cameras in my house and my new cameras for my house, and I want to get cameras in my office. How soon can you come out and do it? And then he came out, I'd say 4 or 5 days after that, bought the equipment and installed it that week.
Did you hire a private investigator to help you with this whole problem you were having?
With the extortion?
Yes.
No, I didn't tell anybody.
Did you get a bodyguard?
No, I carried a gun on me. I always sleep with a gun next to me in bed, and I carried a gun on my person and had a gun in my car at all times.
Do you recall a statement you made on the Dolce Vita recording that said you were going to start carrying a gun?
Yeah, because for a long time after this happened, I was carrying a gun, and it's uncomfortable, and I don't always like carrying a gun. So I hadn't carried a gun in a while, and I was going to start carrying one again.
But you did say in 2016, I'm going to start carrying one.
Yeah, I carried probably for about 4 to 6 months after this happened, and I wear scrubs, so the gun that I had can kind of stick out, and it's uncomfortable. I prefer not to carry a gun.
So you quit carrying it, but during the time you were still paying the extortion money.
Yes.
All right, and the extortion money that you were paying, $3,000 a month, that wasn't going towards the principal of whatever was left on the $333,000, right? Didn't you testify to that?
Correct.
All right, so you never came up with the remaining bulk of the money that you owed.
Never.
And nobody ever came after you for that?
No, they said you could pay it all off and it'll be done, or just pay $3,000 a month. So I thought about paying the full amount.
All right, then a couple weeks later, after the initial extortion, you and Catherine Magdanua broke up, according to your direct. Did I have that right?
That's not correct.
When did you break up?
Within a week, I met her, we went out to dinner, and went out to eat, and I just said, this has got to end.
All right, so you broke up with her.
Yes.
Weren't you scared that if you broke up with her, that she would sick the Latin Kings on you?
No, because I had every intention of paying every month. When I broke up with her and I said, listen, I don't want to surround myself with this. I'm scared. She said that she was going to come every month and pick up the money and protect me. And she understood. I mean, our relationship was on the rocks.
But you testified that all the gifts and stuff that you gave her were to keep her happy, right?
Yeah, when I realized that she's the one who's protecting me and she wasn't a part of this extortion, I had no problem keeping her happy, and I looked for things to do, nice things to do for her because she was broke.
But not worried about pissing her off by breaking up with her.
Well, our relationship was definitely on the rocks. After July 1st, when Sigfredo cut me off and threatened me and called my dad, and then she knew I didn't even invite her to my dad's birthday party, which was a family gathering with family friends on July 5th. She knew we were going to be done.
After you broke up with Catherine Magdanua a week after the murder, did you continue to talk to her?
We still communicated for sure.
Talk on the phone?
And texted, yeah.
And meet up?
No, the only time I'd see her was I saw her again the end of August. She came and picked up the money, and that's when she asked me if I could put her on the books because none of this money was going to her, and she needed to get health insurance for her kids. So I said, yeah, I'll do it and help you out.
And did you continue to hook up with her after the breakup? And by that, I mean, have sex with her.
There was one occasion. There was one time that we hooked up.
Okay, when was that?
I want to say it was probably about 5 months after we broke it up.
Okay, well, there was one other occasion before that in October of 2014. Do you recall that? October 9th of 2014?
That's probably the occasion I'm talking about, because July, let me count the months, July, August, September, October. So, okay, so 4 months.
Okay, and there's another one on October 15th. You remember that one?
Right.
No, I think we did hook up about one time.
Okay, well, one time on October 9th and one time on October 15th.
I thought it was one time. If it was 2 times, it's been.
Could it have been 2 times?
But no more.
Okay. And on August 25th, 14, that would have been after the breakup, right?
Oh, there's Joel.
Yeah.
You text her, and then she replies, I don't need help. I'm good. Don't need favors, nor will I trust anyone.
Joel's now to the left, so there's the lady behind. Wow, wait, to the left of Georgia, there's a lady behind her to her left that's got blonde hair and is also wearing gray. Interesting. And then right behind her, there's Joel. Shout out to Joel, and also Jeff H's third cousin. And there's the Markel, Dan Markel's parents. Shout out to them as well.
Again, erase my number, please. Go on with your life like you did already and have been doing. Sorry we spoke today. I don't want to stress your life more. Don't do anything for me. You remember receiving that text from Catherine McBanois?
Yeah, sounds familiar.
And that's a pretty weird text to get from the extortionist. You're meeting her to give her money. Why is she saying erase my number?
She's not the extortionist.
On
In 2014, I didn't think she was the extortionist.
Right, but it's been revealed that she was.
In 2019, so you're taking what was known in 2019, and you're trying to say I knew what I knew in.
I'm not trying to say you knew. I'm trying to say she knew. She knew she was the extortionist. Why is she telling you to erase her number and leave her alone?
Because I broke up with her.
Exactly. On 9/14 or 9/11 of 14, she sends you #bestie for life. Do you remember that?
It sounds familiar.
So did you all have some kind of reconciliation after the breakup?
No, I was probably doing a favor and making her happy with something.
On 10/6 of 2014, I love you. It makes me feel good that you care about me. I'm lucky to have you as part of my life. Do you remember sending that to her?
I know. It's
From
insane.
10/9 of 14, I mentioned the sex talk. I won't go into the details of it.
Oh, God.
Again, 10/15, more sex talk. 10/23 of 14. Thank you again for everything you're doing for my mommy. She sends you that. What were you doing for her mother?
I don't know. I think I did a consult for her, but I didn't do anything for her mom.
Georgia.
2/24.
Georgia. We could use a little bit of the sex talk just to break up the triple, quadruple inception extortion mixed in with the people keeping track of who knew what when. Why are you doing that to us?
4 of 15.
Don't hold out.
You agree that she always knows how to make you smile, and you say I love you to her. Remember that?
Yeah, I cared a lot about Katie, and I didn't think that she was a part of it. So I was always trying to keep her happy and make her happy. And I felt like she got dragged into something that she shouldn't have been dragged into.
Okay, maybe, but she dragged you into it as well.
I didn't see it like that at all. And our relationship actually got stronger. Initially when I got extorted, I had limited contact with her and I was cold to her. And then over time, I realized that she's the one who's protecting me, and she's not involved with these people because the extortion never went up, and Katie was always broke.
She was involved with them because she had a child with the guy, right?
I didn't know for sure it was him, but
you suspected always that it was him.
I always suspected that Sigfrieda was behind this.
So wouldn't you want to distance yourself from this woman who, were you ever really that serious about her to begin with?
Right.
We spent 7-8 months together.
But you were never considering marrying her.
No, I wasn't considering.
You were a playboy, right? You had a zillion girlfriends.
That is actually not even true.
Okay. Did you have a lot of girlfriends?
I had 2 girlfriends in the 2 or 3 years after her. I dated Whitney Kick for 9 months.
Okay, but how many women were you talking to and engaging with sexually? A lot more than Whitney Kick, right?
There could have been 1 or 2.
Or more?
No.
Okay. Point being, you were not going to marry Catherine McBanois.
I wasn't having marriage plans, no.
Okay. And you have now broken up with her after this incident.
Yes.
She's the person that's taking the money from you physically.
She's the one. I looked at it. She's the one who's protecting me. If she wasn't,
it needs to come up. We need to get. There needs to be sextortion, right? Because how that, like, with all the sex talk and the extortion and like the triple sex talks, that's what made me think of it. It's like triple sextortion type of thing. Even though it's like not technically what's happening here, it's like extortion and sex, but not sextortion. But anywho, yeah, it doesn't seem like it. Remember, the thing is Donna seems to be really opposed to her children marrying. And maybe Charlie has learned the hard way that if you marry, Donna punishes you, right? Because look at what happened to Robert. Look what happened to Wendi. And Robert, who knows if his wife would be alive if not for the fact that he moved away and cut all contact with them. Charlie did what his mom wanted. I know a family like this. I know a family like this where the adult children who are in like their 40s, literally as they became adults, finished college, moved back into the home they grew up in and to their own little bedrooms, and are never marrying and never anything like that. And the mom wants to take care of them and like their baby still. It's crazy. I know it is a thing. I don't even know if it's a type of mental illness that has a name assigned to it. And by that, I mean, it would be assigned to the mom who wants, it's really unusual. I've never heard of anything like that, but for the one family that I'm speaking of that I have experience with, and I've seen it firsthand. I recognized it immediately with this family. And I'll tell you when it all clicked for me was when reading the Donna emails, and Donna had every expectation that Wendi was going to move back home with her after the whole thing with Dan, that she was going to move back into the home with Donna. And then I thought, oh my God, right? Because then thinking about Rob, and then obviously Charlie, so anyway, I just, yeah.
I was going to get a visit.
Is she the one that was physically taking the money?
That's
Yes.
right.
Is she the one that was connected to the person you suspected to have killed your brother-in-law?
I thought she was tied to that person, yes.
And she's the one that got you into this, right? Because she ran her mouth. Right?
I looked at that I ran my mouth too. If I never said anything to her, this would never have happened. So I felt responsible for saying something to her in the first place.
But you didn't feel responsible enough to try to do anything about her sitting in jail, an innocent woman, for 3 years. Did you?
She never contacted me.
You didn't offer to testify in her trial. You let her get convicted and get life in prison, didn't you?
I thought the truth was going to come out.
But not through you.
I was never contacted. I thought it was going to come out through her.
Was there any contact between your lawyers and her lawyers?
You'd have to ask them.
You said you didn't have any contact with her.
I
Did you have
had
any
zero contact with her.
So your lawyers didn't tell you anything on behalf of her lawyers?
Absolutely not.
And her lawyers didn't hear anything from your lawyers?
I don't know what lawyers talk about, but I can tell you that I never talked to Katie, and I never told my lawyers.
You never relayed a message through your lawyers that the Adelson family would not be talking in this case?
Absolutely not.
And she had nothing to worry about as far as that end was concerned?
That's not true at all.
Did you or your agent contact her brother to offer to assist with her attorney's fees in her case?
That's a complete lie.
Oh, huh. Interesting.
On 10/27 of 15, you say you can't wait to get lunch with her. She's the best, and you're lucky to have her as a friend for life. Did you say that?
Yes.
10/27/15, you can't wait to get lunch with her. 10/30/15, you tell her you miss her. 12/9 of 15, again, you tell her she's the best.
Yes, I said all this.
Do you agree that this picture does not look like a relationship between an extortionist and her victim?
I agree, because Katie wasn't the extortionist.
She was the extortionist.
In 2014 and
No.
2015, I didn't believe that.
I know you didn't believe it, but we're looking back now, okay?
You know, it's like if you're going to quote me, date me. Like what I knew in 2014 and what I knew in 2015 is not what I know now in 2023.
Okay, yes, I hear you. You didn't know then, and that's why you were nice to her.
Yeah, I thought she was protecting me.
Got it. And none of those factors that I pointed out weighed into that.
Ballsy, right? That is ballsy. Like, wow. If you're going to quote me, date me. Like, wow. Fair enough when you know your shit, though, right? Even if it's a stupid theory, he knows these details so well. It's crazy, dude.
Consideration that she ran her mouth, that she brought the Latin Kings on you, she was taking the money from you. None of that counterbalanced it. You were still going to be friends with her and keep her happy.
You're wrong. I didn't know about the Latin Kings in 2014 or 2015.
All right. The love text, which is what I'm referring to all these texts where you're still nice to this person after you break up with her. You're still doing favors for this person after you break up with her. And that's like a major problem for your defense, isn't it?
No, our relationship got stronger. I agree. Our relationship got stronger, but it was much different.
Isn't that why she has to be an innocent conduit between you and the bad guys? Because if those texts didn't exist, she would be the extortionist and the bad actor in this whole thing, right?
I'm not following your theory.
You have to explain away those texts, don't you, doctor?
No, I have to sit here and tell you the truth. Now you're finding it out.
Wow. I'm not.
Most people don't send kissy faces to people that are extorting money out of them. I mean, she was taking your money.
Again, Ms. Kaplan, she was not extorting me at the time.
That's not how it's done, is it?
I'm telling you how it was done.
So then over these next 2 years, you would meet her monthly and hand over a bundle of checks and $3,000 in cash, right?
No, you're wrong.
Okay, tell me.
I would hand
I'm
over
not wrong.
$2,000 in cash and a bundle of checks.
$2,000 in cash and a bundle of checks. And so over the course of 2 years, I'm terrible at math, but that's roughly how much money? Because I think I did $3,000. It's $48,000 in cash, in addition to the $138 you provided the night of. Do you agree with that?
If your math is correct, I'm just telling you what I paid her each month.
And
oh my God, dude.
And the checks.
Honestly, I'm rooting for him because this is, he's going to get, again, the facts are so bad for him. You know what I mean? It's like, there's nothing he can do. So I'm like, honestly, right now, for me, I'm rooting for him because like, you never see this, right? Like, dude, it's impressive as fuck, right? Like, at least the only thing he can say at the end of this, or what I will say, despite all of the horribleness of all this and like everything, is like he killed it on the stand, honestly, really. And I think he's doing even better on cross than he did on direct. Wild.
There's another $17,000, right?
You're doing the math.
A lot of money. Was it a lot of money to you?
I want to watch this again.
It was a lot of money.
It's a
Cash.
cash. This is so
Ms.
good.
Kaplan, she was not extorting me at the time.
This is so good.
That's not how it's done, is it?
I'm telling you how it was done.
So then over these next 2 years, you would meet her monthly and hand over a bundle of checks and $3,000 in cash, right?
No, you're wrong.
Okay, tell me.
I would hand over $2,000 in cash and a bundle of checks.
$2,000 in cash and a bundle of checks. And so over the course of 2 years, I'm terrible at math, but that's roughly how much money? Because I think I did $3,000. It's $48,000 in cash, in addition to the $138 you provided the night of. Do you agree with that?
Your math is correct. I'm just telling you what I paid her each month.
And
Amazing.
and the checks, which is another $17,000, right?
You're doing the math.
Okay. It was a lot of money. Was it a lot of money to you?
It was a lot of money to me, yeah. I work hard.
That was really smart because he's not going to, in other words, he's like, you're doing the math. Like, those are her numbers that she's coming up with and he's not admitting to them. That's smart. That's smart. And also, you know, we all know it's not fair to make people do math on the stand, right? So he probably, I would think, being a dentist, probably he's doing the math. And even if the numbers are correct, it's like, it's your math. It's smart. And that's the type of thing that he wouldn't have been trained or ahead of time. Like, that's crazy, right? Like, there's no way that Dan Rashbaum prepped him for that, right? Obviously.
Did the extortionists, whoever they were, ever try to increase the payments or come for more money?
The extortion never went up, and Katie was always broke. And that's what led me to think that she was not a part of this, because she could have easily jacked up the payments.
Well, she's sharing $3,000 a month with a bunch of other people, right? At least one other person.
I didn't think she was sharing. Why is she coming to me for $300 for her kid's birthday?
Because she's broke.
Because she wasn't getting any of the money.
Half of $3,000 doesn't do much when you're living in Miami with 2 kids to feed, right?
I didn't think she was sharing anything.
Well, even if she was sharing, if that's your point, she must not have been taking the money because she was broke. And my point is, she could have been taking half the money and been broke.
That's not how I saw it.
That's not a lot of money.
That's not how I saw it.
Tell me about Dan Martell a little bit. What you sort of said, what I heard, correct me if I'm wrong, was he was, you know, a nice enough guy, typical Wendi boyfriend, but not really your kind of guy.
Yeah, I think it's an accurate description.
Right. Do you agree that he was this brilliant legal mind?
I think he was a little nerdy, nice guy. Just kind of like the average guy that my sister dated.
Not the kind of guy you want to have a beer with, though.
We never had a beer together. I mean, not that I wouldn't have had a beer if he wanted to have one. We just didn't have that much in common. But
he had a crush on Dave. We know that was obvious. He's like, but if Dave asked me out, oh, you know, hold on. I got a clip for this, guys. Hold on. Here's Charlie. Charlie's like, where is it? If Dave asked me out to go have a beer, though, where is it? Let me have to do the. Okay, here we go. If Dave asked me out to have a beer. There we go.
But he was always nice to me.
Do you appreciate the fact that his death was a terrible loss to his sons?
It was horrible.
Do you think they were better off without him?
Absolutely not.
Did you host a celebration dinner after his murder?
That's a complete lie.
On The Wire, would you agree that the Martell boys were in the background pretty much of every call you had with your mom, and we hear them a lot, right?
Mm-hmm.
My sister was working, so my parents would help my sister out, yeah.
Yeah, it was summertime, so they were out of school, I would assume.
I don't know if it was every call, but they definitely helped my sister out for sure.
All right, and those calls captured Donna pushing them on the swings, that call that tortured all of us a couple times. Remember that one?
Yeah, there was a call where she was pushing them on the swings.
Taking them to tennis lessons.
That was the same day. That was the same call that got broken up, and she called me back, but yes.
Doing their bedtime routine.
Wow.
Helping my sister out for sure.
Reading stories, brushing teeth, getting haircuts, going to piano, story time and bedtime, all of that kind of stuff.
All stuff that parents and grandparents do, you're right.
All right. She even said to you on one of the calls regarding the bedtime routine that, quote, we have a whole routine going. Do you remember that?
I have a whole routine with my son. I mean, I think it's normal with kids. You have a routine to put them to bed.
Right.
You
All the kind of things.
Can't forget to brush your teeth.
All the, yeah. Dental humor couldn't hurt, right?
That's amazing, dude. He's cracking jokes under cross-examination. You know why? He's feeling good, and he should. He's doing really fucking well. I'm shocked. I forgot. Like I said at the beginning, I'm like, I knew he did really well, but I forgot it was like he did this well. Honestly.
You know, do you remember that?
I have a whole routine with my son. I mean, I think it's normal with kids. You have a routine to put them to bed.
Right. All the kind of things.
Can't forget to brush your teeth.
All the, yeah. Dental humor couldn't hurt, right?
What's that?
All the things that you know your mom wouldn't have been able to do as readily if the kids were living in Tallahassee. Agree with that?
I mean, when they come up to visit them, they'd be doing the same thing.
Sure, when they came up to visit, but now they're doing it every day, right?
Not every day, but when my sister needed them, she helped them out.
And these are all things, these little routines.
Donna didn't just want possession and control of Wendi in terms of her being there nearby, living in the house. She wanted the kids too. You know what I mean? It's like Donna wanted more than even just still controlling her own children, her offspring, but it had to go to the next generation as well. I mean, that's what was really clear. And the thing I want to emphasize too is it's control more. It's more so control than love. And here's why, because oh, I just lost my train of thought. I had a specific thing. there's a specific example. Oh, fuck, what was it? There's a specific example where I can't remember if it's in the emails or if it's in one of the jail calls, or maybe if it's in her arrest video. But anyway, there's a specific example where it's really clear that it's just like, yeah, like for example, when like fleeing to Vietnam, right? Or even like any of that, it's like, you know, the thing is this: if she were to not flee to, when they were making that plan, had she just said, okay, you know, I'll stay in the country and I'll face whatever charges come my way. The thing is this: if she, you know, now this is the position she's in, but the fact that she made this decision, right? Had she been like, okay, fine, I'm not going to go anywhere, and if they come for me, they come for me, blah, blah. It's like, well, then she's still potentially, even if she's arrested, convicted, whatever, going to get to see the boys again, right? If that's what if she really loves the kids, she'd still get to see them again. However, fleeing to Vietnam, right, non-extradition country, never going to see the boys again. So again, her priority clearly is whatever it is that is best for her that she wants at the time, and it's not actually being able to see the boys, or Wendi for that matter. Again, if they made it to Vietnam successfully, she'd never been able to return to the U.S. and wouldn't be able to see any of the family again at all, any of them, right? So anyway, just
things that Dan Markel will never be able to do with his sons. Do you agree with that?
Absolutely.
Does your mom have a favorite child?
She says she doesn't have favorites, but I don't think she likes my older brother.
Okay. Is Wendi the favorite?
Oh, fuck.
I'd like to think it's a tie. It's going to be in her.
Does your mom
Wow.
worry more about Wendi than you?
I don't get
before this case.
No, I don't. I mean, I don't. I think maybe in different parts of my life, she's probably more concerned about me. Different parts of my sister's life, she may be more concerned about her.
Is it true that your mom has a tendency to worry herself sick if there's something going on with one of you kids?
No, I mean, she's a concerned mom, but I think she's a normal mom.
Was she pretty worried about Wendy's marital problems?
Nothing about her.
No,
she wasn't.
I think she'd get upset when my sister would tell her things that Danny was doing and going to work, bad mouthing her. But I think any parent would get upset.
But also, she would meticulously go through all the filings and send long emails detailing her thoughts about every filing in this divorce.
No, I don't think that's the case at all.
Okay. Did she hate Dan Markel?
I think she liked him in the beginning, for sure. And I think when he was being a jerk to my sister, I don't think anyone particularly liked him when he was being a jerk.
What about around the time that he was killed? Did your mother hate Dan Markel?
No, I think it kind of like tapered off. I think she only disliked him when he was being mean to my sister. Other than that, nobody had a problem.
He was being mean to your sister during these divorce proceedings and subsequent litigation, right?
I think it was on and off. I think it was sporadic.
And when your mom's worried about Wendi, does she come to you for solutions or to talk things out?
No, I don't think worried is the right word to describe it.
Does she ever make Wendy's problems your problems?
No.
Like convincing you to get Wendi to pull the plug on the house on Halloween 2013? Didn't she convince you to sort of take up that cause?
No, that was actually me. I thought I shared my thoughts on homeownership for my sister. That was all me.
Didn't you say that if she had bought that house, that would have been the second worst decision of Wendy's life?
I thought it was going to be a stupid decision to buy that house.
And what was the first worst decision of Wendy's life?
Oh, I thought looking at hindsight 2020, I think when she'd agreed when she married Dan.
And did you convince her to take a particular job as well? Remember that call?
Yeah, she got an offer from a law firm and she was debating whether or not she should take it. She didn't know if it was exactly what she wanted to do. And I was like, hey, you don't know what you don't like doing until you've done it. Seems like a great opportunity. Like, why not do it? Learn the job skill. It's a skill you don't. She's like, well, I don't have that skill. And I'm like, well, it's a good opportunity to learn it. And you may like it. And if you don't like it, then try something else. But I was trying to encourage her to take what sounded like a great opportunity.
And Mom shared your thoughts, and I'm referring to Donna Adelson, shared your thoughts about this opportunity being a good one for Wendi, right?
I probably heard about the job from my mom, but I definitely heard about it from my sister because I'm talking to my sister about it.
Yeah, I mean, the job was not what she had any experience in, right? It was a whole other field of law.
Then that was my point. It was like, well, why not take it if they're offering it to you and you can learn something new? It sounds like a great opportunity.
Yeah, you and Donna know what's best for Wendi better than she knows herself?
No, but not at all.
Were you a spy when it came to Wendi? Did you get information from from Wendi and relay it to Donna?
Spy.
At times, because I was dating Bree and Bree worked for Dave. So I would hear stuff about Dave from Bree. So I kind of had an inside, I got inside information.
In what capacity did Bree work for Dave?
Interesting.
Dave was his, after she graduated from college, she was working as a nanny for Dave.
All right. And how old was Bree during the time you were dating her? Was she significantly younger than you?
She was 24 and I was 39.
Is that Bree, the mother of your child?
She is the mother of my child, yeah.
All right. So back to Wendi and Donna. So Wendi, was she tight-lipped with Donna about her private life?
I don't think she shared everything.
But she would tell things to you that she wouldn't tell to Donna.
I can't say that for sure.
Can you play clip 1, please? Publishing call EEE. EEE.
Which we are going.
On this way, they'll just hop up there. Anyway, so I just let the David know.
How did you?
So I just called an old fart. She's a few months older than me. But so I asked him for his birthday. Turns out when you make him a little party, like,
Oh, really?
yeah, when he goes like very tight-lipped.
You're not
So-
kidding.
So what she needs to do is, she's obviously tight-lipped for a reason, so she doesn't want you to know anything.
Anything.
So my point is, if she doesn't want you to know anything, then don't ask anything. She's happy, and then I just find everything out and just tell you.
I know.
So I was like, so what are you doing for your birthday? He's like, well, Wendy's making me like a little birthday dinner, a little get-together party. I'm like, oh, that's awesome. He's like, yeah, she's doing it. He's like, I don't know anything. All I know is Wendy's putting it together for me, and she's doing it quickly.
Aw.
So I'm like, oh, that sounds awesome.
All I knew is that she was going straight from work to the hotel where everybody was meeting for this Miami Fellows thing that she got. And that she was here tonight because it starts early, first thing tomorrow morning.
Right.
I guess in between, she managed to do something else. Which makes me happy. I'm really glad.
Oh, yeah.
I couldn't imagine. Oh,
Yeah, so.
yeah, he's got me good.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Dave's
Do
birthday.
you remember yesterday, since you were telling a story about Katie coming in from having had some kind of altercation with Garcia, and she had reported that the necklace had been just pulled off her neck. You remember that?
Yes, I do.
Right. And when you were relaying that story to the jury, you used a specific term describing what Garcia had done to her. Do you remember what that term was?
It was only yesterday, but you'll have to refresh my memory how I described it.
You said he roughed her up.
That's accurate.
And that put my antenna out because that rough them up is the exact same phrase that Catherine Magdanoa said in her proffer that you used on Halloween 2013 when you first approached her about, does she know anyone who can rough someone up?
No, I think getting roughed up is an adjective, but what you're doing is the same thing you did with your TV theory. Is like you heard TV mentioned multiple times, so you put the whole case together with the TV.
Okay,
And
we'll
you're
get
putting
to
the
the
whole case
TV.
together with the word roughed up. Like,
Yeah, I mean, I'm
think
not
if
putting the
some-
whole case together,
One moment. Don't speak over each other.
but that's
Please
an
wait for him to answer, then you can ask your next question.
Oh,
Go ahead.
but that's an unusual. I mean, it's a specific term. I'm not making a whole case out of it. But did you say roughed up in both places?
Katie was roughed up by Sigfredo when he tore the necklace off of her neck. Yes.
And isn't that the same term you used when you first approached Catherine Magdanoa about did she know someone who could rough up someone else?
Never in my life have I ever asked her that question. Never in my life. That conversation never took place.
Did you ever hear Donna Adelson refer to Dan Markel as stupid?
No.
Were you laughing when Wendi was on the stand and I read all the names that Donna referred to Dan Markel as?
No, I laughed when you said the word fucker in court.
Okay.
oh my
What did
God.
she mean when she said Dan Markel was
I
trying to?
forgot about that. That's the best part. You guys, holy fuck. Oh my God, I forgot about that part. Fair enough, Charlie. Fair enough. Fair enough.
Adelson referred to Dan Markel as stupid?
No.
Were you laughing when Wendi was on the stand and I read all the names that Donna referred to Dan Markel as?
No, I laughed when you said the word fucker in court.
Okay. What did she mean when she said Dan Markel was trying to take her sunshines away? You know?
How the fuck is the gallery not laughing? I don't know. I would get kicked out so quickly. There's just no way I could handle it.
My mom never said that.
No, so you never heard her say
That was made up, and he put it in a court filing, and then now it becomes something that my mom said because someone made it up and put it in a court filing. My mom never said that.
Did your mom refer to the children as her sunshines?
No, the kids were 3 and 4. A 3 and 4-year-old can't repeat a conversation and remember words 6 hours later and repeat it accurately. I have a 5-year-old son. Never seen a 3 and 4-year-old do that. So it was made up, and now you're repeating it.
Okay.
Ooh, wow.
Have you been a good brother to Wendi?
I always try to be a good brother.
It sounds like maybe you're not agreeing that this was a really nasty divorce, or are you agreeing it was a nasty divorce?
I mean, I don't think any divorces can be pleasant, but I think they definitely had their fights. I mean, they were fighting over bicycles and all kinds of crap.
Nice racket.
But in addition to that, Dan Markel accused your sister of fraud, right?
He made an accusation, yeah.
Threatened her with federal kidnapping charges.
Oh, that's a new one. You just told me.
That one's in the emails that are in evidence. Did you review those?
I didn't review the federal kidnapping charges in this case.
Was seeking contempt proceedings. You heard about that here in court, yes?
I heard about that, yeah.
Too bad she didn't.
Even went after her lawyer personally, right?
He made
How
serious
unfortunate that Wendi didn't get charged with federal kidnapping. Like, that would have been amazing, right?
threats against her lawyer.
Her bar card could have been in jeopardy if any of those, or some of them.
I heard the other day she was saying that I guess her lawyer, he was threatening her lawyer's bar card.
Her lawyer's bar card as well as Wendy's.
He was making lots of threats and writing lots of stuff, I guess.
And he messed with your mom too, didn't he? In that grandma motion, you know which one I'm talking about?
I don't think he was messing with my mom. I mean, nobody took that seriously. I don't think anyone even knew about it.
Isn't your mom? I'm sorry. Finish.
I said I don't think anyone even knew about it till years later.
Isn't your mom notorious for always getting worked up about everything?
She gets upset. I mean, she's a concerned mom. I mean,
But is she notorious for getting really worked up about everything?
to a certain extent. I mean,
Aren't those your own words from Call S that's in evidence in this case?
yeah, those are my words, but you can't, honestly, not to an extreme, but she does worry, especially when like Latin King gang members are extorting her for money.
Did your mom take the grandma motion seriously?
I don't think she even knew about it.
She didn't talk to you about it?
No, I didn't find out about it until years later.
Wasn't this divorce a big deal in your family?
It didn't affect my life, I can tell you that. So I don't think that's true. I think it was a big deal in my sister's life.
Mm-hmm.
Why did Wendi testify that she was getting along well with Dan Markel just prior to his death? Can we agree that's not true?
I think there were ups and downs and how they got along, but you got to ask her. She was on the stand. I mean, I wasn't living her life.
Is it part of your defense to minimize how nasty and contentious this divorce was?
My defense is to tell the truth.
Did you have any input on the decision to change the boys' names from Markel to Adelson?
Absolutely not.
Do you and Donna have to protect Wendi?
No.
Does Wendi appreciate everything you and Donna do for her?
You got to ask her. I mean, she's my sister. I love her. I try to give her my best advice I can. If I care about her, and I give her my advice, whether she takes it or not, is up to her. She's a grown woman.
Let me ask it another way. Do you feel, or isn't it true that you don't feel that Wendi appreciates everything you and Donna do for her?
My sister had no idea what I've been through in the last God knows how many years, and what I wake up worrying, am I going to get killed? Am I going to get arrested? And she knows none of it. She's just going around her life, and I had somewhat of an innate anger towards her. You know, probably unjust because she didn't know what happened. But yeah, I was upset.
And weren't you saying on the wire that she doesn't appreciate what you and Donna have done for her?
I don't know if I said that she doesn't appreciate what I've done.
Again, this is really interesting, right? Because after he gets convicted, we hear similar things from him on the jail phone calls, which is like, he basically says, like, this isn't fair. Like, and he lays it out point blank. And he lays out the case against Wendi. He's like, if I was on the jury, I would convict her without even a doubt. And it's like, and even that, all that is before he would have had a rude awakening from his attorney. Again, the appellate attorney, Michael Offerman. That would have been a rude awakening where it's like, again, like I referenced earlier, like he's been fucked, right? And but also I was just thinking about how maybe at the time that this trial was happening, he maybe was right that Wendi, he's like, yeah, she doesn't know what it's like to be worried about getting arrested or whatever. I think that's probably changed by this point. I would imagine that Wendi has heard by now from somebody, right? That, as we always say, time is running out, Fievel. They're coming for you.
Done for her because I never did anything for her.
Okay, so that was my next question. What have you done for her? Nothing?
Other than give her advice and care about her. Be a big brother that loves her.
Would you say Wendy's a little bit spoiled?
In some regards, I mean, she gets a lot of help for sure.
Is she a little less savvy about how the world works than you are?
I don't know. I mean, you got to ask her.
Could you trust Wendi with a secret that could ruin your life?
It's not a secret. It's something that would get me killed. So I didn't want to tell her.
Can we agree that she obviously knew something about this crime?
She found out when she came to court. I never told her anything.
I'm talking about the murder, Dan Markel. She knew something, right? It's not a coincidence she went to the crime scene.
Guys, so here, just to point that out, because in his mind, remember how we were saying how the swapping the murder for the extortion, right? This is how much that's worked on him. That when George is asking a question about Wendi finding out about the crime, he automatically is like, the extortion. Like, check this out. That's why.
About how the world works than you are?
I don't know. You got to ask her.
Could you trust Wendi with a secret that could ruin your life?
It's not a secret. It's something that would get me killed. So I didn't want to tell her.
Can we agree that she obviously knew something about this crime?
She found out when she came to court. I never told her anything.
I'm talking about the murder, Dan Markel. She knew something, right?
Incredible.
It's not a coincidence
right?
She went to the crime scene, is it?
You're talking about the route that she
It's
took.
almost like he's actually really in his mind forgotten or whatever that there's been a murder and that he's there to talk about the crime of extortion, which is interesting.
I'm talking about her pulling up to the crime scene tape.
She never went to the crime scene. She was going to buy a bottle of liquor that coincidentally the person sent her a stock the bar party for buy a bottle of bullet bourbon that she was going to pick up. She wasn't driving to a crime scene.
Georgia, I just want to reiterate, this is what he's saying on the stand, but in the jail phone calls, he excoriates her for that over and over again. He's like, who the fuck shows up to the crime scene? I mean, rightfully so. I'm with you on that one, Charlie.
made that clear too. Nobody knew a murder was taking place.
She pulled up to the crime scene tape, Dr. Adelson.
She didn't pull up to the crime scene tape. She was driving down the street and then had to make a U-turn and blocked off.
Driving her here.
She wasn't
Like she
going to.
couldn't help herself.
Nobody knew a murder was going to take
And
place.
literally, he says exactly that in the jail phone calls. She just couldn't help herself. Wow. He's defending her here. Once he gets convicted, it's very different. It's like, dude, all the shit she did, all the mistakes she made. Yeah.
She exposed you all to some degree by those actions, didn't she?
No, not at
And
all.
then she threw you under the bus in her interview, didn't she?
Nobody knew a murder was going to take place.
She knew her husband had just been shot, and they were asking her who would want him dead, and she said your name. Are you mad about that?
No, she said a lot of people's names.
Well, she
Not at
said
all.
yours in the first 25 pages of a 5-hour interview. Isn't that
He
true?
was mad
I
about
wasn't
it.
there for the interview.
But you've reviewed it in preparation for your trial, haven't you?
I actually don't know if I've seen her interview.
Interesting. Wow.
There was a lot of questions of you about, didn't you do this murder with Wendi? Doesn't the state think you did this
Wow.
murder with Wendi? Are you familiar with your charges in this case?
He needs to watch that.
Yes, I'm very
He
familiar
needs to
with
watch
the
And
that.
who are you alleged to have done this murder with?
case. I'm alleged to have done this murder with my sister, my mom, and my dad.
Would it refresh your recollection to review a copy of the indictment in this case?
I'm a slow reader, but I can read it if you want.
May I refresh your memory?
Right?
This is the official charging document in your case, Dr. Adelson. What does it say in reference to who you are alleged to have committed the murder with?
This is, what day is this? 2022. Oh, they think I did a murder with Katie.
Catherine Magdalene.
Yes.
Anybody else?
Give me a minute, I'll read.
It's going to say Sigfredo and Luis Rivera.
They got Luis Rivera in here. They got Sigfredo Garcia.
As being alleged to have committed the murder with you?
Did I read it too quick?
Should just be at the very top of each charge.
Yeah.
On or about July 18th, 2014, did unlawfully.
Okay. Yeah, Katie. Yeah.
Okay. Are you mad that Wendi hasn't been charged and you have?
No, I'm mad that I got charged for a crime that I didn't commit.
Do you have any innate anger with Wendi over that fact?
No, not at all.
Are you pissed that she told all that stuff to Jeff Lacoste?
I don't think she said that to Jeff, but I wasn't there.
How did Lacoste know about the celebration dinner?
Then we went out to dinner. She got sick, so she may have told someone that she threw up.
And then what, he just added the part about you referring to it as a celebration?
I never referred to it as a celebration dinner. I picked my sister up. I said, where do you want to go to eat? She said she wanted pizza or sushi. I said, I know a great sushi place. We went there. We didn't have reservations. We ended up sitting at the bar for an hour waiting for our table. She had 2 drinks and got sick.
Suki or whatever it was.
She vomited on the dinner table or at the dinner table.
Yeah, she got her to the bathroom. But yeah, she doesn't drink alcohol. So those 2 drinks, I think, on an empty
I
stomach.
thought it was
she
so interesting how when they talked about this on direct, I'm like, why did they leave the vomiting out? Like, what the fuck?
got really sick. But there was no celebration dinner. It was the first time that she actually really left the house since she got back from Tallahassee. She was devastated.
Did you say something to her about the murder of Dan Markell right before she vomited? Do
Absolutely not.
you remember what you said right before she vomited?
She was I think she said, I don't feel well. And I said, oh no. And then she threw up.
Before that,
No, I think I said, oh no. And then she threw up.
before she announced that she was going to be ill.
Right.
Do you remember what the conversation was?
How's the food? We were probably about halfway through dinner. If you look at the timetable, we weren't there long.
How did you brag to Jeffrey Lacoste
He threw up before you got the food.
about your connection to the Cuban criminal element?
Never said that to Jeff Lacoste.
So he's making that up?
If he said it, I never said it to him.
Well, you were in here when he said it, weren't you?
I heard him say it, yeah. But I never said that to him.
On one of these calls, and it's in the context of talking about Dave and Wendy's relationship with Dave, you tell your mom that you've already gone above and beyond for Wendi. Was that a reference to having her ex murdered?
No, it's me getting tired of this Dave stuff. I mean, Dave's a great guy. I mean, everyone who meets him likes him. He's not only super successful,
There you go,
he's
Dave.
very low key, like t-shirts and jeans kind of guy. And he loved my sister's kids. I mean, if you listen to The Wire, the point I was making is not how successful he is. The point I was making is that my nephew farted on him and he thought it was funny and didn't bother him. And he also has 3 young kids, the same ages as my sister's 2 young kids. They actually met in line when my sister was registering the kids for school. And it was they've been friends for years.
I just wanted to know, this is completely non-responsive to the question, but he can't help himself but like gush about Dave. And he gets all smiley every time he talks about Dave. It's really funny.
So I thought it was a great opportunity for my sister to have a great guy in her life. And I was getting sick and tired of Dave calls. And The Wire started in April. My sister's birthday's in April. Dave's birthday's in April. So you got a ton of Dave chatter on this case. But believe me, I'd go crazy if I was talking about Dave like this all year long.
So that's a no. You did not reference having her ex murdered?
Absolutely not.
When you said
No.
you've already gone above and beyond.
No,
for
that was
Wendy.
me getting sick of dealing with the Dave stuff. As great as the guy he is, I was still getting sick of it.
When the $1 million offer was conceived, do you recall whose idea that was?
My parents.
Why was the relocation worth $1 million?
He means Donna.
Well, it was actually I was going to pay a third, so I looked at it as that way. Why was it worth it?
That's the question.
Because it was going to help my sister out, and it was going to give her a good opportunity for a good job down here, and she was going to be around family, and family's important. So that's why.
Isn't it true that financially you came out ahead on this deal as opposed to if you had coughed up the third of the $1 million offer?
How in the world did I come up ahead? This is the craziest
Financially, you paid $138,000, and you paid $2,000 a month plus the $1,000 payroll amount. You're still over $100,000 ahead financially than if you had coughed up the $333K.
No, I would have been better off paying. And first of all, I never paid for murders. This is a crazy question, but paying $3,000 a month for life is not anything anybody wants to do.
I didn't say anything about paying for a murder. I said you paid $138,000, which you did,
I got extorted for $330,000.
and then you paid, but you didn't pay the $330,000.
Right, because I didn't have it. I had to clear out my safe, and that was what was in my safe that night.
All right. Can we agree that Wendi was stressed out about the issues surrounding her divorce?
I think the divorce caused stress in her life. Yes.
And you were hearing about it from your mother, weren't you?
Yeah, I would hear.
Wendy's totally stressed out. Yesterday was a rough one, that sort of thing.
Yeah, so like I said it before, is that my sister would tell my mom a story. I'd be sitting in the car driving. My mom would be talking to me and telling me the latest story of the day. And that's how I found out a lot.
And then on 2/19/14, Donna texts you again to tread lightly with Wendi and refers to Dan Markel as an asshole and a fucker, right?
Sorry. You made me laugh. Sorry.
That's what I'm here for. Is that what happened, that text?
Did my mom use a foul word to describe him?
Yes, sir. Asshole and fucker, to be specific.
Sorry. She used a curse word, correct.
Is that pretty strong language for your mom, or is that how she speaks?
I mean, it is pretty strong language, but I think I've been called a lot worse. But my mom used the curse word. She used the curse word. You just use curse words too. So
Was Wendi less stressed out? Was Wendi less stressed out once all this litigation was over?
no, she was a million times more stressed out.
Was she better off financially?
There may have been some, but not much. I don't think so.
Was she able to stop paying her $800 an hour divorce lawyers?
Yes.
Did she get $2.7 million in benefits for her children, plus $4,800 a month for the boys' benefit?
No, as far as I know, that money was in trust and it's controlled by Dan Markel's sister. So none of that money, you keep saying it like the money went to her. The money's in trust for the kids, and that money never went to her.
Some of it went to her and some of it was in trust for the kids, right?
I don't know the breakdown, but I know that the 90-something% of what you're talking about is in trust, and it's in trust for the children. It's not for her benefit.
Right. It's for the benefit of the boys, but it has to come through her because they're children, right?
Well,
And she gets disbursements, right?
It has to go through the executor of the trust. And my sister's not the executor of the trust.
No, sir. I'm not saying she is. When the executor of the trust disperses money for the benefit of the boys, it gets dispersed to Wendi, right?
See, you know more than I know.
Did you have trouble sleeping after the murder?
After I was extorted, for sure.
Did Katie text you on 12/19/15? Sorry, we have problems sleeping and shit. We do have a lot of weight on our shoulders.
Did she text me that?
Did she text you that?
I mean, she may have, but it sounds about right.
Do you want to look at the text?
I can look at it. Which one?
Glasses. You can look around for context if you want, but I'm looking at page 2 of this exhibit, and it's got a little box around it.
Thanks. Yeah.
I want to go over a little bit some of the payments or gifts that you gave to Catherine McDaniel. We've heard a lot about her being put on the payroll at the Adelson Institute, and she made this demand to you when you met her to give her the first extortion payment on the payment plan. Is that correct?
She didn't make a demand. When I gave her the $3,000 for her friend, she asked me if I could do her a favor and put her on payroll for $1,000 a month so that she could get insurance for her kids. She was going to cash the check, and the money was still going to her friend, so that money wasn't going to her. She was getting insurance.
And did you believe her that she would give the money from the paychecks to the friend?
I believe what she was saying to me, yeah.
Isn't it true that Catherine McDaniel actually asked you to place her on the payroll back in June, prior to this extortion effort?
I don't know if I put her on payroll. She asked me if I could put her something when I was dating her, put her something on the office so she could get insurance. But I never did.
And that was in June.
Yeah, I remember she'd asked me about it before, but I never did anything.
In June 24th of 2014, she says, baby, I'm going to need help on the employment info. I have to send to DCF for my kids' insurance. Also, if I have to end up moving later on, I need to show I'm working for you, or else I won't be able to get an apartment. To which you respond, no problem. Remember that?
Yeah, but I wasn't thinking she was asking about payroll. I think she was asking just to say that she worked there. So we signed a letter saying that she was employed. But that doesn't say anything about writing checks to her.
And that request was made in between the two trips that the killers made.
Well, she asked me if I could do that for her while I was dating her, and I never even did it.
And did she ask if you could do that in between the two trips that the killers made?
I didn't know when they went up, but I found out later that they went up in June.
All right, so that email would have been sent, I'm sorry, the text. That text would have been sent prior to what you're calling is the first layer of the extortion.
That text was sent to me while I was dating her.
Prior to the first layer of extortion?
The text was sent in June.
Prior to the first layer of extortion?
Before I was extorted, yeah. Before I broke up with her.
And you say several times on the wire that she was cleaning at the office. Was she really cleaning?
No, she never worked for us.
She was doing some type of cleanup for you, wasn't she?
No.
What's the purpose of keeping Katie happy? Was she going to sick the Latin Kings on you if you made her unhappy?
She was protecting me. I didn't know what would happen. And she was keeping my mind, like when the extortion never went up, and I just assumed, I thought that she wasn't part of it and she was protecting me. Usually extortion goes up. It always gets ratcheted up from what I've heard.
What's the fear of not keeping her happy is what I'm trying to understand.
Well, I could get killed, or the people who were extorting me could come rob me. And I didn't get killed. I didn't get robbed. The extortion never went up. I thought she was really protecting me.
If that's the case, why not just, I mean, you're complying with everything they've asked you to do, right?
I'm doing everything that was asked to do, and yeah.
So why reach out and say, hey, can I get you a trip to Key West to go with that extortion money?
I never said, can I get you a trip to Key West?
You didn't say you were trying to get them the owner's cottage. Maybe it's not in Key West. Trying to get them the owner's cottage because it's the nicest, $380 a night. The postcard in, do you recall all those conversations?
Oh yeah, for sure. And she'd actually asked me weeks before the bump, because I had this connection at a place called the Moorings that I could get like a really great price at a really affordable price for how nice the place is. And I said I was going to make some calls and help her out and get it. And then I ended up giving her $300 for the, when she picked up that bag at my house, I put $300 in it and I got her a hotel room.
Is that a yes? You remember that conversation?
Yeah, I did.
And she didn't want the trip. In the text messages, she's saying like, no thanks. And you're kind of forcing it down her throat. Do you agree with that?
Yeah, because actually it's funny, at that time in the wire, I was trying to see if Katie and him were together or they weren't together. So that's why I kept asking, how are things? Are you guys okay? Because if they were fighting, it was making me think more and more that the reason she was avoiding me was because she found out that he was the one who was doing the second extortion again. So I was trying to figure out if it was him and if she was lying to me.
And she, in this case, she says, I don't want to do anything. And you say, you know what, up that, you're going there. You're going to have a good time.
For sure. I was trying to do nice things for her.
And then did you pay for a trip or offer to pay for a trip to Santo Domingo for Catherine Magbanua and Sigfredo Garcia to visit his parents?
I didn't know who she was going with, but I paid for, you're talking about airline tickets?
Yes.
She called me up. She had an emergency. Something happened. She booked tickets for the wrong date. I had no idea who in the family she was going with. And she had no money. And I remember I was in Chicago. I was at a friend's wedding and I took out my credit card and I gave her the credit card number and let her book tickets. I thought she was going with her kids.
So is that a yes? You paid
for
the
no,
trip to
I remember
Santo
that
Domingo.
well.
So
For
go
sure.
quicker if we could just
I'm sorry.
answer the question.
What's the objection?
Argumentative.
Overruled.
Did you offer to buy Catherine Magbanua and her mom a cruise?
Yes, Katie had mentioned to me that she
That
always
was
wanted to
wrong
be able to take her mom on a
objection.
cruise. So I offered, but she
You
never
just had
took
to
me up
let
on
him
it.
Did you
finish.
call in prescriptions for Catherine Magbanua?
She was a patient of record in my office.
Did you pay for a meal service for Catherine Magbanua?
Yeah, I did.
Did you pay for car repairs for her?
Yeah, all this stuff was making me think she was broke. So yes, you're right.
Did you offer that she could use your Range Rover anytime?
I said she could borrow the car, sure.
Did she talk about getting a boat and you offered to help her get a boat?
Already
I
had a
never offered
Range
to help her
Rover.
get a boat. I offered to help her look for a boat.
Did you pay for the breast augmentation?
What would she buy? Okay.
No part of the breast
Buying
augmentation.
a boat, though.
So when she's saying at the same time she's the day of the breast augmentation, can I just put it on the credit card? Is she referring? Can I just put it on your credit card? Is she referring to something else, some other expense?
I have no idea what she's referring to, but I did not pay for it.
What about this birthday gift for Sigfredo Garcia? What was the bonsai tree in the bag? What was that all about?
Oh, she had asked me, and it's on a wire. It's on 420, where she says, "Can you get me some bud from Bud, my next door neighbor's Bud?" And she asked me if I could get some marijuana from my next door neighbor for her. So that's what when I said I have a bonsai tree for you, she asked me, and I got her a little bit of marijuana from my next door neighbor for her.
And you said, I don't know what a married man with kids would want for his birthday, but you did your best. I did my best.
I was being completely sarcastic. I never would get Sigfredo Garcia present in my life.
And you thought you hit it out of the park with the weed and the gift card. Did you say that?
Look, give me a little more context.
The context is you don't know what a married man with kids would want for his birthday, but you did your best and you think you hit it out of the park.
No, I was being completely sarcastic because she'd asked me for that marijuana 2 weeks earlier, and I gave it to her. And then I was joking around when I gave it to her. I didn't want him to think that I was hooking up with her. So I started to joke around about it. And then I was like, maybe you can just tell him it was for me, because I didn't want him to think that I'm hooking up with Katie, and that's why I gave it to her.
Can we agree in general that it's important to maintain positive feelings between co-conspirators? If you're a co-conspirator with someone in a crime, you want to keep positive relationship with that person. Will you agree with that?
I'm not a co-conspirator with her.
Okay, I'm saying in general. Can you agree in general that co-conspirators in a crime want to stay friendly with each other?
I'm not a co-conspirator with her.
Dan
Can't
Rashbaum
agree
could
with that.
object to
If
speculation.
a co-conspirator develops a motive to harm another one, that could be bad, right?
Co-conspirator. Say it again.
Say, a husband and wife doing murder.
Here. We're always
And 10 years later, they've gotten away with it, but 10 years later, they fall out. That could be a problem. Somebody might start talking, right?
I was never part of a murder.
Were these gifts, these things that you provided to Catherine Magbanua and her mother and Sigfredo Garcia payment for the murder?
Okay, I never got Sigfredo a gift in my life. The guy absolutely hates me. He wants to kill me. He stalked me. He extorted me. Like, that was being completely sarcastic, and sometimes I make some bad jokes. But that's even when I wrote he wanted to take me deep sea fishing. I knew he wanted to kill me. Like, you have that text too. I didn't think we were
That
going deep sea
does
fishing.
sound like I
On
want to
April 6th of 2015, did you receive a text from
Deep sea fishing.
Catherine Magbanua that reads, "Next time, don't be such a dick to someone who has done something for you"?
Yeah, she's protecting me, and she's mad. She's mad at me over something.
Are these gifts what it took to secure her silence for so long?
No, absolutely not. I was never trying to get her silence. I was hoping she'd tell the truth.
Was your dad's birthday in between the two trips that the killers took?
Yeah, my dad's birthday, July 5th.
And what birthday was that for him?
It was his 70th birthday
Yeah.
party.
All right, so there's been a lot of talk about the texting between you and your mom about the birthday, and she texts you on March 4th of 2014 and says she can't talk now, but she'll call when she goes to the bathroom in Gainesville and has privacy. She tells you to erase that
One
text
thing I
after
love
you
about
read it. Why did
Creighton-
she have you erase that text?
Is it's
Okay,
very, he's a very.
if you look at the records, I never erased the text.
Well, why did she ask you? If you know, you may not know.
Maybe she's afraid my dad's looking at her phone and would find out about the president. It made no sense to me. That's why I was like, I didn't erase anything.
How is you erasing the text going to prevent your dad from seeing it on your mom's phone?
Well, if my dad looked at my mom's phone, then he'd see the text and maybe know she's playing it for his birthday.
You weren't with dad, she was with dad. Just to clarify.
Yeah, she was with my dad.
And the text that she asked you to erase, that particular text didn't say anything about a birthday or paella. Can we agree on that?
No, I knew what it was about.
20 minutes later, she texts again and asks something about dad's birthday. Do you remember that?
Yeah, I know we were trying to plan a surprise cruise. That was the original idea.
Okay. And the paella is mentioned elsewhere, not in this particular thread that we're talking about now.
Yeah,
Was paella the big birthday gift?
Yeah, I paid for the catering for the whole party.
Then 3 months later, on June 8th, just after midnight, you text her, quote, "still working on dad's birthday present." Was that in reference to the paella guy?
Possibly what I was also getting was a present. I mean, it's been 10 years, so I don't know exactly what I got him 10 years ago on his birthday.
And then
or
at
what I was
1
thinking about
a.m., I'm sorry, you weren't done.
No, or what I was thinking about getting him.
And then at 1 a.m., mom texts you back, "I know you'll," and I think she was in Israel, so that might account for the time, but she texts you, quote, "I know you'll come through for me." Is that what she said?
That's what the text is, yeah.
Can we agree the timing of these texts is consistent with being sent the day after the killers got home from their failed June murder trip?
No, it's consistent with a few weeks before my dad's birthday, trying to figure out what we're going to get him.
Why didn't you go to Dan's funeral?
In Canada?
I think there was some in Tallahassee and Canada as
I
well.
know there was
But
a
did you go to
memorial.
either?
There was a memorial service here. I
Did you
didn't
go to that?
No, I didn't attend. I knew what had happened to him, and there's no way I could have shown up. I would have been too upset.
Mr. Dubin, your lawyer that was here, seems like a long time ago at jury selection, said, people have different ways of grieving and that sort of thing. Were you grieving for the death of Dan Markel?
I felt horrible about what happened, and I knew what happened.
When
And
did you?
I wasn't close to him. But either way, I mean, I felt horrible about what happened.
When did you find out exactly how he was killed? Meaning, like, shot twice in the head.
I found out it would have been the next morning is how I found out he got shot in the head.
Do you agree that this was a first-degree murder?
Do I agree?
And premeditated?
The people who killed him planned on killing him, yeah.
Do you think everyone involved should be convicted?
I think everyone involved should be convicted.
Even the person that hired the hit?
I think anybody who played a role in it, but I wasn't a part of it.
Do you regret that Dan Markel suffered for 14 hours before he died?
I feel horrible.
He was supposed to die quickly, instantly, right?
Are you asking me?
I am.
No, he wasn't supposed to die at all. This was horrible what happened.
Did it surprise you that the cops were able to identify the Prius?
Did it surprise me?
Yes.
I'm not a cop. I don't know how cops investigate.
Did it surprise you to learn that it's not a requirement of law to put the person at the scene of the crime to be guilty of a crime?
Listen, I'm not a police detective.
Was the police work in this case thorough?
I'm sure the police did the best they could.
Did you think that you had done everything properly such that you could never be detected or caught for this?
I wasn't part of this murder at all. You have it wrong.
Catherine Magbanua said that you think you're untouchable. Is that true, doctor?
That's not true at all.
Did your parents drop off money to you on the night of the murder?
I never saw my parents there. You could look at our cell phones and you'll find that out, that we never saw each other.
I did look at the cell phones, and what is on there is your mom texts you, quote, outside your house.
No, I mean, look at the tower information.
I think you testified that that meant she was just passing by on the roadway.
She was approaching the area, yeah, to see if I was home.
And do you know what your response was? To her
Right?
text?
I was thinking the
Yeah,
same
like
thing.
20 or 30 minutes later, I said 10 minutes.
I'm 10 minutes out, is what you
I
said.
think I said 10 minutes, but yeah, I'm not home.
Doesn't that indicate you're going to meet them at your house in 10 minutes?
No, I told her to let me know
Donna's also not a
when you're going to be
doctor
in the area.
or a lawyer.
Was the money that Catherine Magbanua got damp?
I never gave her any money that was damp. The money I gave her came out of my safe.
Was it damp?
No, I took it out of my safe. I put it on the dresser. She put it in her purse.
Why did Garcia and Rivera, or whoever did it, I guess I should say, why did whoever did it need to kill someone to extort you?
You gotta ask them.
Well, why couldn't they just come put a gun to your head and say, give me all the money in your safe?
Thank God they didn't.
Thank God they didn't.
Thank God they didn't. I would have gotten killed.
If Garcia hated you, why would he drive to Tallahassee twice to kill someone you hated?
It sounds like he was part of the extortion, or Katie put him up to it.
Doesn't blackmail or extortion usually involve the extortionist having some kind of dirt on the victim?
I know how this was done to me. I know what I'm just telling you what
I
happened
think
to
you
me.
mean a
I'm not an expert.
copycat.
If they had come in and threatened to kill you, would you have given them the money in your safe?
If someone came and put a gun to my head, yeah, I would have opened up my safe and I would give them the money.
I still don't get how killing Dan Markel advances the ball for them to extort money out of you. Do you?
Yeah, I have a theory. They could extort me for life, and I don't think they knew exactly how much I had in the safe. She knew I had a lot of money in the safe. But this way I could get extorted for life, and that's what happened. And I was stuck paying $3,000 a month.
But you could have gotten extorted for life just by the threat of death by Latin King, couldn't you, doctor?
Death by Latin
Like,
King.
this was as real a threat as you get. These guys aren't messing around.
All right, you didn't report this after Garcia was arrested, did you? Did not report this after Garcia's arrest?
No, not at all.
Okay, you did keep paying Catherine Magbanua after Garcia's arrest?
No, I never saw her again.
Did not report this after Magbanua's arrest, correct?
Correct.
Did not testify in either of their trials, correct?
Was never contacted to, but yes.
You were okay with the possibility of them getting away with killing Dan Markel.
I thought the truth was going to come out in 2019.
How, if the witness who knows something doesn't come forward?
Katie knows what happens and knows I was extorted, and her trial was in 19, and I was expecting the truth to come out then. Instead, I found out that she was having this affair with him on me, and she lied, and all this money was going to her.
So if her defense had been, I was an innocent conduit to an extortion, you would have backed her up on that?
If she would have come in and told the truth, and yeah, for sure, you would have heard the same story.
Where is your family located now? You don't have to be specific, but is your mom and dad, are they still in South Florida?
They still live in South Florida.
What about Wendi and the boys?
My parents live about 35 minutes from my sister, and I used to live about 45 minutes from them.
And are they okay, as far as you know, physically today, as we sit here?
Yes.
And
They're not.
are you concerned that because you've told now on the Latin Kings that they're going to come kill your whole family?
I mean, I just told you that I knew that was told then that Luis Rivera, the head of the Latin Kings, killed Dan Markel. So, I mean, I do have some concern when I get out.
Right, but even
Come
after
me.
sorry, go ahead.
That's okay. I said I do have some concern with Latin Kings now that I've spoken, told what I know.
But what
And actually, Sarah Dugan even said, you know, what was it? This is not, if it's not the Four Seasons, dude, that was amazing.
about, I mean, Rivera was already in custody at one point, as well as Garcia and Magbanua. My understanding is your continued fear was due to other Latin Kings, potentially. Is that accurate?
These are highly connected people. Luis Rivera, the head of the Latin Kings, in custody means absolutely nothing. If you think he can't send somebody from the outside, you're wrong.
All right. So my question to you is, did that happen? Because you told yesterday,
Was I killed yesterday when I was in jail? No.
and nobody in your family has been killed so far.
You're talking about in the last 24 hours?
Right.
Not that I know.
Okay. But you're worried about that.
I think now that I've spoken, I do have a concern, yes.
Okay. But not too concerned to remain silent when it's your own blood on the line, right?
I'm here to tell the truth. Yes, do I have a concern now that I told you what happened? Absolutely.
Mom tells you on that first wire call that the bump involves the two of us, referring to yourself and your mom, right?
Yes, that's what she said.
And would you agree, prior to your explanation, that that looks pretty incriminating?
I think if you don't know what happened, you can assume the worst.
Isn't it true that you had to add the bit about confiding your extortion in your mom in order to put that toothpaste back in the tube?
No, that's what happened when I got the checks.
Otherwise, why would you bring your mom into this?
I didn't want to. When I first told her on the phone and asked her to write the checks, I told her, I said, just as a long story, I brushed it off and she didn't press anything, but I think she was out somewhere. It wasn't until when I picked up the checks that she started pressuring me and saying, this makes no sense. Why are you doing this? You're not dating Katie. And that's when she found out.
But your mom is the most high-strung out of the whole group, right? And she's old and she worries, right?
I don't think she's super high strung, but she does worry about her
You
kids.
don't?
No. You've never met her.
Well, you said she was, quote, notorious for making a big deal out of everything.
I mean, she overreacts, but she's a mom. I think a lot of moms overreact.
Okay. you could have told her, you know, Katie's down on her luck and I'm just going to be putting her on the payroll. When you were making enough money, you could tell her to just write checks, couldn't you? Why'd you have to tell her it was an extortion from Latin King gang members?
Well, okay, at that time I didn't know anything about the Latin Kings, but when I told her what happened, I was thinking that, you know what, it actually would be good if someone knows what happened in case I get killed, that at least know what direction to start looking in. So until that point, nobody even knew. So I just, when she started questioning me, I just said, you know what, I'm going to tell you, but don't say a thing to Dad. Don't say a thing to Wendi. You got to promise me. I didn't want her to ever talk about this again. And that was the day that she found out, was when I got the checks.
What she doesn't say on the wire is, it's happening again. I was approached by another extortionist today. Does she say that?
No, she's talking very carefully.
And you say carefully, but isn't carefully the same thing as code?
No, they're two totally separate things. You know the difference?
You weren't really giving her money for a TV, were you?
Giving her money for a TV.
This TV is probably going to be about $5. I
Okay.
need you to bring cash tonight.
I wish she picked another object on planet Earth other than TV. But TV is code for absolutely nothing. There is no code in this case involving TV, and you keep circling and circling and circling TV. You're wrong.
Is it a coincidence that the repair of the TV that you bought Wendi as a divorce gift because it was cheaper than hiring a hitman is your sister's alibi for the murder, and then your mom brings up TV first call on the wire?
It's not an alibi for a murder. She had a broken TV. You got to ask Lincoln who threw the remote at the TV.
Was it a coincidence? Is the TV thing a coincidence? That's what I hear you say.
Oh, that the repairman was there that day?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, that is a coincidence for sure. There's a
And
couple
all
of
the-
coincidences in this case.
I'm sorry, I cut you off.
I said there's a couple of coincidences in this case. I mean, she had people send her an email to go buy a bottle of Bullet Bourbon for their stock the bar party, and she was driving to a liquor store to buy a bottle of Bullet Bourbon on that day, at that time, and her friend sent the email, and you have the email and evidence. Like, is that a coincidence? Yeah, coincidences happen.
And that you might not be the right Katie talk. That doesn't seem to really fit with your theory of the case, does it? What was your explanation for that? Why you kept saying you might not be the right Katie? I mean, she's definitely the right Katie, right?
Absolutely. She knew it was. I was implying it was her. I was just trying to say, I'm not setting you up, but I need your help.
On call B, your mom, you call your mom back and you say, probe her a little bit, and ultimately you say, you think someone's trying to blackmail you? That's crazy. Why does it sound like this is something that's new and unfathomable to you at that moment?
Well, because I wasn't even following what my mom was talking about on the first call. And on the second call, when she shocked me when she said that. And I'd been extorted before. Her saying to bring cash, everything just didn't sound right.
Could we play clip 4, please? This is from Dolce.
Boy.
4 from Dolce. Even if they had any evidence, it's the first words out of your mouth on this clip. Even if they had any evidence. No, strike. The quote is, if you say, if they had any evidence, we'd have already gone to the airport. And I know you already testified about this, but does an innocent person say, if they had any evidence?
Right. Katie's saying it's the police, and I'm saying we're innocent. They're not going to have any evidence to show we were part of something, that we were part of it. If we had any part of this, we'd go to the airport right now.
Isn't it true, doctor, that they're not going to have any evidence because you were careful?
No, because we weren't a part of this.
You were smart.
No, we weren't a part of this.
You walled yourself off
I
from
was
the
sure they're
killers.
not going to have evidence to show I did something I didn't do. So we're not running to the airport.
And you're untouchable, right?
No, we didn't do a murder. I wasn't part of a murder. There's no reason to run to the airport.
In the next clip, you're discussing
What
what's
does
going to
it say
happen
for your mom
if
then?
this person that did the bump goes to the police. And you're going through all these scenarios, these possibilities.
But if he goes to the police?
Yeah, the blackmailer goes to the police. They're going to say, where's the weapon? And he's not going to know. He's just going to have hearsay, basically. Someone told me they did it. It's not going to be enough to get the investigation anywhere. Why are you thinking through the possibility of the blackmailer going to the cops if the blackmailer doesn't have any dirt on you to take to the cops?
I wasn't thinking about the blackmailer. What I was trying to say is I don't know anything about Sigfredo. I don't know anything about this crime. I was trying to tell her that I'm harmless. I don't have any knowledge of what went on. Like, the last thing I wanted is that now that she's saying it's the police, is someone to come and kill me and think I'm some kind of loose end. So that's why I'm saying that.
But that's not what you're saying. You're saying if this is a person that Luis Rivera ran his mouth to and they go to the police, it's going to be worth zero because they're not going to know anything other than, hey, my brother told me this.
I don't know if I was saying someone who knows Luis Rivera. I was trying to make a point that I don't know anything.
And then you suggest what they would have to do is get him to wear a wire and get the person to confess. And that's probably what this could be, an effort to do, right?
Well, they're thinking that we were part of a murder. So this was the same thing I said before, is that this is their theory. So this is a police tactic, and it could be either a bad guy or the police. And this is how they're pursuing it.
Exactly. So as long as you keep your mouth shut, you can get away with murder, right?
No, not at all.
Isn't that what you told Ryan Fitzpatrick?
No, Ryan Fitzpatrick is someone who stole over $500,000 from me.
That's not my question, sir.
Sorry.
Did you say that to Ryan
No,
Fitzpatrick?
never at all.
Why do you go into so much detail about rental car examples? Let's start with strike that. Can you agree that the Prius, you knew that the police were looking for a Prius at the time you met at this Dolce Vita restaurant?
I think it had been released at that time.
All right. And your You heard the recording. You're arguing. Let's play the clip. This is going to be clip. I think let's play 7 and 8, please. Dolce.
Because the fact is, like, even if, let's say, you just have my car, and then I go ahead and I go, I get in the car, I go, yeah, he was in my car, and he got out, and he did this horrible crime. Okay, they come and they did the DNA, he was in my car. He had a car for doing this guy, and I got out of the car. He has nothing to do with the
What is this? DID?
outside of that, there's no evidence. And, you know, if you have a car and you can link this person to right in that car, and okay. But you have to prove that they were also driving that day, and rented it, and rented it, what if you rented the car today? Hey, can I borrow for the weekend? I'll bring you back on Tuesday. Yeah, sure. So you rented the car. So you've been in that car. I drive into fucking Orlando. I rob the house in Orlando. I come back and I go to and okay, thanks. Yeah, you rented it. But what if you were fucking out all weekend and even though I took your car? I did something in the car that. Okay. But my point is, I don't have any knowledge about it. And then this person is pretending to do us. I don't want someone paying to this.
Sounds like you're saying, even if they track down the Prius, even if there's DNA or fingerprints in the Prius, meaning like they can link someone to the Prius, that's not going to be enough evidence to make any arrests in this case. Is that what you're saying?
No, not at all. What I'm doing is I'm restating.
You've answered my question.
Can I give you an
On redirect, you'll have an opportunity.
Well,
my question was.
One moment.
My
We're not
question
just wildly arguing. Mr. Adelson, please answer the question.
Okay.
I can just ask you a yes or no question.
Please allow me to
here.
answer your question.
Okay.
Can I?
Yeah.
Okay, sure.
Help yourself out.
What I was saying to Katie is that the information she just told me in the car about Sigfredo not being there when the crime was committed, she told me that Sigfredo was high on drugs at the hotel and that Luis had rented a car and that he's the one who killed Dan. And I'm restating to her that I don't have any knowledge of what went on and that all I know is that Sigfredo wasn't even there when this happened. So that's what I'm restating to her.
That Sigfredo can't be caught even if he's connected to the crime, to the car?
I know that Sigfredo wasn't the one who killed Dan.
Okay. Wouldn't it be good for you, because you know now that Sigfredo is the extortionist, right? She just told you that in the car?
Sigfredo, yeah.
Okay. And wouldn't it be good for you if the police investigation into the Prius led to the arrest of the killers/extortionists?
If they arrested the people that killed Dan?
Yeah.
I know the extortion would stop. As long as I kept my mouth shut, I'd be safe.
Right. So why are you trying to argue to her that like the car is not going to lead anywhere? They're not going to be able to do anything with the car.
That's not what I'm saying. I'm just saying that I know that Sigfredo wasn't the one who killed him.
Did you say on this recording, if they're a bad guy, there's two ways of dealing with it. Go ahead and contact the police. They'll contact him, the blackmailer, and arrange a setup. Take him down and he'll proffer 10 years and now tell us everything you know or else you're going to serve 10 years in prison. Next thing you know, this person is singing. He's calling out your name. My parents are going to have to tell the story of what happened. Singing about what? About the extortion?
No, I think you're reading it wrong. I know the audible is bad.
What would
are those the words?
Yes, sir. What would the extortionist, and now I'm referring to the one that contacted your mother.
The Latin King extortion.
Well, they're both Latin Kings, right?
The second extortion.
What would they have to sing about?
The second extortion would be singing and talking about the first extortion, where they learned their information from.
Who cares? That doesn't have anything to do with you.
Well, when they catch the first extortion, Katie's tied to them and I'm tied to Katie. They're going to come talk to us, and we're going to be in danger when we tell them what happened. So I was saying if they catch the second, they're going to turn it on the first, and that's the same thing I said yesterday.
You gave very precise instructions to Catherine McBanois on what she was to say when she calls the phone number, right?
Yeah,
Did you do that?
Absolutely.
And then you say, quote, "You'd better kill him because he's going to be a big problem, and he knows who you are. If he can't do it, I'll have someone else do it." Aren't you telling her that if Garcia can't handle this problem and kill whoever's behind this, you will have someone else do it?
You're reading it totally wrong.
It's a yes or no question, sir.
No, you're wrong.
When Dan Markel's murder was taking too long to happen, didn't you tell Catherine McBanois that if she couldn't get it done, you would find someone else to do it?
No, I've never said that either.
And then you say in the recording, I'm back to Dolce now. Yeah, and guess what? When the effing police show up and there's an oral surgeon standing there with a dead gang member in his effing driveway, they're not going to come down too hard on me. So you knew you'd be believed if you went to the police, right?
I didn't know I'd be believed, but I fear for my life.
And then you say, so help me God, if they fuck with my family, it's going to be fucking Nazi shit because this will be done. You know what I'm saying? I mean, Katie, I don't care what I spend, okay? I swear to God. What is Nazi shit?
That's an expression that Katie would use to describe someone that's going crazy. So I think the Nazis were absolutely crazy people. So I'm saying I'm going to get somebody to go crazy on the guy that's trying to extort my mom for money. I'll pay someone to go threaten him and to scare him. I was not
Nazis-
talking about killing anybody.
Well, you say the word kill. Yes?
No. Oh, when you're putting the words in my mouth, well, we can
No,
do that
sir.
sentence.
Do you say the word kill?
I'm talking about if Sigfredo's coming after you, he's such a dangerous guy, you'd have to kill him to stop him. That's the only thing you could do. Not talking about killing the extorter. I'm talking second extortion.
Okay.
I'm saying that if Sigfredo's coming after you, the only thing that you could do is you have to
Too much
kill him. To stop
extortion's
him.
a little
I'm not talking
extreme,
about killing
okay?
anybody. I'm talking about that's the only way that you could stop Sigfredo from coming after you is you would have to kill him. And that's exactly what I said there. You're wrong. That's exactly what I said.
All right, thank you. Nazis kill, right? Isn't that like their primary objective?
You know, I think Nazis are
Sorry.
insane, crazy people
Oh my
That
God,
exterminate, right?
dude.
that kill, yes, but they're crazy. That was an expression she would use, and that's when I used it to her. But basically saying I'm gonna have somebody go crazy on this guy. I could have used the word crazy. I thought it was interchangeable.
Isn't what you're doing here in this portion of the tape feeling her out to make sure Garcia doesn't have any bad feelings toward you?
When I said it, yeah, I thought he could have been behind the second extortion. I think I said that before.
You go into like how your relationships didn't overlap, you never disrespected him, and you mentioned that you don't think that they, I assume you mean these other people, associates that have contacted your mom, would want to mess with his connections, right? Remember?
But you're talking about the copycat extortion.
Right.
The copycat.
And then you ask if he's too far removed, or can he still make a call? Are you referring to Garcia in that?
Yeah, exactly.
So can Garcia make a call to try to figure out who this is?
Garcia helped stop the second extortion. Someone's doing a piggyback extortion on the first. Exactly
Oh my
what I
God, a piggyback extortion. Y'all, we have a new term, a piggyback extortion. Oh my God.
On the topic of conversation for Catherine McBanoa, don't you say I look for things to do? I show you, that's the difference. You don't ask me for shit. You said all those things.
said.
Right?
Absolutely. That's probably what I've been saying all along is that I didn't think she was part of this. So I was doing things to keep her happy from time to time. Ethan's birthday, I brought up there. I gave her $300. I helped her out with the car when her car was broken. For sure.
And then you say, listen, you giving somebody money is not an admission of any kind of guilt. Would paying the money have made her look guilty?
That's what she was saying to me. She said it's the police. You can't pay the police. They're going to think you were part of a murder and they're going to arrest you.
But if it was an extortionist, it could have created a monster, right?
And if you don't pay the extortionist, you could get killed.
So when
Or you
these
could keep getting
guys,
extorted.
I'm sorry, go
I
ahead.
said if you don't pay the extortionist, you could get killed, or you could keep getting extorted.
But your main concern was that if we pay, this guy will think I'm an ATM machine, right? He'll keep coming back again and again and again. Don't you articulate that to Catherine McBanoa?
If it was an extorter, that was one of the concerns. The other concern was not paying him and getting killed.
But what you say is, well, I don't remember the quote exactly. The main concern, what I'm most worried about, is that they're going to keep coming back for more, right?
I don't remember using the word the main concern.
But what you don't say in here is like what you or your homies have been doing to me for 2 years.
Of course not. I don't want her to think I'm setting her up.
Why are you explaining extortion and how extortion works to Catherine McBanoa?
In there?
Yeah.
Because I know.
But she knows too, doesn't she?
So I repeat myself. I do that.
You also explain it to your mother how extortion works, and she's has known about it for 2 years too, right?
From what I told her, yeah. I'm reminding her.
Then you say, if someone's messing with you, they're messing with me. And if someone's messing with me, they're messing with you. It's one and the same, right?
Yes, I said that.
You're in this together, right?
We're both innocent.
In it together.
You were very obviously relieved on the wire when you came to the conclusion that this was law enforcement. Would you agree with that?
Very relieved, yeah.
All right. And at that same time that on the wire you're expressing relief, or I should say, shortly after all the relief expressed on the wire, we've got the arrest of Catherine McBanoa, right?
No.
No. Okay. Would you agree that it goes relief on the wire, then arrest of Catherine McBanoa?
You want to give me dates? Because Kathy was arrested 6 months later.
Okay.
The wire
Can we
was in
agree
April.
that
She was
you were
arrested in
very
October.
relieved on the wire and that 6 months later, Catherine McBanoa was arrested?
She was arrested 6 months later, correct?
And 6 months later, after you were completely relieved on the wire, you begin to exhibit these extreme behavior changes that we've heard about. And what is your explanation for that?
Because I thought I'd be falsely arrested.
Huh. Interesting. You must have had a crystal ball, a really crystal ball.
Did you encourage Catherine McBanoa to reconcile with Garcia? That's a yes or no.
Yes, for sure I did.
Was that a good decision for her or a good decision for you?
Neither.
You've heard your lawyer say that you talk a lot. Do you agree with that?
Yes, I do.
And you talk a lot on the wire, right?
Yes, I do.
Do you agree you're not a direct person?
My direct person.
There's a lot of circular talking on the wire.
However you want to describe my mannerisms of talking, you're welcome to describe it.
I'll do that in closing. What I'm asking is,
Oh,
do
fuck.
you agree that
I mean-
you are like that?
I think at times I'm direct for sure.
Do you have a way of saying things without really saying it?
No, I think I'm pretty direct with things.
Do you think you can talk your way out of this?
No, I don't. I'm not part of a murder
Who are they going to believe, right? An oral surgeon or a gangster?
that's extorting me in my driveway and coming and threatening me.
You're untouchable, right?
No, I'm not part of this murder. Yeah,
There's a
well,
lot of talk about going to the police on the wire, which I think we've well established did not happen. But you've always gone to the police before, right?
I've had other things that have gone to the police for you.
You've gone to the police in reference to something to do with your child's mother? Yes or no?
Yes.
You've gone to the police when you were threatened to be blackmailed over something with a woman back in 2015. Remember that?
No, I didn't go to the police.
Did you send a letter from your lawyer indicating that describing her actions as an attempted shakedown and indicating that not only will Dr. Adelson never pay a settlement, he will undoubtedly prevail and seek attorney's fees against your client?
Right. That's a civil complaint. Somebody was making an unfounded civil complaint and threatening filing a lawsuit. And an attorney handled the civil complaint. The police were never notified. But it was a civil suit.
It was somebody trying to shake you down for money.
It was a unfounded claim from a civil suit to me and another dentist that was evolving.
It was a claim that potentially had criminal implications as well, wasn't it, doctor?
For me?
Yes.
No. There was never a police investigation with that.
In 2018, did you report an aggravated assault where a vehicle was driving aggressively and narrowly avoided striking you?
I had a reporter almost kill my 10-week-old puppy dog that I was walking because I was going for a walk in the morning and he was stalking outside my house.
In 2018, did you report an aggravated assault where a vehicle was driving aggressively and narrowly avoided striking you?
Morgan was at my dog too, but yeah.
Do your nephews deserve to know the whole truth about who killed their father?
Yeah, now they do.
Do Danny's parents deserve to know what happened to their son?
Absolutely.
And you say you knew. I mean, you now say you knew a big piece of what happened, right?
Yes.
Do you feel bad about not volunteering that to Danny's parents?
I feel a sense of relief that now I was able to tell everybody what finally happened.
Yesterday, almost 10 years later, right?
Yeah.
And that's because you didn't just know a big piece of it. You were a big piece of it, weren't you, doctor?
I was extorted and I knew a lot, yeah.
1 moment, please, Your Honor.
Okay, he was extorted and he knew a lot. My guess is going to be on to redirect.
Before we redirect, do any of the members of the jury need to take a break before we continue with the examinations? The bailiff will escort you back to the jury room. We'll have a brief 10-minute break before we have a redirect.
Okay. Waiting for the jury.
Members of the jury, I was informed by an unnamed source that some baked goods have made their way into the jury room. If there is a red velvet cake and no one brought enough to share, contempt powers will be exercised. Mr. Rashbaum, you may redirect your client.
He loves red velvet. Cute. Here we go. He's back.
Do you remember when Ms. Kappelman asked you about that text on August 25th, 2014, when Katie said to lose her number? Do you remember those questions?
Yeah.
Isn't it true that within 12 hours of that text, you're offering her help on her car with an individual named Sully?
Here's the thing I can say about Charlie, and this is a rarity, right? Usually when defendants take the stand, they seal their own fate if they're convicted, right? I think he did amazing. And I think that I think it's the best I've ever seen a defendant testify on the stand. And I think that the jury convicted him honestly in lieu of his testimony just because of all the evidence. Like if there wasn't so much evidence in this case, they were to rely on his testimony, it could have been a completely different outcome, I think, because he did a really, really good job. So it's just interesting to think about.
Yes, I remember that.
Why are you offering her that help just within hours after that text?
Because I wanted to keep Katie happy and she was getting mad at me and I needed her protection. I didn't want her to stop protecting me.
Now, there was a lot of questions about timing, and I want to make sure that everyone has this clear because it's really important. In 2014, did you think Catherine McBanawa was extorting you?
No, not at all.
Now, after she went to trial and testified, and after you saw the evidence of the money that was in her accounts, did you know that you were wrong and in fact she was the person who was extorting you, either with Sigfredo or without him.
Yeah, and that wasn't until 2019, 5 years later.
So when Ms. Kappelman shows you all of those text messages and emails in 2014 that seem friendly, at that point, and in 2016 that seemed friendly, and all the gifts, at that point in time, what did you think she was?
I thought she was protecting me, and she got dragged into this the way I did.
And again, I just have to reiterate the fact that
Now,
he did
do you
so
remember-
well considering this crazy theory, you know, that it's just really, it's really impressive. I mean, he's like literally the only one who could be delivering this from the stand with like a straight face. Like, I mean, really crazy.
Remember when Ms. Kappelman showed you that indictment?
I got you,
Yes.
man.
And it had your name on it and Catherine McBana's name on it as co-conspirators?
Yeah.
Do you remember when she directly asked your sister in this courtroom if she participated in a birthday gift for your dad of the murder of Professor Markel?
I remember her asking that.
So her name's not in that indictment, but were you in this courtroom when the first thing in opening the state put on the board was a picture of all of you, because their theory is that all of you participated in this murder, right?
Yeah, they said me, my mom, my dad, my sister.
And their theory is wrong about your sister, correct?
100%.
Just like it's wrong about you.
100%.
Now, Ms. Kappelman asked you about you paying overtime as opposed to just paying the money all up front. Why did you pay overtime?
The reason I didn't pay it all off is because it became like a life insurance policy. And I felt like every month when I paid, I felt like they weren't going to kill me, because if they killed me, they wouldn't get the money next month.
Ms. Kappelman asked you, does it make sense? Why wouldn't they just rob you? Remember she asked you that question?
Yeah.
Were you in the courtroom? Do you recall when you were in the courtroom? Do you recall Luis Rivera saying he just wanted to rob the lady? Do you recall that?
Yes.
And do you recall he said that Sigfredo Garcia told him that Katie told him, we can't just rob the lady. We have to do a murder.
Yes.
Now, you don't know. You were told in the car that Luis Rivera was the killer. You've learned since that Sigfredo Garcia was the shooter, right?
I learned that he was convicted of shooting Dan. But in 2016, when I was sitting in the car, Katie was telling me that he went up in the rental car and that he was high on drugs, and that it was Luis Rivera, the head of the Latin Kings, that killed Dan.
She was protecting her husband.
Yeah, that's what she was telling me. At the time, I thought she wasn't a part of it, and she was telling me the truth.
Now, Ms. Kappelman asked you about other times that you have called the police since this case began. Well, not since this case began, but since the events of this case. She asked you about a photographer in a car. She asked you about a woman who's the child of the mother of your child when you called the police. In either of those circumstances, was someone threatening your life?
No, not at all.
In either of those circumstances, was someone threatening your family's life?
Not at all.
In either of those circumstances, had within hours before someone been shot in broad daylight in their driveway?
No, not at all.
By the way, you're heard on the wire about at some point your jet ski getting stolen, right?
Yes.
And do you recall what you say on the wire about your jet ski getting stolen?
I said I don't even want to catch the people.
Well, I'll ask it a different way. When your jet ski was stolen, did you call the police?
Objection, relevance?
Maybe we go sidebar, Judge.
Approach.
Oh, wow. Okay.
Yes.
Did you call the police?
Continue with your examination.
Did you call your jet ski getting stolen?
Yes.
Did you call the police when your jet ski got stolen?
No.
Okay. So
Why
then
not?
the objection was overruled.
Because I didn't want the people who knew where I lived to come back if I put them in prison.
Oh, okay.
Now, Ms. Kappelman asked you several questions about why now are you telling what really happened? Tell the jury why you're now telling what happened.
Welcome, welcome.
If I don't tell everyone what happened now, I'm going to
How
spend the
does
rest
it
of my
feel to be a member, Iowa? Love it. Also, let me know if you have any ideas for things you would like to see for members only videos or live streams. You know, we've got our first video out from yesterday with dealing with orchids, but we can do anything. So just let me know.
my life in prison for something I didn't do.
I have no further questions, Your Honor.
Down, Mr. Adelson.
Oh, wow, that was fast. He's done. Holy shit.
The attorney is going to approach again on a brief matter.
Also, Iowa, I think, was using the custom emoji. It sucks because I can't see them on StreamYard, but I know what they are. And as more people join, it will let me add more emojis. So there's a limit of 4 custom emoji until I forget how many. I have to have more people have to become members, and then you can add more emoji. I think there's some other perks you can unlock as well as more people join. So that's it for Charlie. Wow, that was a very brief redirect. I think it was a much more, what's the right word? The redirect was a lot better than the direct. Like that was actually you know, he hit some key points there and it was more effective. That's where I'm looking for. It's more effective than the direct, obviously. Probably kind of goes without saying. So he's done. And then we get to watch him sit here. I remember it zooms in on his face. Yeah. Wow. I mean, he should be really proud of himself. He did a great job. Shit. That was a lot. So he had a 9-hour day the day before, minus like the lunch break, and then, you know, almost 3.5 hours on this day. He did a great job. You should feel good about what your testimony, Charlie. So there you go. That's Charlie, guys. So I have the latest Karen Reed docs. I already had the motion to dismiss, but I have now also the Commonwealth's opposition and all that. Bummer that we didn't get more out of Idaho. Obviously, I know we were all hoping for that. So anywho, we will probably end up doing some Karen Reed next time and go through that. And then I think after that, we'll probably do with our next Casey Anthony episode. I'll have to take a look and see. I always have a number of streams set up just in advance, ready to go. Oh, right. We also have to finish up with the Murdaugh appeal. And I just checked. There's nothing new out for Donna yet in terms of, you know, the judge was reserving ruling. I think we already know what he's going to say, but I did check just in case there was anything coming out with that. And there's not anything new there yet. So that'll probably be it for this one, guys. Again, let me know if you guys have anything you'd like to see for the members only. I'll just give another shout out to our members, Frank's Iowa, who I always call Iowa. And if you would prefer me to call you by your real name, I can do that. I don't remember what it is because I always call you Iowa, but I can do that. But you know, everyone knows he is Iowa. And Sudi as well. And maybe potentially someone else new has joined, but I haven't seen that yet. So, but yeah, welcome to all of you guys, and y'all let me know what you'd like to see. But we love our Squirrel crew here, and hopefully Twiz is okay and will be here as well at some point. According to Heather, Twiz was listening at some point, but didn't make himself known. So anywho, but yeah, other than that, that's it for this one, guys. And also, Iowa, I saw you were able to join the Discord. I'm so happy about that. That is awesome. There's Iowa's command. I'm glad we got that figured out. Thank you for the cute squirrel picture. I love it so much. I'm gonna make it, by the way. So the badges, right, for the members are the different squirrels of the world. I'm going to definitely make one of your squirrel pictures is going to be a squirrel of the world. I'm going to make it into one of the badges. And I might be able to do that with the one you put in the Discord, actually. So that'll be really fun. So whenever members reach a certain period of time, it'll have their badge will be, I would assume that was Squeaky. Was that Squeaky, the squirrel specifically? Yeah, keep looking for the new Delphi. I think there is a Delphi thread. So if you find it, or you can always post it in Squirrel Docs and let me know. And yeah. So, but I love you guys. Y'all are the best. We love the Squirrel crew. And, other than that, I will see you guys on the next one. Squirrel out.